れたわけが今わかるラメは風になり走れさあ昨日のお前を超えてゆくんだ立ち向かえ自分より大きなものにそうさ若さは燃え尽きない流星だ
No Neapolitan funicula this time for Ginga Nagaraboshi Gin's intro, Hope you newly, which is perfectly fine, because today, it's a little bit late to it, given it's what, the 5th of January now? Yeah, the 5th of January. But today we are going to do a little recap of 2025 streams. Nearly a week into 2026, this really is more appropriate for a kinda, what would it be, like a New Year's Eve? Or close to the New Year kind of stream, but as folks may know, it's been a kind of busy December. I have a medical appointment on the 7th, my annual, and it's gonna be 3 weeks exactly since things caught fire, so things have been a little bit hectic the past few weeks. Astute eyes might notice the chair's back. We got an email around the 30th saying that we could return to our units, not to live in them. They simply had the red tag status removed, which means now's our time to go in, move everything out of the apartments basically, so that work could actually be done to repair the building. So, BF and I stopped over there a few days back. And, there's still work to be done, you know, it's still basically a smokehouse. It's like opening up a barbecue after you've been using it for a whole year without cleaning it. And there's not tons of work to do, I'll say, because we were pretty thorough in removing everything we could in like 3-4 hours a day of the fire to make sure that not just necessities, but as much as possible of value was out before the place gets closed down for who knows how long. At this point, basically, all that really remains is everything I've got in the kitchen, which is going to be heavy. It's all the plates, all the pots, all the pans. The dry goods that didn't need taking out of the fridge and bringing home with immediacy. Then the heavy stuff. Couch. My desk could easily be pushed through the door. Boyfriend's desk has to be dismantled because he's got himself this big corner desk that has to be assembled and it has to be deassembled. My mattress is heavy. Bed frame's gotta be disassembled. So, most of the stuff is done insofar as moving things out of the apartment goes. Now it's just a couple of heavy things, by which I mean some furniture, and the entirety of the kitchen, basically. And some furniture disassembly is going to be needed. So I'm thinking a couple more days of that. And since we were taking stuff out of the apartment, chair is a whole lot more comfortable than the stool. The stool somehow gave me trigger finger in my pinky of all things. I figured some of it is because the desk is down here, but the stool had me like all the way up here, and so I was basically mouse hand like this at a strange odd angle for hours of the day. And so I think like some of it might have been some tendon damage from that, some of it might have been just all the heavy lifting and like things carried in my fingers bags wise finally catching up with me. And so I had to actually like tape my fingers together like this to keep them straight for hours of the day, for overnight. And check it out. I can do the Vulcan salute again. I couldn't do that. I noticed like late January, about like the 30th or 31st, and I was in town shopping for my boyfriend's birthday because he's a New Year's Eve baby. And I tried to put my hand into my pocket so I could put like my keys back in or whatever. And I couldn't. I had this weird sensation because I couldn't just shove my hand in straight like this. I tried to shove my hand in straight, and my finger starts doing this thing, and I just can't put my hand down. And that's when I noticed, like, what is this? My pinky is like this now. I can't, I can't straighten it, I can't even salute or anything. And so that was basically a whole weekend's project. I can now wiggle it around. I can bring it back and forth. By, like, after a lot of taping, I was able to, like, but couldn't really do anything in between. Back's feeling better too. This is a bit of a pinch, but I've been doing my stretches. Getting my hip rotations left, hip rotations right, which has been really helping out with this little nerve pinch. But the cats run off scared every time I try to do that. I'm not even doing it like at them, right? Not like hip thrusting at them, just standing in place, hip rotation, hip rotation. They're like, but they're fine. They're taking a nap over there right now. They're they're loving having this house to run around in, explore. Every time I open the garage door so I can go do laundry, they're at the door begging to explore with all the junk and stuff my dad left behind. Can't take it all with them. So it's gonna be a shame when we do finish moving stuff out of the apartment and they could start on actually. It's basically gonna be a renovation because that thing is damaged. It's not just the wiring and electricity they'll have to redo, but it's basically the inside of a barbecue grill at this point. And well, when the cats go back, they're going to miss having this entire house to run around in and having to go back to a space that's basically the size of the living room and one of the bathrooms. That's it. They're going to be so upset. Onyx there has been he's only like 3, 4 years old, right? And he's not an old cat, but a lot of the time, hmm, I see Wither's message here, but I don't see it on my dashboard. Is my dashboard being slow again? A lot of the time, Onyx will stand aside and basically be the good older brother and let his baby brother have all the fun stuff. Let me try disabling, re-enabling the Wi-Fi on my tablet. There we go. There's Wither. Hey, Wither. Be careful with the damage. Well, I'm not touching it. I'm not touching the actual fire damage myself. I'm sure I'm getting plenty of soot in my lungs going in and out of there. But the most extreme of the fire damage is basically the utility closet where our washer and dryer was. Is where the fire basically was, right? Thankfully, it was concentrated in the walls and outlets where the washer and dryer were when PG&E were doing their construction. And so that thing is just a scorched hole now. But like Onyx has been basically subduing himself, making himself background, so that the baby brother could get all the play, right? Like when Onyx wants to play, he'll want to play. And then Toasty will show interest. And Onyx will like, never mind, I don't gotta do this. You go play with Toasty, it's fine. But since he's got all this room over here, it's like a kitten again. He's running around a lot more, he's rolling around a lot more, he's chirping so you can pet his belly, and then he claws at your hands. So, He's gonna be very upset when the apartment does eventually get fixed. The poor baby. You watched Has Been Hotel season 2 was fun and cool and pretty good. I'm enjoying it with her. Season 1 was pretty rushed, which was a production problem, I think. They didn't have much of a choice but to like pretty much charge through the pacing. Season 2 was a lot better paced, I found. I enjoyed it a whole lot. Your favorite song of Regent's Time is called Piss, and it's a beautiful, heartfelt love song. I don't think I remember that one, but I probably just don't know it by the title. But I did enjoy a lot of Has Been. Let me quickly refresh on thing over here because it looks like it's so funny how normally my tablet is a stronger unit, Wi-Fi wise, but here it struggles a lot. The Cherry Bomb and Serpentia song. I had a feeling, because like I said, right, they don't exactly tell you the title of the song as it plays. But I was like, piss, piss. If you're still talking Has Been, which one will that be? It's sweet. It's a very sweet show. It's kind of funny. The big takeaway for me, right, is that my first real exposure to Has Been Hotel was basically a whole lot of furry porn about angel dust. So I get into this like, all right, there's the spider that everybody's horny for, whatever. And after 2 seasons, that little horny spider has such heartfelt characterization that he's like him and Husk quickly have become like not just my favorite pair, but favorite characters completely. It's like, oh my goodness, look at these guys. I wanna make sure these guys are all right. When's season 3 gonna come up? And then you go on like Blue Sky, it's like, oh, we're working on season 5 already. You guys don't know. You guys don't know. You tried to kill me, I tried to kill you too. It really was a very touching song. Like, especially given the recontextualization of them trying to kill each other all the time to, okay, that was kind of fun and I miss all this. As far as shows go for 2025, Has Been was definitely a highlight. Though speaking of 2025 and highlights, so long 2025, right? So, what I want to do, okay, making sure my display capture works, sometimes it doesn't, is go into my 2025 streams since Twitch, in their infinite wisdom, doesn't want to host highlights anymore. I even have a list, right? I was going through to organize this. I wanted to do this as early as last week. But on top of one, physically recovering from fire, and then two, getting the okay to go back to the apartment and move stuff out, and so tiring myself out again. I wanted to organize it, right? I don't want to just like jump into the 2025 recap, be like, okay, this was cool. This was cool. I didn't like this. This one was shit. I like this. I want to go through and kind of, if possible, give a brief review for the different games played, and then pick some highlights to play through, have a bit of fun going through them again. And so I went through and made a list, right? Where is it? Notes? Line 48. I played 48 games on stream this year. That is so much. That is so many. That's almost a game per week. 2025 wasn't the greatest in your world, Wither. Same. 2025 was a very big world going to shit kind of year for America and those that are touched by its influence. January was a very foreboding start to the year, and it didn't exactly get better, which is kind of part of why, Despite every single year, I say, okay, my goal for this year is to stream less. If I'm streaming less, I'm getting more real stuff done. That, I mean, just look at the numbers, right? 229 videos for the 2020 streams, 204 videos 2021, 231 videos 2022, 179 2023. Had plans to do better that year. 2024, 152 videos. 2025, 235, and you gotta consider that there's some bloat there for Comcast being Comcast and then stream disconnects, and then one stream ends up being two VODs, or at worst, three, four, five VODs at the extreme. There's a few VODs in there that are like 15 minutes long. But even with the bloat, that's definitely a very stream heavy year. And a lot of that is because, oh my goodness, all this is going on. What else can I do but try to stick to a routine and keep my head above water at least? But on the plus side, that gives us 48 games to talk about today. 48 whole games. Now, I thought about how I was going to do this, right? Like, I could go through videos and videos and just scroll through stuff, whatever. I think for the most part, I'll talk about things as I scroll through them. And if it's something that I really want to retouch on, then I'll pull out the game captures and give a bit of something to them. But up until a certain inauguration, 2025 started off pretty strong with finishing up Lunar 2 Eternal Blue complete. Because 2024 ended with getting back into the Lunar games. Lunar Silver Star Story complete, which I adored as a child when I saw it once at my god family's house. Fell in love with. And then kind of made it a game that I went back to decade after decade to experience the full thing, to play it to replay it again and again. Silver Star Story Complete has a very special place in my heart, but Lunar 2 Eternal Blue is one that I didn't actually get to touch until late last year. And so finishing it off on 2025 gave me a kind of appreciation for it. For both it and for Silver Star Story Complete, because Silver Star Story Complete is definitely... They both have their dark moments, but Silver Star Story is definitely a more lighthearted game, right? It's a story about a young boy with a young love and goes on his adventure to save the world. And Eternal Blue is much the same, except it's a little bit more mature. It goes from like young boy to a bit more teenage immaturity. And so I'm kind of glad that all the times when Silver Star Story Complete uses some very creative euphemisms to describe how dumb somebody is, that they don't just go to the hard R slurs like Eternal Blue does. Victor Ireland, a very 90s... What is it? A very 90s localization Eternal Blue is. In contrast, it's a bit edgier. It's trying to be a little bit more mature by bringing out the heavier guns. Which I feel for Eternal Blue is more of a funny aside, because it happens like once or twice, but when it happens once or twice, it's ugh. But the biggest thing that surprised me about Eternal Blue is that, despite being the PlayStation 1 update to the Sega CD, right? The Sega CD original, it didn't really get the complete treatment that Lunar Silver Star Story did. It's got more anime cutscenes, so you could see Zolfar right there in all of his beauty. But it's pretty much the exact same game mechanically, which really threw me off, going from Silver Star Story to Eternal Blue. Which on the one hand, it gives me kind of a telescopic view into how these games might have originally played in their original format. But it's definitely an odd choice, especially going from the first game, which did get a full Silver Star Story complete remake treatment, to the second game, which is basically ported, touched up a bit. But overall, I'd say that was a strong way to start the year. Would have been nice to have fully completed it by the year prior, keep it all tucked in, or even finish it by birthday, but a little fever, sicky birthday stream. Your boy Guinea started his 2025 getting sick. Getting sick, getting fevered, wanting to stay in bed, but that's also the January that boyfriend brought his brother over to visit. And it was very important that he included me in all their brotherly activities, which wasn't just like at home board games, but dragging me out every single time to drive go-karts, to do axe throwing, to go to the arcade. And all the while I was like, are you sure you guys don't want me to stay home? It was a fun start to 2025. And since I was doing Eternal Blue anyway, oh yeah, that's right, Ashura's Wrath. I remember that we also did Tales of Fantasia, but I had forgotten the order. I literally made the list and I forgot the order. Ashura's Wrath came next. Ashura's Wrath also being one of those games I wanted to play, but didn't quite have the opportunity, which is funny because Ashura's Wrath was 2011 or 2012. It was basically at around the same time as Far Cry 3, as Hitman Absolution, and I chose to go for those games in lieu of Ashura's Wrath. Ashura's Wrath, which was also on the Xbox 360, so I had no excuse. I could have bought it any time that I wanted to, and I went for Far Cry 3 and Hitman Absolution instead. Now, Ashura's Wrath is definitely one where words alone won't do it justice. So I'm definitely pulling out the emulator for this one, which is also a really cool thing about Ashura's Wrath, is that Ashura's Wrath was my introduction to modern game emulation. I mean, I grew up in the 90s, teenager in the 00s. Basically, emulation, abandonware, things like that, I mean, absolutely no barrier to me. I'm completely comfortable with it. But I was also accustomed to like 360 era being, sure, there might be emulators, but is it any good? Having to learn about all that stuff. Opening the door to play other games later. There it is. There's the Ashura's Wrath art. There's my emulator. Where's my capture? I'm going to have to juggle so many captures today, because so many of these are going to have different sizes that I'll have to adjust for. Okay, that capture's not it. Which capture is going to be the one that wants to capture RPSC3? Oh, look at how tiny it is! No, that's not right. It spreads you out. Yeah, good enough. Good enough resizing. Now, I was going through some of these over the weekend as I was preparing, and it turns out that I've completely forgotten how to play so many games this year. I've picked up, learned, and mastered so many games for better or for worse. And so many games got completely forgotten. Opened up a few chapters and completely got my asses handed to me. Good old CyberConnect 2. Fuga. Solado Robo. And so many other licensed games for everybody else. Yeah, 2012. Such raw testosterone-fueled masculinity in a single anime game. When I bring up Ashura's Wrath and some people call it the best anime they've ever played, they're not kidding. It's a very basic game, right? Basically 3 phases. Cutscenes, quick brawler, and very QTE-fueled fights. And you know what? That's perfectly fine. That is all that Ashura's Wrath needs to be, basically. I was going through trying to pick, like, alright, which chapter, which part would be the best to demonstrate just how awesome the game is. Episode 1, Coming of a New Dawn, basically has everything in it, but because it is the introductory cutscene chapter, it is basically all cutscene in a game that's already cutscene. This fight over here is ultimate. That's basically the trailer bit with the giant Buddha statue that puts his finger down to earth. But I think we'll demonstrate Ashura's Wrath through the true final ending before the final DLC chapters, which is also pretty ultimate, is pretty heavily involved, but it's also a good demonstration of all the things Ashura's Wrath has. And Ashura's Wrath is so awesome that I really want to do the whole final thing again. You never played this game with her? It is hell on the hands, especially when it comes to the mashing. But it makes you feel alive. It's basically if a shonen anime, like an entire season of shonen anime, was cut down into a video game, chapter after chapter. And like I said, it's really basic. It's cutscene, brawler, then QTE fights. But it is such a good mastery of the form. You're trying Steel Soul and Silk Song still. Oh, Wither! The best of luck. This one, at least, the brawly part of the fights aren't too bad. Some bosses can be tricky. But for the most part, it all comes down to QTE, so it's a whole lot of, like, memorization and such, reaction. You don't gotta worry too much about perfect execution unless you're trying to go for score. So Silk Song probably does have the difficulty. They have the edge on the pure difficulty. But this does have some tricky QTEs, especially when it comes to the mashing. There are parts where I'm just mashing away at that circle button. And sometimes, if you don't quite make the mash enough, you just lose score. You don't get maximum score, whatever. Scores are mostly for unlocks. If you want to play for score, like you're Macaw or something, right? Then this game is the best thing you could possibly hope for, because you could struggle through the story and then go back to perfect it. But sometimes it has you mashing away so hard that when I was playing through this for the first time, I was straight up groaning and roaring to get through it. And that was great. You're getting way better, that's excellent. You beat the final boss and 100% of the game so far. Though some more games soon in 2026, I might have heard about that. Hopefully that's going to be exciting stuff for the Silk Song heads. Alright, Ashura's Wrath! Show us your pre-DLC final true ending story. Completely cutting the context out of hours of ultimate game. I mean, look at that! Like, this is something that showed in the first episode too, so it's no spoiler, but they have a giant Bodhisattva space station that takes the energy of mankind to funnel into a giant laser gun to beat an impure being that erupts out of the crust of the earth. That is chapter 1, first 5 minutes, so that's not spoiling. That is That is the stakes. That is the scale of the kind of game this is. It starts off at maximum and grows so much higher than that. This is a game that is impossible for me to talk about without smiling, so what a way to start 2025. It's severely basic, but it's severely basic in a way that diamonds are simply carbon. They're simply carbon, but they're pressurized and polished to such an extent that that is really all you need. And with such basic gameplay, right, you can go all in on the presentation. It really is just basically, it's like 98% presentation, this game. And this is a type specimen for how strong presentation could really be nearly everything you need to carry an experience. Bayonetta School of Gameplay. Oh, I missed! Oh, it's like my chat! Do over! The Bayonetta School of Gameplay, possibly Devil May Cry. I know that for stateside stuff, a lot of people compared it to God of War. It's a simple God of War clone. Which, yes and no. The brawly parts are kinda just mash around, spin around, beat guys up. But while I haven't played Bayonetta or Devil May Cry, I've been exposed a little bit to them. And it definitely is kinda closer to those styles. I probably should play Bayonetta someday, because Bayonetta is also one that is very stylish. Very... how to put it? Like, kinetic in a way that is different from how Call of Duty or Kojima would do it. Now, granted I did miss an input, right? But that input wasn't an important one. That's not one that fails you if you miss it. And I will be missing some inputs on my own just because some of them can be super tricky. When it wants you to go left, go right, circle left. I very often miss the circle left. But for things like that, the worst you get is, oh well, you don't get maximum score. So, I didn't have to reset, but I wanted to. My pride! And the manly pride especially that this game burst into you, no matter what your gender might actually be. Desires that if I don't get perfection, I should at least aim for it. If I have time after going through the 48 games we've played today, I'm really tempted to go through the whole True Ending DLC. But that's like, if I don't fuck it up, then that's maybe an hour. If I do make mistakes here or there, that's gonna be like, geez, a couple of hours, so we'll see. We'll see if I have time to go through the full, ultimate conclusion of Ashura's Wrath. This also takes some adjusting for me, because this is a very straightforward game with the flight controls. If I pull up, I go up. If I pull left, I go left. If I pull down, I go down. When flying around, I do kind of have it in my head that if I'm flying, it's down for up and up for down, so when I was doing practice, right, it took a little bit of rewiring my brain to get back into the more, the less flight sticky interpretation of stick movements. Look at him, he's a regular Shark Kun Go, literally throwing his punches. Good old Seiji Shimura. The man with the true furry heart. I kind of wish that there was more of this in the game, you know? More completely obliterating giant... Oh, it's too slow! That could have cut me out of an entire sequence. I think that's one where you get several different layers of dodging. But if you mess up once, you just advance to the next phase, so... That's what I get for trying to talk and I'll play! But like, while the broader sections are okay, and the QTE bosses are pretty fun, there's not really a whole lot of the giant beast fighting. There's a few that are basically treated as bosses or mini-bosses, but I kinda want more of this, you know? The whole flying through space, destroying stuff. Which, come to think of it, the DLC true ending stuff does kind of accommodate. Even if we can practice and getting so sloppy with this. Right, R2's not L2. A lot of these sequences, especially for boss fights, are mostly just filling up the meter. The faster you fill up the meter, the faster you go to the next phase, the faster you fill up the meter, the quicker you get to beating it. So, at the most basic, it is just try to make as much contact with the enemy as possible to fill the gauge up. Yes, I am, I should've. And sometimes it's cruel, like these parts, it's actually gated and stalls out part way down until some other story bit happens, and then you're allowed to push beyond. If I played this and this alone every single day of 2026, I'd lose 30 pounds by year's end. Wrong way, wrong way. Gotta be careful. This is the game that doesn't want to give you time to take a drink. I got fucked up at times, thinking, okay, it's safe, I'm gonna take a drink of water. No, wait, no! Look at that man. Forget the size of a planet. That thing is basically the planet itself for fighting. Widow Phase 2. Visually impressive. The Widow Phase 2 is? Or are you saying that this game, if nothing else, does have the visual to it? Which, like I said, it's like 98% presentation. Like, all that was basically just QTE, right? It was basically, the first part was just mashing away at the triangle lock-on, the distance attacks, then comes a QTE bit, survive the QTEs to get to the next part. But when it comes to the presentation around it, you know, like, you don't care that all you're doing is mashing buttons phase 1 and then phase 2 is just doing QTE, since, you know, the whole presentation, the whole experience it gives you is just so outlandish and extreme that you are loving it. Hey, MP83. Yeah, some updates so far. Some for, like, the state of the apartment. We got the, it's safe enough now for us to go back in and take stuff out, and that's gonna be a multi-day project for me. And while there, I got my chair back, so my back doesn't have to die so much. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot to, shift... It's a special event to me, damn it. But I forgot to update the category for the game shifts. Good eye, good eye. There. The sequence will go on for like another 40 minutes or so I'm not too late for updating it. And I think it's a special event. It's a special event for me, going back to 48 games I played throughout the year, and giving them a quick review or a deeper play. Like, how could you look at that and think this isn't special? The man hasn't just sprouted out 44 arms or whatever. He's produced an infinity amount of arms and merged them into 2 to become the Mantra Ashura. He completely one-shotted that head. If that's not special, then I don't know the meaning of the word. Like, what else would I use a special events category for? The Jeff Keighley Ghost of the VGA Awards kind of? Nah, that's not special enough. Now this, fighting the face of the planet's impurity, now that is special. Imagine if someone donated 1 billion yen to Lucky Lamp and Extra Power 4 came out like this. Imagine if there were the resources to make an Extra Power game this extreme. I think that Needle Sandman would love that. The sheer visual spectacle of it all, if nothing else. Oh, MP, I appreciate that. See, it's stuck again. There we go, there we go, there we go! We had to wait for the moment. For the mechanical simplicity, this is still a game that will rank pretty high up. I might be inflating its value, but even if the game is like mechanically 40%, not even 40, 80% QTEs, it is QTEs done right, I think. Now, it is still Murder on the Hands, it is still a 2012 game, but for 2012, this is like so much better than how QTEs normally go in games. BF came home from work one night over the weekend when I was practicing this, going through chapters to see which one to do today, and he picked up pretty quickly on the fact that those are spider webs all around the core of the Earth. Which, if you're playing with no DLC, is a thread, huh? A thread that doesn't get picked up on, but if you are playing with the patch, then it does get a little bit of revelation at the very, very end. So it's kind of a pain, because even with the DLC, this is the normal ending is the ending you get. If you didn't pick up enough S or A rank completions throughout the rest of the game. And so if you get the normal end, and then you go back and get a few more A ranks and S ranks, and then unlock the true final ending, it's basically all this again. Exact same final chapter, start to finish, with a different end cutscene. That's it. So, it can be brutal on the morale sometimes. There are some game makers who use subtlety and they are cowards. Okay, let's see if I remember how to do the on-the-ground fights. Nope! Shit kicked in immediately. Okay, not that way. There's my dodges. Alright, that's my dodges. Got close. Wail on him! Wail on him! And he can't just mash blindly either. The enemies do have their tricks to him, and if you're not cognizant and reacting to them, then your own health is gonna bleed so far, so quickly. You can continue, but as you could expect, continuing completely guts your score. And if it guts your score, it's gutting your rank. And if you're not getting A rank and S rank, then you're not getting true end. Should have dodged that. dodge it, I promise. I was just too slow. That was almost close. Oh, he's up already. When he's down, I could do the input for the heavy attack and do a special finish on him. Bar is getting filled up so much faster, almost time for the next phase. Ooh, got through. And then eat shit again. So close, so close. There's my burst! Oh, whether there's always a next time, you're getting more practice in, right? You got this, Wither, believe in you. That wasn't a fiery conclusion to the circle, that was a heater away, so I think I failed that mash actually. Unless it meant for me to. That's such a workout. That's the most workout I've had all year. And that's with moving heavy things out of the apartment again. Feeling it. Feeling on this arm for just holding the controller stable. Feeling it in this arm for the mashing. Ah! Forget Ring Fit. This is the exercise game of choice. And it's okay, the Earth does get better. This is way, way far in our distant past. Wouldn't believe how many cataclysmic events the Earth goes through in prehistory.
終わったのか。これで全てが本当にわからん。貴様の怒りは収まったのか。わからんと言っている。
A real man's answer.
行こう。ミスラ様が待っている。ああ。
I was sitting bisexual style during all of that, and now that I put my leg down, it feels so light. Even just my legs were getting tension from that. And that wasn't even the hardest fight. All the DLC chapters from here put all of your mashing to use. Oh, but all the DLC chapters are so awesome, though. There were 2 final chapters for this episode. Did I pick the one that doesn't segue into the true end? I might have picked the one that didn't segue to the true end, which gives you the true Ashura's Wrath experience of getting to the final chapter of the final episode, beating the final boss with your arms nearly falling off in real life afterwards, and realizing, wait a minute, I didn't get my A rank on this chapter, let me go back over there. Alright, new chapter unlocked, what's this? It's the exact same one! Exact same one, but different final cutscene to segue into the end. That's okay. In true anime fashion, there's a recap at the start of the next episode anyway. That's just keeping some of the secrets for those who want to go through and pick it up themselves, which I highly recommend if one has the hands. Like, I know that I wouldn't recommend this for Grumpaloon, even though he would love the game, I'm sure. But the poor guy is a lifelong artist, doesn't have the hands for it. Now, McCall would love this game. We've basically been begging McCall for years. He's aware of it, but he's got so many other games to get through first. So, while the credits play out, what do we do after Ashura's Wrath? Ashura's Wrath was a 3-day stream. It's ultimate, but it's also very compact. It's not a very big game. It was basically the first half of the base game, second half of the base game. 4 hours! 4 hours alone for the DLC alone. And the DLC alone isn't like a whole new expansive campaign, right? It's all the intended... Do they mean for it to be a sequel, or... I forget the details of the story exactly. But they couldn't do as much for the project that they wanted to. And so they basically had to squeeze the entire conclusion into one DLC. Which gives... And, spoilers, the DLC is basically one boss fight. But it's one boss fight spread across 4 chapters. It is extreme. If we have the time, I want to do them again, because I'm smiling just thinking about it. It's that good. But that's 4 hours. That's 4 hours doing it for the first time. So, it's a very big if. Especially with the home Wi-Fi here. Right now, it's pretty remarkable that the bitrate's been stable. We've only had 156 drops across the entire 1 hour of stream so far. But the pattern seems to be that the stability of the Wi-Fi degrades pretty hard in about 3-4 hours from now, so I don't have hope. And then the complete tonal mood shift of going from Ashura's Wrath to, at the time, the newest Hungry Hearts Diner game. And of course, you guys know me, I love Hungry Hearts Diner. Hungry Hearts Diner and Gygax games in general are excellent. Restaurant was the Western restaurant, right? That's the first one where it gives us a different family to follow. A different grandma with her own husband. And not necessarily Grandma, Mabo, Sue. They won't be until later in the year. Spoilers. But Hungry Hearts is Hungry Hearts. It's simple. It's got stories that tug at the hearts. You know what you're getting. And then came Expelled. An overboard game. In more than just branding, since it turns out that there's a very big connection between this and Overboard. But I ought to play Overboard because even though I missed it, I somehow let Overboard pass me by. Expelled was excellent. Do I have an asterisk on Expelled? I do not, because there's so many games to go through today. But for a game about being a student in a British boarding school who may or may not have tried to murder her classmate and then has to spend the rest of the game not getting expelled. You know, John and Co. got their writing chops. It's got charm, it's got wit. It's got a pretty extensive network of routes you can go through. We gave it how many runs to get to an ending, and then see other endings and other possibilities. And then even playing it on my own time afterwards, I was still finding so many new things. And that was at the first half of the year. They've had updates since, I'm pretty sure, have put in more things to experience and find. And so already there's more things I haven't seen that I gotta dig through, and I gave it such a thorough digging already. And then came, what was it? Blood Bar Tycoon. It was pretty neat. If you imagine Evil Genius meets The Sims. And some folks make comparisons to 2 Point Hospital or whatever, right? It's kind of like those. It's very basic. It's definitely not as in-depth as Evil Genius or The Sims. And I'm fairly certain that the devs are done with the project. I kept up with it for a good long while because even though it is a basic game, it scratches the itch enough that I put so many hours into it, especially off the clock. Yeah, Part 3 Karma End. So, we got A rank on time, S rank for battle points, B point for synchronic rate. That's all the times that I either missed a QTE or got less than excellent. To go back to Ashura's Wrath real quick. Yeah, that's what happened. I chose Breaking Point, and not A Turn of Events. As you can see, they are both episode 18. But one is episode 18, that gets you to the normal end, and then you go back and you try to get at least A rank on everything else. And one is the exact same sequence from beginning to end. The same cutscenes, the same fights, the same QTEs, except the cutscene at the very end is different. Instead of, "Oh, yay, Dad, you've done it," they go back to Mithra, and they get ambushed. An ambush and a revelation that leads directly into the final Nirvana. If we have time, big if, but if we have time, I'm really hungering to go back to Nirvana. But we'll have to see. But yeah. Basic game, that Blood Bar Tycoon. It's not too difficult to never fail at it. Because you do gotta take some time to sync your brain with the flow of the game, especially insofar as how much you're allowed to expand until you should start producing sources of blood yourself. And then getting more employees with the right powers to manage the hunters, to manage vampires that get a little bit antsy, can't wait for their drink and start feeding on the human cattle. So once you figure out a good tempo, it's pretty hard to fail. Maybe you might not make enough money month to month, but the only time I saw the actual "you're about to get fucked, sell stuff, get back in the positive now, or it's bankrupt, game over," is when I was deliberately trying to get the achievement for it. but I think it's alright. There's certainly more in-depth games out there of the style, and I would have enjoyed if the devs had put a little bit more into it. But having kept up with their Discord and stuff, it seems like they're the kind of devs that they want to do a project, put all their heart into it, maybe do an update or two, but by this point, their next project should be halfway done, you know? They want to keep putting stuff out, keeping active, getting paid, basically. Which, you know, I can't blame them for it, right? Games are art, but it's also a business. If the art doesn't make money, then they're not going to be artists for long, so they got to keep hopping from project to project, just to keep active and keep the money flowing in. So I can't blame them, but I think it's safe to say that Blood Bar Tycoon is a completed project, and as complete as it's going to be. It's still fun. Just not so deep, but sometimes that's perfectly alright. And then Tales of Fantasia. As long as I was going back at the end of 2024 and starting 2025, with RPGs I played in my youth, had to give Tales of Fantasia a try of its own. So let's put RPCS3 away for now, so I could open up good old ZSNES, because there's only one way to play Super Nintendo emulation. Other people say that other emulators might be better, but are other emulators ZSNES? I think not. Other emulators still require constant updates to this day. You know what that means? That means those other emulators are imperfect. They are flawed. ZSNES has not had an update since 2007. That means that ZSNES has been in a perfect state for almost 20 years. It does not need any new updates because you cannot perfect perfection. It is already there. Also, while that goes on, let me switch the game art. Where's Tails? There we go. And I'll go ahead and update the category this time even. I want a Fastueto alert, but I have to isolate the sound. I'm not as good as MP at that. And I'm too lazy. Little audio glitch in the emulator here. Can't take away from the experience though. Dos. I always thought it was Deos growing up. Dos. Well, Wolf Team didn't get to make the truly, deeply expansive time-traveling story that they were hoping for. I'm kind of glad that this was a compromise they were able to do. it's kind of funny that after they began with a deliberate story that they wanted to tell, and then had to cut down on it a bit to make it fit the game development process. But after this, Tales basically became Final Fantasy but more anime. 1994, to think. 2 games in this year about time travel and 2 action RPGs with a somewhat innovative battle system with time travel. Where to put me? I should be all the way in the 46 hours. In the final dungeon, right? Oh, right. I'm using the same controller for PC, PS3, SNES, whatever else I'm playing, so I gotta rewire my brain. It's no longer triangle, square, circle, X. How's the, what's the Super Nintendo layout like? A in the corner, A in the corner. Yeah, all the way at the end. We don't have an escape rope, do we? Because I was thinking, what could I do for Tales of Fantasia to demonstrate how awesome it is? Doing the final boss fight, like with Ashura's Wrath, doesn't give as much of an in-depth look at the game, since it's mostly one fight. Was thinking maybe we can do a Moira gallery run, top to bottom, but that'd be like, damn. How long did it take me the first time around? On stream, it took me like a few hours, didn't it? I basically devoted an entire day to the Moira gallery. And somehow it worked. Didn't even need to do save states or anything. Just methodically pushed in deeper by deeper, floor by floor. I feel like I should be turning their automatic attacks off. Do I have these guys set for... Do I have them set for the final fight with their attacks, or is this their maneuvering through the dungeon? But even if this is the most primitive form of the Tales combat system, I think it's pretty fun still. People argue back and forth on which one is the best, right? I haven't played too many. I played this. Or was it Symphonia first, I think I played. Symphonia, then went backwards to this. Eventually played Tales Legendia when I moved out of home, and was rather disappointed with that. But then I haven't played too many other Tales games. There was... Which one was it with the Seraphs? Like Systeria, maybe? I know people aren't the most warm on that, but I enjoyed it. It was alright. It's always tempting to go back, or to want to go back and play other Tales games, but... they're pretty massive games. So I kinda stick to the ones I know, because, like, even just Tales of Symphonia is one that I can't rightfully bring myself to replay because I already played multiple playthroughs in my late teens. And that is weeks of my life. A Tales game is an investment. It is more of an investment than a Christmas pet is. If I could find my way out, I think we'll do the Colosseum. And have that be my demonstration for how cool Tales of Symphonia is, or Fantasia is. But wandering through the dungeon. Wandering through the dungeon again to these fights and demonstrating how it plays is, would be a pretty good assessment for the game. a flat 2D plane, in which my guys start on one side, the enemies start on the other. It doesn't have the 3D maneuvering of later games. And of course, if I'm playing it again, I must think that it's pretty cool, and I do. Because by the end, right now, you're a powerhouse. And at the beginning, you are weak and powerless and truly need to strategize. Especially when it comes to those fucking lizards of the Forest of Ymir, or whatever the forest was. Those cheaty lizards that could turn you to stone so easily. And if you can get the amulet that protects you against paralysis, or against the petrification, they can paralyze you. So for an early game, it's definitely cheap in some ways. But only in some parts. It was basically that part primarily that got me so cheesed off about how cheap it could be. Was doing pretty good on deaths, but then came that damn forest and the lizards, and so many deaths built up just because of the instant game overs it can give you. Okay, we back? I have the windows arranged in such a way that I could see the frame rate at all, not the frame rate, the bit rate at all times, the drop frames. That basically went from stable to disconnection warning instantly. But that's simply the Wi-Fi environment we got right now. If it does a drop here or there, but then comes back up, it's alright. We got the disconnect protect now. It took me 5 years to find it, 7 years. Okay. Oh, but then... But then there goes stability. It's only been an hour and a half of stream. Stable? We good? Okay. It was just having a moment. Basically having to work my way backwards out of this castle, having not played in almost an entire year. I feel like I want to go left. Okay, that's a one-way door. Yeah, that's a one-way door. Oh, we got guys behind, don't we? Interrupt them! Get that interrupt in before that, what is that, Cardinal? For the Cardinal finishes a spell? There's a disconnect again. Disconnect, reconnect, how's it gonna be now? You gotta be honest? Because I see the 0 drop frames, I see the stable 5,000. But I don't trust it. Is that the game's way of saying, or the stream's way of saying, that they don't want to see me blindly wander around Tales of Phantasia? As awesome as Tales of Phantasia is, they want to see cooler stuff? What could be cooler than Tales of Phantasia? Answer me that. Could I go through here? I can, that's what I was missing. Wait. Well, I had wanted to go to the Colosseum or someplace to demonstrate the game, but I guess you're getting plenty of action demonstration here. plenty of action demonstration. And sometimes it gets that cheap. No! The Tales of Fantasia experience, the highs and the lows. Getting pretty low, getting pretty low. Get off, get off, get off. So yeah, even when you become gods on Earth at the end of the game, it's not exactly a cakewalk depending on the enemies. You gotta know them and their intricacies or else that happens. Okay, what's the better way to do this? Min's still alive. You gotta resurrect, don't you? Raise dead is what I want, not resurrect. Where'd it go then? This is a dud. No, there we go. There we go. There's my way out. Slowly remembering the reverse layout of Douse's castle. Different palette. Okay, Romai. We forgot that they could teleport behind us, but now that we've learned that you can teleport behind us, we've also got to be cognizant of the fact that if we get up against them, it can start spinning on us, and spinning on us is just constant, I want to say frame damage, but constant damage. Okay, maybe frame damage after all. It's so easy to pop up because he spawned behind or warped behind us at one time. You could just constantly spin and destroy all of my magical users. So even something as basic as put your melee guys in front and your soft, squishy magical users in back can become subverted by enemies either spawning behind you from the start or being able to warp behind you. That's not a door, that's just the alcove in the hallway. And of course with Tales of Fantasia, especially with the... Oh yeah! The teleport to jail thing. I've completely forgotten. And so I've forgotten where everybody else is, and the easiest, best way to get them. That's the exit. I won't be going to that. The two main debates when it comes to Tale of Fantasia is which translation? Oh, I'm by myself now. And which version? The easy question is which version. The PlayStation version does, of course, have more. Or if it heals them. So in proper PlayStation remake fashion, like with the Chrono Trigger PlayStation remake, you're getting more anime cutscenes, you're getting more content, an extra character you can play as, little Suzu, some extra story bits. And honestly, I feel like those kind of things are detrimental to the experience. One could rightfully think that in most cases more is better, and with Tales of Fantasia they wanted more. But because game development is game development, they have to compromise and make less. We're against two. But my thinking is that if it was adding the things that Wolf Team wanted to make but had to leave on the cutting room floor, that'd be interesting and that'd be one thing. But the game that we got right now, oh yeah, I named them after chat. So we got Muru-sama, Nasu, that's right. Arch is Nasu now, named that after MPs. And as the game says, Nasu fucks like a tiger, I bet. We never did get a name for Mint. But while this version of the game might not be perfect, then Hordian, the end product, I think, is pretty well paced. There are some parts of the game that do kind of start to feel like slogs, but as soon as it does, it's practically over, and then on you go to the next part. And so, it is a game that doesn't try to outstay its welcome. It gives you this big, epic fantasy adventure. But it doesn't make you regret going on the big fantasy adventure, you know? This is before RPGs needed to become 60 hours, 100 hours. So, my feel is that instead of completing the product like you would have gotten, also love this town, if it were to say restore cut content, what the PS1 version to me would do is simply overinflate the experience. There were certainly parts of the game that I would play where I was quite thankful that it was done with. You know, I love the game, but I love the game because the game has the courage to say, this is the story, this is the adventure, you enjoyed it, goodbye. More, I feel, would make it the kind of boyfriend that doesn't know how to accept that over means over. I don't want to go bowling, I don't want to go see cold owls in the snow. It's over, Guinea. Please move on. This isn't making it endeared to me, you're just giving more things to be frustrated at. So that's how I feel about the PS1 version. The PS1 version has cool things, but ultimately it's just more things. Okay, how do I fly? There we go, there we go. Because I think we got a pretty good understanding of the linear battle system, whatever they name it. And so, while the Colosseum would be cool, I'm not going to say it's necessary. But where was the one thing we could look at before putting Tales of Phantasia away? The other thing, of course, is the translation. The fan translation is contentious, because it does put jokes in. It's not the most serious of translations. You know, it does have the infamous "I bet Arch fucks like a tiger." And I'm not just going to say this because this is the translation that I played as a teenager and played subsequently. But I think the translation is alright. Does it take some liberties? Yes. Does it put some jokes around in places and make Arch fuck like a tiger? Yes. Yes, it does. If this was a commercial release, maybe they wouldn't say that Arch fucks like a tiger. But we've all seen what good old Vic Ireland went up to with commercial release games, right? And so, I was even reading some legends of localization before bed last night, and specifically reading an article that touched on some when fan translators, or when translators in general, insert political jokes into games. And there was one fan translation for one game that is straight up, okay, forget the game, this is just gonna be my soapbox, yada yada yada. That's the extreme for fan translations. This doesn't get that bad. This doesn't even get Vic Ireland bad. I feel like a translation, like the DJAP translation, if you tone down the specifics of the vulgarity. Like if they, instead of saying, "Oh, I bet Arch fucks like a tiger," if they just had Clarth say, "You know, I bet Arch is pretty exciting," or "I bet Arch is pretty good in bed." That's the kind of thing you can get away with in a commercial release translated game. So, it's not even the first game to take creative liberties with how to phrase certain things. Like some folks will go back and say, "Oh, look at this! That's not what they said! They said something completely different." But the sentiment comes out. Period. Full stop. It's not just a case of, well, you got the basic story of the game, you know what's going on. I think that for an amateur product, they actually do a pretty decent job at getting the game out and making it interesting. Kind of, again, like what Vic Ireland does with the Lunar games, with other games that Working Designs worked on, where an NPC might just say the most basic, pointless thing, but they're NPCs, so they gotta say something. So they just have a lot of space filler, right? And so Vic comes in, and Vic Ireland spices up the space filler, where it's still... I don't want to say still to the theme of the game, because a lot of the criticisms for Vic Ireland's Working Design translations is that he doesn't always keep it to the theme of the game. A lot of times he does when he spices it up, but then he puts in the pop culture, the politics. The point is, this doesn't get Vic Ireland extreme. I think it is serviceable. I think it is fine. And so that's why when I play Tales of Fantasia, I come back to ZSNES, I come back to this ROM with this translation. Because while it certainly is a bit more amateurish than not, you know, it's more willing to let loose. It's not completely overboard. I don't think there's anything wrong with people wanting a more fair translation. But I do gotta go to bat for DJAP when I can, because I think it's alright. I think for an amateur translation in 2000 whatever... Damn, man, I mean, heck. Amateur translation in 2000 whenever, just fans. Going through and making stuff. A fairly good job, I think. And since we had enough of a demonstration for how the combat of the game plays, just getting out of the castle... The other cool thing. The dog can sing a song, take it away. Take it away, dog. Let's throw. talent. The talent in that dog. Do other Tales games have a singing dog? I think not. Okay. So. Let's go back to the year in review again. Because we went from Blood Bar Tycoon back on over to Tales of Fantasia. Loved it. Experiencing it again after how many years? Different future Tales games that definitely get a lot more ambitious in scope, in game length, and combat style. But I like coming back to good old Tales of Fantasia. It's got good heart. Wolf Team did a good job on it. And then came, what was it? Springtime, was it? What was 8 months ago? And then basically, we transitioned into the summer of GTA clones. The summer of open world action games is what it became. Just Cause 2 was alright. It was okay. I think Just Cause 2 I have to be critical on. It wasn't the worst game that I played, but it definitely wasn't the big Mercenaries killer. That was a big thing for me, right? Is that I was a Mercenaries man coming out of 2005 when I first played Playground of Destruction. And then joining the forum in subsequent years, seeing that lots of people were really hyped about Just Cause 2 and the later Just Cause 3. Yeah. I think was even how I felt actually finishing the game, because the game is pretty much typified by its final encounter, the final boss battle. You go in to do one more Stronghold mission, which by that point is pretty easy. The Stronghold itself wasn't even that harshly guarded. Then you go into the giant rock face. That's, what's his name, Baby Panay or something? The giant rock face, so the face of Baby Panay. Fight off some guards in his final stronghold, and he escapes. And you gotta chase him down to a nuclear submarine, and you think, oh my goodness, this is gonna be great! This nuclear submarine is just, you land on it, you kill some dudes on the outside, you go inside, you fight some ninjas, and then it does this, ballistic missile rodeo riding, which is just QTE, jump over, QTE, jump over, QTE, jump over. You strap Baby Panay to the rocket that crashes into the ocean, goes boom, nuclear explosion. And it's supposed to be so awesome and ultimate, but it just felt like a chore. That's kind of how I felt with Just Cause 2. It was okay. But it was okay is basically the most I could say about it. It's a game. It's pretty funny, because Rico Rodriguez is practically a different guy every single game. And it's kind of comical that in Just Cause 2, he's trying to be such an edgy, hardcore badass. Well, I'm sure some people bought it. The main thing with Just Cause 2, I think it was just too much. It was trying to be too much Just Cause 2. Like, they know it's trying to be too much. Because if you go back and you try to 100% the game for all the achievements, you don't even need to do all the things to get 100% achievement. You gotta do like 80% of the things. And then the game's like, alright, that's fine, you've done enough, now get out of here. Now maybe it's because Mercenary spoiled me. But Just Cause, the best and worst I can say about it is that it really is the type specimen for the GTA clone. People called Mercenaries a GTA clone, but Just Cause really is, right down to the heat system. I can make the comparison for weeks and not run out of breath. But with Mercenaries, handcrafted, bespoke, artisanal mercenaries. If you cause some shit, people are shooting at you. because it's a military scenario in which people are there to respond to you and to fire back. And if you're on the road, people might be driving in. If you're in a base or someplace, there are buildings for the enemies to come out of. And so it feels very elegant. It feels very lived in. If I'm going to a place, there's gonna be guards outside. And if I go inside the place, there's gonna be buildings for people to swarm out of, to attack me. There might be bunkers where more vehicles are coming out of. I'm not gonna say it's a simulation, because Mercenaries is very arcadey. Mercenaries is just action, right? But in comparison, Just Cause is just Grand Theft Auto. You go to a base, and maybe there's 2 guys at the gate. And you go inside. And the place is completely fucking empty! I'm not even joking. Just Cause games are ghost towns. And once you blow something up or start shooting stuff, then you get the heat system around you. And then people are gonna start swarming in all over. From buildings? No, from just behind you. Like, I'm not even kidding. You could go deep into a base that's on the water, get to the edge of the dock, turn around, blow something up, and maybe they're crawling out of the water, who knows, but they're gonna be popping up right behind you at the back of the dock. I think Mercenary just spoiled me, you know? That's all it comes down to. I cannot have an appreciation for Just Cause the way that everybody else has an appreciation for Just Cause, because I've already played the good stuff. And that is a lot of weight. That is a very high pedestal to put on some game from 2005 that's basically a GTA clone but more refined. It is so much more than a GTA clone. They really make it their own thing. And so, of course, for Mercenaries, I have to pull up Eximu. Let's see. Down to M. Limbo, Link's Awakening, Mercenaries. Now, who's going to be my capture for Mercenaries? Ooh, too big! Let's get you sized back down, shall we? Little bit smaller, let's fit the all of you in there. Then get you more or less centered. It's not going to be perfectly centered. Now, this one might be a little bit rough, but I was trying to test it this weekend, and Eximu is Eximu, right? It's very ambitious. There's a reason why Xbox emulation isn't as refined as, say, PS2 emulation even, GameCube emulation. It's a bit of a tricky beast to get working right. Were I smart, I would have done the PS2 emulation, because PS2 emulation is so much easier for Mercenaries. But no, I had to go with Xbox emulation, just because it's possible. It's not perfect, it's not perfect at all, but it is possible. And so I was basically crashing after every mission, because I was playing on my off time after beating the game. Of course I did. Once you beat the game, you get a new supply drop when you beat the game. And not just beat the game, but capture everybody down below. So I played halfway through on my own time. And that's like, alright, I want to play Mercenaries for the recap. Aw shit. I'm all the way up to the hearts. Do I just play some hearts with the cheat weapons? No. Let's do 1 king, 1 queen, and then unlock the Ace of Spades, if I'm going to demonstrate Mercenaries Playground of Destruction, it's going to be by trying to do the Ace of Spades mission. But of course I would play on my off time because you get the cheat crate. You get the cheat crate after you beat the game. You get like, what is it? You get a little machine gun that's basically the helicopter machine gun. You know what? Let's not just describe it. Also, it says 17 out of 18 supplies unlocked. If you're playing legit, you can get 29 out of 29 vehicles. You can get 16 out of 16 airstrikes. But you could only ever get 17 out of 18 supplies. Because no matter how many blueprints you find, national treasures you destroy, monuments you destroy, listening posts you destroy, the 18th and final supply drop is a North Korean supply drop, which is not unlockable in the game normally. You have to use a cheat menu to unlock every single supply. And for good reason. It's basically a very basic supply drop. It's not all that different drop-wise to make it unique from others, so I guess you just cut it out, but just kept the placement there, so it's still 17 out of 18. Cheat weapon drop. Cheat weapon drop.
Okay, I'm on my way. Special delivery.
I've got one of the weapons on me right now. Oh, newsman, you don't want to be here for this. Pocket artillery is basically a handheld grenade launcher, which is pretty cool. Love me a good thump, 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 boom, boom, boom. Prototype rifle was mine. Where's the rest? The street sweeper, that's the one that's basically the helicopter machine gun. 3,000 rounds to just go at whatever you want. Now me, I'm a simple man. When it comes to my cheats, the portable airstrike is all I need. Look at the way it clips into you, though. That's also one of the things about the cheat crate, is that most of the weapons don't exactly model very well. Little pistol-sized thing, but he holds it like a rifle. That one also just shoves into his shoulder. He's shy. But the pocket artillery. Oh, there's a helicopter there. Look at the size of that boom. Let me demonstrate the size of that boom by getting the Allies really, really pissed at me. It's got a lock-on function. Let's demonstrate that lock-on function. Complete annihilation and destruction. You don't really need the other weapons in the cheat crate if you got this. A second playthrough can be a very silly one. There's helicopter. It makes it a whole lot easier to just trivialize missions. The real challenge becomes not destroying all of your allies and everybody else, The cheat crate's fun. So I think to demonstrate how cool Mercenaries Playground of Destruction is, we're going to do the General Song mission. But I don't want to be cheaty about it, so... Prototype rifle is alright, but I think I'll start. C4 and grenades. Russian supply drop, shotgun, SMG, medical supplies, sniper, vehicle ammo, anti-air rockets, anti-tank, Chinese supply drop. I think it's a Chinese supply drop, but the North Korean supply drop is too similar too. And so that's why by default they just don't include in the game, because why would they? It's basically two unlocks that are the exact same thing.
Special delivery.
Assault rifle, RPG. I'll swap out my portable artillery for the RPG for now. We'll do the General Song mission, but we won't cheat it out. Unless it takes a whole lot of time, because the General Song mission is a pretty intense one. It's basically a culmination of all things Mercenaries. But because it is so long and intense, it's been about 2 hours of stream, so... we'll hang out over here, I'll do a BRB, then when we come back, we'll resume this year in review by taking on Mercenaries' most challenging contract. It would probably help if the game was properly aligned. Transform, copy transform. Window game capture, transform, paste transform, there we go. Alright, now I'll be back. Stream dying? No, no. Shouldn't be. See, there's a bitrate. Bitrate showing us 5,000 kilobytes per second, 4,000, not too many drop frames. It should be healthy. This once, we can't blame Comcast.
the mercenary.
한국 국민들, 우리나라를 뺏어온 외국 악마들과 말을 마십시오. Some soldiers shall lay waste your pathetic armies.
It's one of ours.
우린 서로 뭉쳐서 중국과 미국 침략자들과 싸워야 합니다.
We're blaming Twitch today, works for me. Twitch certainly is without their own issues. So, quick BRB mostly. Mostly to empty the bladder because once these tanks rolling, we are not turning back around. We can't. It's gonna take us so... How many attempts is it gonna be to even get to the top of the mountain? Because it is rough. The Ace of Spades contract is full on. Everything the game has thrown at you. Tanks and artillery at the bottom, then you go up, and it's helicopters after checkpoints. The tank busters aren't even free. I probably should have made friends with the South Koreans first to get a little bit of discount on their stuff.
The assault with a platoon of Garrett's tanks. Although you don't have to stick with them, heavy armor is always an asset. Satellite photos show a large concentration of AA near the prison, so use caution. The Allies have made all their airstrikes available to you. You don't need to be shy about using them here.
The smart thing would be try to keep the tanks alive. But I can't always guarantee that, and I think I missed one behind us, so the chase vehicle might end up distracted, I don't know. But even if I can't keep all the tanks alive,
Incoming helicopters. They'll tear them into tanks.
I should at the very least... There's a tank back over there. Try to push as far forward as I can before the tanks get destroyed. And she's not kidding about helicopters tearing through the tanks. They got anti-tank missiles that could just tear through my Sabo armor. Sabo armor? Sabo? I don't remember. Look, man. It's been over a decade since I was in uniform, alright? I don't know the technical terms for things anymore. The tanks don't hit as hard, surprisingly. So, if they get a few hits out on us, it's not the end of the world. It is mostly the helicopters you want to make sure don't get a beat on you. Who hit me? This tank's about to pop, but if I could clear out them and then fall back to one of these. There's still 2 other tanks, so I'm okay for now. Oh, come on! I got ran over by my own guy. Ran over going for... You know what? A death's a death. Let's get my death counter. The same death counter I've been using from the very first year. First death of the day, first death of the game. Look, it's been a while, alright? I did say that the game was gonna throw everything it has on this mountain. I just didn't expect that to include friendly fire with the vehicle spewing exhaust on me.
Satellite photos show a large concentration of AA near the prison, so use caution. The Allies have made all their airstrikes available to you. You don't need to be shy about using them here. Incoming helicopters. They'll tear through the tanks.
Let's get off the smoke. Okay, helicopter's priority. Tanks do about 10 damage to me, but the helicopters are so much worse. I don't see the other guy. I see their blip, but I don't see them.
Damn it!
Alright. Or we'll do it that way. Okay. Oh, there it is. He's being low now, but he's close enough. Squeeze on through. Holy free holy. And there's a bunch of tanks right here. Another to the right. Double pounding. Come on. Alright, 33 armor is plenty. I'm just gonna push on forward and hope the guy behind me is alright. They got some RPGs around here. Somebody's chasing after with the gun. I could also try to take one of their tanks. The fun thing is that the Abrams is basically one-shots the other tanks. At worst, they'll put them on fire to explode later. But if I was one of theirs, it'd be like 2-3 hits at least. I can't just rush it though, because I do have RPGs and other ways of destroying this. Suiciding their jeeps onto me. Okay. The prison is right up ahead, so I could No! Get out, get out, get out! Turn this off. To prevent people from spawning in as quickly. All I really gotta do is go to the prison and touch base. If I touch base, I'm safe. I meant to bash him, but a jump is fine too. And now for that professional 2005 audio balancing.
you talking about?
More accurately, what were you saying? Couldn't hear without the subtitles there. But this is particularly quiet even for the game. I think in this case it's just Xemu not being perfect. Because President Kim definitely sounds louder. It's just that the orchestra overpowers him most times.
Don't die yet. I'm calling a chopper.
So I think that the emulation is just imperfect here. The funny thing is that I was looking into the development material.
The Allies questioned President Kim. He gave
And,
me the codes for the nukes and General Song's location. I've sent the codes to your PDA and marked Song's location on your radar.
I just realized there is a news report vehicle here. The smart plans to take one of the Bradleys. Armor, guns, explosives. But if I go in this instead, civilian disguise up the mountain. What I was saying is that apparently the president there is supposed to be in on the plan in the original story, that it turns out the coup was a setup. But in the final version of the game, that doesn't happen. Son overthrew the father. And that's basically that. Where's my disguise? Where's my disguise? There's also a helicopter off to the distance there. I don't see it, but you can see the blip. Oi! What was that? Sniper fire? That took so much out of me so quickly. I better not die here. If I die here, I gotta start all the way at the bottom. Or take the Bradley then. Tow missile launcher? Big gun? We'll take the big gun. The real smart play. If you take a helicopter, of which there's a few helipads earlier on, just up ahead. Leonidas with a party of 10. Weren't you streaming with Jinx today? Jinx, there's you, hello. Leo, hello. Malaki Amez Graceful Ho, hello to you too. Who else we got? Shade. Based game. Are you a fan? Shade? You a fan of the Mercenaries? Because I love it. Let me give a shout out to AA Leonidas. Peak content that peak. I tried playing that for a bit. My boyfriend pretty much jumps onto every new game of that type that comes out. And Peak was an experience, because that was my first time touching the game. And he's played with his brother and friends. It was my first day playing. He's not a very graceful loser, we'll say. Leonidas, thank you for the follow. So my experience playing Peak on day one is having him yell at me for not doing the coconuts right, for wasting my energy. And then on top of that, I get motion sickness at games sometimes. And so you could imagine the fisheye lens and the zoom in every time you try to climb on stuff had me almost groaning on the floor. So boyfriend yelling at me, motion sickness. I hope you had more fun than that with Peak, Leonidas, and thank you again for the raid and bringing your friends in. I got cursed! Leonidas, you literally brought a jinx into the stream and it cursed my Wi-Fi. It's okay, we got that disconnect protection. It's basically the Wi-Fi here is all right downstairs, but the trouble is that downstairs is down the hall, corner, down the stairs, corner, and then there's a router all the way down there. And Mom likes her plants, so there's big bushy house plants everywhere. So it's pretty difficult for the Wi-Fi to propagate. Right now it's alright. A steady kilobytes per second. And it'll be alright for a bit. And then it won't be. So it'll be stable till it's not. But right now it's stable, so don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. The difficult thing with this mission is that it's giving you lots and lots of reason to take it slow, but if you take it slow, you are dead.
This thing is about to blow.
Case in point.
Port options are back online.
I don't want to take the cheaty way out and just grab a helicopter, but there's a reason why just grabbing a helicopter is the easiest way to do this final mission. You can just grab a helicopter, but if you have the patience for it, what you... Oh, they took the oh, there's another one. Who's in front of me? Oh no. Oh no, that's gonna blast me apart. Get in, get in, get in! If you got the patience for it, trying to get up the mountain is a really intense fight. And is absolutely worth... Oh, they got one of the big ones! Absolutely worthwhile. The only trouble is that... it is difficult. It is extraordinarily difficult trying to get it to work. Okay, nobody's in this one. And whenever you fail, you gotta start all the way back at the bottom of the mountain. So for the sake of time, the easiest thing to do is this.
He's launched the missiles. You've only got one chance now.
I've only got one chance to stop the missiles!
Warheads, but you need to enter it before they get out of range.
Gotta finish cooking, Leonidas. Enjoy it, and thanks again. Getting some nummies, Jinx. Enjoy the nummies. We're gonna give it one more go. Even with the helicopter, this is a very, very stressful in the best ways mission. And I still got...
You'll be
How many games is it? Whoops, not the right button. There's 48 games total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 games in out of 48. So, I love Mercenaries,
spearheading the assault.
but if we don't finish this mission, it'll be a demonstration for how ultimate the game
Always
is,
an asset.
and why it holds such a place in my heart, and why I keep coming back to it.
So use caution. The Allies have made all their airstrikes available to you. You don't need to be shy about using
You know what?
them.
Let me try something different. We could take this first part slowly, pick apart the tanks and helicopters,
Incoming
and while that does have some points of error, it's mostly a pretty decent plan. What if I just try to rush it? Now the helicopters do have lock-on anti-tank missiles, but what if I just race on through? Double blasted by those tanks with 43 armor. Just push that out of the way. That's actually got me through with more health than the last time. All I gotta do is get in front of the prison and get out, and I'm pretty sure my tank will replenish health then too. So fuck the other guys. They got 2 other tanks to go against the rest of their tanks and a trio of helicopters. 25 armor. Damn it. No! Okay, bud, you're right. No, I got blasted away. Oh well. He knew his duty, he served with distinction. His widow will get a folded up flag at his funeral. There. There. Getting us to the halfway point so much quicker. And there goes the bitrate. I went too fast for the bitrate. It's okay, only 258 frames dropped, it's fine.
What are you talking about?
That's some very crackly fingers today. The launch codes!
I'm on it. Don't die yet. I'm calling a chopper.
Bow, bow, bow. Okay. Take the Bradley.
President Kim. He gave them the abort codes for the nukes and General Sung's location. I've sent the codes to
You know,
PDA and marked Sung's location on your radar.
what I could do... We could do this the extra fun way. Look at that. Look at that. How do I zoom? It's basically starting down here. And going down this valley and then up the hill is one half. And then all this just coiling around to get up top of the mountain. The ending is right there. He's right there, so helicopter really simplifies it. I could order a helicopter. Out of stock. Mafia MD 530 delivery out of stock. North Korean MD 500 delivery out of stock. Pandemic is smart. They want you to have a rough experience getting up the mountain. You could hijack helicopters. If you can. And if you could have them survive the density of anti-air weaponry around the mountain. And they have a few helipads where nobody's manning the helicopters. You could steal a few, but then, like we saw earlier, anti-air. But you can't call them in yourself. They're giving you a little bit of a challenge for their final bit. Even the Huey can't do it. What about tanks? We have the Chinese Type 95 anti-air, nah. North Korean Zu, nah. South Korean K200 is pretty good. Allied MPC. North Korean BMP. Huh. I never really noticed that you don't have heavy tanks you could order in this game. In Mercenaries 2, they really lean into it, so it's not just the airstrikes become a lot more affordable and a lot more prevalent, but basically any vehicle you can call into, as many Abrams as you want. There's definitely something to be said for restrictions, breeding innovation. Thanks, Gate. You keep getting network errors, MP. Let me see. It looks okay on my end, and the bitrate looks okay down there. But that's probably a prelude. It's probably going to end up disconnecting in a few minutes. Because I know for a fact that my network isn't the best here. I can't allow them to live. But I can't just sit here.
Gotta bail.
Okay, where's... They got a guy on the gun? If I'm allowed to shoot. Okay. There we go. Just gotta go tank to tank. I'm not gonna survive for very long like this. I gotta untwist myself.
Support options are back online.
Okay. Alright. Where's those helicopters? I should take a few out while I can. Especially these big guys. Oh, got him! Got him! And I got the second guy behind him. I'm amazed that this tank is surviving as long as it has.
This thing is about to blow.
Okay, there's the other one. I couldn't see him. Okay, don't blow those missiles up. I want to get on this bird. I was gonna do this correctly, do this straight, and try to get up the mountain, but I got 48 games to at least give a brief review on.
He's launched the missile.
Okay.
You've only got one chance now. That code Kim gave us can still disable the warheads, but you need to enter it before they get out of range.
I got 6 minutes. 6 minutes is so much time. And this guy's got like a shotgun or something, doesn't he? Alright. I just don't want this getting blown up while I do this.
You did it. You stopped the missiles.
Okay,
Stay
alright.
focused. An AN extraction team is on its way for Kim. Now go get Sung.
Yeah, now we have infinite time basically to get Song. What is he doing? He's attacking his own guys? Am I not on the right side for the gun? There we go. Man weapon. I was on the wrong side. Okay, there's one.
Quick, get him.
Now it's just everyone else between me and Song. I see another helicopter on the blip over there. There they are. You gonna come over this way? I think he does want to come this way. He knows I'm here. He's just afraid. He's shy. I can't lock from here, though. But now I'm at an impasse, because if I drive over, he's gonna missile me. And if I run over, he'll missile me. It's lose-lose. Is this close enough? No. And I've only got the 4 missiles remaining on this. Okay, it's red. If it's close enough to be red. It's just hovering there, though. I don't think this knows it's supposed to be hostile to me. I think this is probably emulation bugginess. Now don't you kill the guy! They got their Special Forces body armor. This is the safest way to get them if they're alone. Okay. Signal jam, C4. I like this method for the C4 more than just the, whatever that you throw in the second game. It's got more impact. Who was Boom? Does somebody have an RPG? I gotta be cautious, because if they got booms, I don't want to get too close to Song. It could have just been Grenade. Probably Grenade. I hope it's Grenade. Nope, that's not Grenade. That's the impact of an RPG. The question becomes then who's got it? Unless it's a tank. You know what? I'm gonna pick that back up. All I need it for is the armor. And though before I get that, do we have any more ammo and health around here? Ammo, health, ammo, health. I took out, well, I got ammo, I just don't have health back here. I could try taking that. But I know they got anti-air around here. Okay, so where are those rocket blasts coming from? They make it a bit difficult to squeeze through here. Did I get stuck? Okay, I'm not stuck. I'm not fully stuck, but I am stuck. Well, now there's nobody blasting me. So, where was that? Was that just somebody's RPG? I gotta be careful because there is a helicopter there. I saw the blip. Let's wait for it to clear out. Okay, Song, where are you? I see helicopter now. It's in red. It's reacting. Is it gonna be close enough if I go back to this vehicle here? It's not. There's no way it's close enough. Ugh. But we do have heavy machine gun here. That's almost destroyed. Where are you at, helicopter? Is he outside? I don't... I don't want to blow him up if I blast the door open. How much C4 do I have? I got 1 C4 left. Could I blow this gate up with grenades? You guys got more grenade drops on you? Grenades. And there's death. Somebody's finally decided to join us. Get in, 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 get in. Now start the jump button. Jump, Jump, Matthias! Matthias! And as far as I know, that should be the last helicopter in the area. I could see his yellow circle through the gate. I don't want to destroy him. If I blast that gate open, I will destroy him. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go all the way back to my helicopter that somehow hasn't gotten blown up yet. What I'd give for a health drop. There's another Sam over there. There's another helicopter behind me. Where's the... Where's the signal jammer? You're the signal jammer. It's gonna be rough, but I could try to get more drops in like this. Support options are back online.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
Damn it! And there's one anti-air taken out. Want to clear the anti-air a bit and take this helicopter out too.
Support options are back online.
Over there. Come on. It's making it very difficult to get to this. The song is right there. I think that's low enough to hijack.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
It's not low enough to hijack. It's trying to lure me into a false sense of security to blow me up while I'm running away.
Support options are back online.
You see that? Missiles! Ugh! Okay, no more helicopters. Mine's still around somehow.
Signal's being jammed.
There's another Sam over here. There's no way I can get that from here. I can kneel to try to improve my accuracy. There's no way. There's no way I'll hit it twice. See? Okay. That should make it a little bit more feasible
Back online.
for support drops to come. Who hit me? Demo drop? C4 medical kit and ammo?
Okay, I'm on my way.
Okay, it's just one dude.
Special delivery. They're shooting at me.
Oh, there's health! There's more C4? How much more? One C4. They give me a free bunker buster. I think the free bunker buster is to get through the gates. Okay, let's do a demo drop next.
Okay, I'm on my way. Special delivery.
Their special delivery. Alright, max out on C4. If I try to C4 the gate or bunker buster the gate, Song is going to die, and I have pride as a mercenary. We gotta capture him alive. I'm gonna make the very foolish... He's got maximum health! A foolish decision. Oh, he's got his way inside. Oh, never mind then.
Support options are back online.
He's wiggled his way inside. I was going to go over the gate in this and then pick him up. Well, that makes my job a little bit easier. Especially since once you capture the Ace of Spades, close air support comes in and destroys all the... Put that down, sir. Destroys all the SAMs. Destroys all the SAMs so I could just bag them and get out of here. Clear spot.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
Automatic sunrise.
I am taking enemy fire. I see your smoke. I'm at the LZ.
They're being hammered pretty hard though, so much for clears out the SAMs. Would it be funny if the helicopter got blown up right as we fly away in the cutscene?
Ooh, I love this part.
You and me both, Matthias.
Taking enemy fire.
Song.
You did it! $100 million in the bag.
Yeah, it's not too bad for a day's work.
Man, if only 100 million is so little these days, but it's pretty much set you up for life.
Holy, free holy.
So we didn't do it completely legit going all the way back up the mountain, but it's still pretty stressful. Taking a helicopter halfway up. Yeah, I'll save. So Mercenaries remains an incredible experience.
Korea, where a crisis of global proportions has been averted. Ladies and gentlemen, I have confirmation now that the nuclear warheads have detonated harmlessly in the upper...
You also don't get as much time to get all the way to the end of the base to get to the computer to turn off the warheads. It's so much easier just flying up to the back and then find the computer, one or two guys guarding it. Then having to go all the way up to the front, bunker buster the gate, get on through, and then all the guns are pointed outwards towards you. You gotta use the 6 minutes. And if you're not careful, you could destroy the computer. And if you destroy the computer, there's no way of stopping the missiles. But there you have it, Mercenaries. Mercenaries, going back to it, was a phenomenal experience. So. And especially after coming off of Just Cause 2, right? It's like, alright, we'll bite the hype, we'll see what Just Cause 2 is about. And I thought, okay, maybe I'm just jaded, Just Cause 2 was alright, go back to Mercenaries. This shit is just as incredible as I thought it was. But Just Cause 3, I'll give it credit. Just Cause 3 is still just as much a Grand Theft Auto clone as Just Cause 2 was. It really is. If you compare the Mercenary series with the Just Cause series, Just Cause is definitely so much closer to Grand Theft Auto than Mercenaries is. Going through Medici, you could conquer island after island and town after town for the rebels. But it's still the same shitty heat system, so you do one naughty, then out of the woodwork comes all the enemies, because they're using the heat style instead of just building it up organically like Mercenaries. You have a place that's entrenched with enemies, you put some guys there and have it so they all come out of the walls. That is so much more organic and makes it feel more tactical than it actually is than just the GTA and Just Cause system, where they just teleport in all around you around the radius. It makes chases a whole lot less interesting. When chases happened, I couldn't really care. But Just Cause 3 at least was a peak of the series. Even if Just Cause as a series is closer to Grand Theft Auto: The Mercenaries, I'll give credit where credit was due. Just Cause 3 was the most fun that I had with the series. Why is this not sized right? There we go. I want that little kilobytes down there visible. And even compared to 4, and especially compared to 2 and 1, you feel like Spider-Man in Just Cause 3. The way that I was flying around with that grappling hook, not just to maneuver around bases and getting out of the way of gunfire, but even using my grappling hook offensively to zoom around to get into an advantageous position to pop a guy, or even to pop a guy with the grappling hook. Just Cause 3 was fun. The series I do not love anywhere near as much as Mercenaries, and when I was playing through the Just Cause games, it was a roller coaster. Just Cause series had its highs, but it had lows so low that I lost all sympathy for Avalanche getting their doors closed and having to downsize. I've seen their dirty underwear. They put out a nice coat and a nice suit jacket and all that. When it comes down to it, I'll get into it more with Just Cause 1. But I don't think they were playing to their strengths. But Just Cause 3, at least, is a game that I liked. As far as the entirety of the Just Cause series goes, it is the only one that I would choose to willingly go back to and spend time on to play. The Medici Islands were beautiful. Coming off of Just Cause 2, they trimmed the fat. It wasn't, we're gonna get a hose connected to the septic tank, turn it on, and splatter the entire thing against the wall. There's all the collectibles, all the destructibles, go have fun. There's not enough time in your lifetime to 100% Just Cause 2. Instead of that, they said, here's all those bases, here's all the towns and cities. They've each got these things to complete them. The destructibles are marked. Go nuts. They gave you a lot to complete, but it wasn't so much that you stopped caring. And it actually felt like you were doing a bit more to liberate the place. Now, by no means was it perfect. Going around the Medici Islands and liberating town after town, base after base, I adored it, I had fun with it. The humor was even alright. Like, nobody goes into a Just Cause game for the stories, because that's just not there. It's not. Avalanche is a studio of many, many weaknesses and a few strengths, and their writing isn't their strength. But even among all the, hey, remember this guy? Never heard of him before? Well, that's because you just made him up. He's your best friend now. You guys knew each other for years. That happens like 20 times in Just Cause 3. But even then, the writing was alright, the characters were enjoyable, the humor was pretty good at times. But the missions themselves are god-awful horrendous. Absolutely some of the worst scenarios in the entire game was the story missions themselves. Everything else was great. If Medici was just a sandbox, then they might have a Mercenaries Playground of Destruction might have a competition for a playground of destruction. But as it is a Just Cause game, so it wants to be something great, but they gave it the heaviest shackles they could find. And so it doesn't even truly elevate. And much like with Just Cause 2, Just Cause 3's final mission also typifies the game itself, where you just want to play the fucking mission. But you went into it with incomplete ammo, and so you order in some more ammo, and then you die, and then you gotta redo the mission. It's like, whatever, I gotta redo the mission, okay. Except redoing the final boss fight isn't just redoing the final boss fight. It's starting you all the way down there. And you gotta slowly fly your way all the way over here while some guy talks to you in your ear. And then you finally get to the place, and then everybody else has to talk to you, and you get down, you start the fight, and all throughout the fight, everybody else is chatting you up in your ear. And these aren't just nobody civilians, right? It's, you know, arms smugglers, mercenaries themselves, people who could fucking help you out of the fight, and all they're doing is standing all up at the rim of the volcano, just, you know, they're on the voice call, they're nagging your ear off, and so you start playing with it with the voice audio off, because I don't want them to be chatty, I want them to help. These are hardened fighters, get your ass down here. And then you're fighting the final boss, and you're running low on ammo, and like, alright, let me open up the menu and call in more ammo, and the vehicle and weapon system for ordering stuff in is really cool. I think that it's definitely an enhancement over Mercenaries 1, and something they could have taken notes on for Mercenaries 2, except there's a fucking half-hour cooldown! There's like a 20-minute, 30-minute cooldown on being able to call in more supplies once you run out of your flares. And it doesn't matter if you died and restarted the mission. It's the same cooldown. They put you on the same cooldown to order in a resupply, even if you died. It's that kind of sloppiness that really typifies a Just Cause experience. And so all you fucking wanna do is to take on the enemy helicopter and win the game. It's in a volcano. It's supposed to be this cool set piece. And instead, 80% of the final boss experience is... I'm flying. I'm flying back to the site. Because I just died. And I got 10 minutes on the resupply. I'm gonna sit up here, and I'm going to wait for the resupply, so I could actually resupply during the boss fight. Okay. And then I'm doing the fight. It's really good, then I died again. I died again, and so we're going to slowly fly across the ocean. 23 minutes. Okay. 23 minutes until I could do resupplies again. So, it's simply Avalanche's thumbprint. They want to make really cool games. And they do make really cool games. I'm not gonna lie, Just Cause 3 is a peak of the series for me. The absolute peak of the series. And it's still just okay. It holds itself back in times, but at least they went all out for Just Cause 3. David Tennant as a voice in the radio every single time you liberate a base or a town is really funny. When the action is there and you feel like Spider-Man flying all around, it's great. But the thing holding the game back is the game itself. I definitely did not enjoy playing it for the missions, but I loved playing it for the liberations. So I gotta give it credit. And then now what with her? Well, after that, it really was the summer of open world action games, because we went Just Cause 2, Mercenaries 1, Just Cause 3, Mercenaries 2. And Mercenaries 2, as we all know, is flawed. I was reading through the development documents for Mercenaries 1 and a bit of Mercenaries 2 that were dumped. I didn't get through all of them, but it definitely gave an impression that Pandemic Studios, as much as I love them, the harshest thing I could say is I'm kind of glad we didn't get Mercenaries 3 after all, because we all saw like the whatever footage they had for Mercenaries 3. The zoom in on the girl's butt as the guy goes into the church to do some action movie lines to start the mission. The tone that made everything so cool and awesome in Mercenaries 1, which definitely wasn't like severe, realistic Tom Clancy, right? As if Tom Clancy is. It's an action game. It's got its goofiness at times, but it was relatively grounded, right? If I had to pick a word to describe the tone of Mercenaries 1, maybe not a word, but I would call it grounded professionalism. You're definitely an action movie star, in a way. But it's not True Lies, it's not Commando. There's at least the impression that you're a realistic guy doing realistic action, except you are kind of the one-man army. Gravel, 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 he said while rubbing his stubble. It's kind of the tone they went for Mercenaries 2. Mercenaries 2, they definitely wanted to be the more in-your-face action movie. As the design note said, when you step into the room, you have to be the most important person in the room. There's lots of things that they wanted to try to do that it's kind of a shame they never got around to, but once you know their design philosophy, you can kind of see why they made the decisions the way they did. Like, they wanted you at some point to basically start up your own PMC. They wanted you to be able to recruit guys. They wanted you to have a gameplay loop where we need money. How do we make money? We need reputation to get these contracts, to get the money. How do we build up the reputation? And it was all very ambitious what they wanted to do. But as we could see, the gameplay wasn't quite there, but we could see how that does get reflected in the gameplay. Since so much of the story is, you're building up your own PMC. Everyone you bring on to the PMC is your recruits for the PMC, so a little bit of that comes on through. So it's definitely trying to be the game they want to be. But I think they do lose a lot of the experience by going from relatively grounded, but still really awesome action, to it's full-on jokes. That's the tone they want. The tone they wanted was, we wanted to be full-on action jokes. It's Commando now. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger giving his one-liners while he blows up the compounds and all that. So, everybody is Matthias, and Matthias is the most extreme expression of himself. There's certainly some quality of life stuff. In Mercenaries 1, people felt that with the economy as tight as it was, they couldn't really use the airstrikes as much as they could, unless it was a really desperate situation, unless they really needed to. Mercenaries 2, they give you all the tanks, all the vehicles, all the airstrikes, practically throwing them at you. So, it gives you the playground of destruction. You're more free with your tools. You could definitely have more fun with it, but the tone shift kind of takes stuff away from it. As much as I love Mercenaries and love Pandemic Studios, it is a so much buggier game. Which normally I wouldn't mind bugs too much, but even things like, well, I want to collect all the repair boxes, or whatever those red boxes are, except if you've been playing the game for half an hour or an hour, then instead of keeping track of the boxes, it's going to start duplicating them. Which is great if you just want to fill in the blank and get the number done. But, you know, sometimes you just want to collect this stuff. You don't want to cheat them. So it's fun. I had a lot more fun playing it than I remembered back in 2009, right? Because that came out when I was basically finishing up my initial army training and going into my first duty station. No, that was Saboteur. Mercenaries came out when I was still doing my training. And then Saboteur came out when I was going to my first permanent duty station, that's right. So, Mercenaries 2, gotta salute the effort they made. A tangent to this is that for a while, after getting back into these games in 2025 for the streams, I found the mercenaries community on Reddit. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is great. There's all these people keeping the mercenaries' memories alive. They're talking about the games. Some people are making their own games inspired by mercenaries because they grew up loving mercenaries. This is fantastic. But this is January 5th, 2026 today. January 5th, 2026. Those of you here today have known what's going on in the world. Those of you, as if anyone's going to be watching this years from now, know your history and know what's been going on now. And it kind of leaves a very bad taste in my mouth, where every single time America does some terrorism in the Caribbean, or even makes landfall in South America to perform some terrorism, the ghouls over in the mercenary subreddit has to be, oh my goodness, Caracas is really a battleground! Oh my goodness, they got Solano! Oh my goodness, it's just like mercenaries! It's like, oh my goodness, guys. We could separate fantasy from reality, right? Like, I know that these games, Mercenaries 1, you do landfall in North Korea, Mercenaries 2, you do warfare in Venezuela, but even with Pandemic Studios trying to do like a rip from the headline things, they at least have a bit of respect to real life events, you know? Like, even with Mercenaries 2, the reason they chose Venezuela was because, was it Bush at the time? Was having his saber rattling with Venezuela. And so, Mercenaries 2 chose Venezuela because that's actual news. That's stuff that's going on in the real world. America, saber rattling with Venezuela. But it's divorced enough from reality because it's not really America going in to invade Venezuela based on real life politics, right? It's not going against like real life hardships. That'd be ghoulish. And so that's why instead they make up this businessman that takes over Venezuela. And then this warfare stuff happens because then you have some other story. The rip from the headlines has Venezuela on the mind. But then they create a new fantasy. And I think that's fair enough, you know, if you want to do a rip from the headlines thing to make a somewhat realistic story as if Mercenaries is. Alright. It's at least divorced enough from reality that you're not making light of people's real hardships. Which is exactly what the subreddit does every single time we perform terrorism, so guess I gotta divorce myself from the Mercenaries community for the second time in 2 years. It keeps on happening. Maybe when some kind of normalcy returns to the world, I'll click that join subreddit button again. But the last thing I need in real life is people seeing state terrorism performed on our neighbors and being like, yeah, I'm gonna make a funny joke, I'm gonna get some internet points. It's only terrorism when brown people do it, or when trans people do it. Whether, have you seen, not just Trump, but pretty much everybody around him? Trump himself puts on so much hastily applied makeup that you'd be forgiven for mistaking him for a former Prime Minister of Canada. And everybody else around him, be it the men breaking their legs to give them an extra inch of height, the men and women both putting so much plastic surgery that they all look 40 years older than they are. Trump already makes himself browner than a coconut half the days of the week. And everybody around him has so much gender-conforming surgery. They don't like when you point these fingers back at them, but... but you know, it's kind of a pot calling the kettle black situation. But to put that tangent aside, Just Cause 2, it's alright. Mercenaries 1, incredible. Just Cause 3, loved it, peak of the series, held back. Mercenaries 2, much the same. Fun, at times, but also held back by itself. And the Saboteur. I put an asterisk next to the Saboteur. because I figured, what if I play the Saboteur for a bit? But it's been 3 hours of stream, and this is line 10 out of 48. How about this then? I won't play through bits of the Saboteur, because I gotta get through everything else before the stream gets really unstable. Eximu, let's put you away for now. Exit Eximu, and we'll just find... Oh, that incredible Saboteur trailer. I could type, I promise. You have returned, welcome back, Jinx. You have returned just in time for one of the hottest trailers ever put out for a video game. Come back, audio. We want maximum volume for this one. There's a gal at karaoke who sings this song every time she comes in. And oh my goodness, the pipes on that girl. You would think Nina Simone was in the room herself. Choreography, the timing. Such style in the trailer alone. It kind of makes one wish that the game was this dynamic. But it's still really good fun. I mean, when is blowing up Nazis ever not good fun? And you know what? Now more than ever, we gotta blow up some Nazis, don't we? So why don't I go ahead and load up the game then? Where'd I put it? Where'd I put it? In my super messy, cluttered desktop, where did I put it? Did I install it? Let me go to Steam. Library. I already had it on GOG. But the miracle upon miracles is that it came out on Steam again. So we had to play the Steam version. Hey, what do you know? Terra Invicta 1.0 is now released. Saboteur, Saboteur. Let's do a little bit of Nazi killing for a bit. For old time's sake. So let's get... Saboteur. We'll switch the category over. Am I still on Mercenaries? I am. Saboteur 2021. Never heard of it. Saboteur 2. Saboteur... How many Saboteur games are there? The Saboteur. There we go. There's 2 viewers. There are 2 very smart cookies in the world playing some absolute quality game right now. Okay, not full screen capture, because the size is wrong for it. Saboteur. We're going to be doing many a resize today. But if I continue or load game, it's all going to be in the post-game area. That's okay, let's do the post game then. I can't blow up Nazis these days, I get the whole US Army, Navy, and Air Force after me. Oh, it's all the way back here. That's right, we finished the game. And then we went back to show how you could you know what, let's do it. Because the whole story of the game is that Sean Devlin is a race car driver who gets screwed out of his victory by a Nazi who wants to embolden the German race. And so you can't have an Irishman win. And then it turns out that very same German is spearheading the invasion of France, and all this other personal stuff comes in. But you could actually... Okay. You could actually beat the game before the story even begins by going all the way back to the very start of the game when the race happens, when the story even happens, before France gets invaded. There's how to use a nitrous. There's a nitrous. This is still killing Nazis, I promise. But he's so far ahead I can't be bothered. Let me just load some other game. Angel of Death. But anyway, long story short, if you get the Aurora upgrades and you go all the way back to the very start of the game, you could kill the main Nazi guy before the story even begins, and you get credits. You get credits because you killed the guy who propels the entire story. If he dies, there is no story. But you still get the game over because there's no game to play.
Top of the morning to you, or whatever time it is.
All night and try to sell all day.
Let's see. Let's look at a car in. If I can remember how to do it. Was it left trigger? I don't even remember my buttons. Am I in a position to start killing Nazis yet? Of course, the trouble with a post-game game is that, okay, which buttons are which? That one goes there, then the map. Is that France has already basically been liberated. How's my zoom out? What do I zoom out with? There we go. One of the stylistic conceits of the Saboteur is it starts off under heavy Nazi occupation. And in areas of Nazi occupation, you're playing in stark black and white, with only splashes of color like yellow for the lights, red for fire and blood, the blue of the resistance. And the more areas you liberate, the more color returns to France. And so that's why by the end of the game, every place is very, very brightly lit, except for a few bugged out areas that are lit up, it's just the map is still gray, I think. And across the border, Germany is very, very black and white. But then I'm not gonna find too many Nazis to blow up here. Wait, there's some.
German engineering meet Irish hell raising.
And here I thought I have to go all the way over to Germany to fight them. The last summer that I spent in England, we were going to Isle of Wight. Car's already... that's our motorcycle smoking. And I had rented a car to get around Isle of Wight. But I had difficulties actually trying to pick up the car, because it turns out that if you're a tourist that's visiting, they don't really let you rent out cars unless you have a return ticket. Because especially at the time, they were very, very concerned about people coming in to rent a car and then drive it into crowds. Thankfully, I did have my return. I had my itinerary on me that showed the return times and all that. So I was able to get my car after all. But can't imagine using a vehicle as a battering ram. Oh, saw the red, thought there'd be Nazis there. Okay, I'm not getting anywhere this way. Why don't I go to alarm level 2? What about if I really want to take on some Nazis? Why'd you get to the right side, Sean? You're supposed to go off to the left where it's safe. You goober! You absolute goober! He could be a silly boy, that Devlin. That's why the ladies love him.
I don't sell something soon.
I must watch where I'm going. What have you heard?
Okay, let's be a bit more targeted in our Nazi fighting.
I deal in weapons.
Yeah, so give me some. I didn't mean to go into the car. Get back over here.
Monsieur, interest you
Okay.
in some personal protection?
Executioner pistol for beating the game. Kirk Dierkers. What do I want? Viper SMG for that silenced. The terror scoped rifle. Flammewaffe. Siegfrost Mark II. Terror MP60. Get that terror scoped rifle. Ammo 1 up. Got my RDX, got my dynamite. What have we not done? Because we didn't destroy everything on stream. That takes so much time. The bridges, we've done them all. Because that gets you unlocks. Okay, what if we do a little bit of infrastructure destruction?
Wenn Ihre Papiere in Ordnung sind, haben Sie nichts zu befürchten. Muss Ihre Reisepapiere überprüfen. Ja, alles in Ordnung. Wiedersehen. Right, on my way then.
Because the gameplay philosophy for Saboteur is quiet in, loud out. I can't just go rushing on in, getting my head blasted off. When it's their heads I should be blasting. Seems we got some yellow spots over here, some concentration of no-go zones. Some guy just running. Dude! Lady! Where's your eyes? French drivers. Okay, minimap shows me no nearby patrols. So nobody's gonna care about me coming up this way. Except for him. Get up, get up, get up! I'm not climbing, I'm just on the roof. Climbing's bad, but on the roof is okay. Oh, I can't get over that way because they could see me. So all that for nothing. This game might take a lot of cues from Animal Crossing with the climbing around. But I don't know if... That's Animal Crossing? Assassin's Creed. But I don't know how much oh shit moments Assassin's Creed gives you to nearly fall off of something. There's definitely a lot of that on this.
Fair day's labor for a fair day's pay.
I cannot go further? There we go. Eat your heart out, Breath of the Wild, Link. So let's see. We got a lot of guys over there. If I had a disguise, this would be easier. I don't see too many eyes on me here. What's my stealth button? Do I have a stealth button? I got a jump button. There, sneaking. Nobody sees me.
Let's get to it then.
And sabotage, right trigger. I'm slowly picking it back up. Trigger explosive, no. Don't mind me, gents. Just doing some routine patrolling here. And I should have the perk that allows me to plant explosives in disguise without triggering any suspicion. Just gotta tie my shoelaces here. Hey, don't bother my friend. He's dead tired. Don't turn around, don't turn around. Oh, just sneaking out of this cone. There, we gotta blow up some Nazis. And truly, that is the heart of what makes the Saboteur so fun. It makes a puzzle that I'm trying to get through an area. And right now at the end of the game, beyond the end of the game, you got so many perks, so many resources, you can do some really cool stuff weaseling in and out. When you don't, and you gotta be a bit more tense about getting into places. It could also be pretty intense. Limitations do spark innovations as always. Okay, that's calling in friends, I think. Which I don't have to do. How do I set what my escape vehicle is? I gotta go back to the garage for that? I probably do. Where was the nearest garage? There's a garage up there. Garage over here would be the easiest to get to, I think. I don't gotta go through checkpoints to get back over to it. Oh, lady, not quite yet.
Monsieur, interest you in some personal protection?
I would, but if I try to talk to you, I get sucked into the Dugatti.
You need something deadly?
Hey! Basta!
Checkpoint, checkpoint. There's yet another... Lady, you're in my way! Yet another arc. So... There's garage. Margot won't mind me going through her fences. Okay, give me. Give me. I don't have the Foucault, the Flamwagen, or the Wolf. I don't have the Wolf. We've only got the Panther Mark III in the save? We've only got the Panther Mark III. Alright. Panther Mark III it is. Where'd you put it? Was A the give me? No, set getaway is X. So... Where'd you go, Wolf? There it is. We just had to put it further on down because it can't fit through here. Hey, don't scratch my tank! Now I could find a Wolf if we go more towards the countryside. Suspicion circle just now spawned in. Yeah, there might be something funny going on around here. Caught on fire, just scratched it up against me. I can't believe Pandemic Studios made World War II woke by making you fight Nazis. Wow, that lucky graze. You'd think that guy was a pro Toho player. All I gotta do is brush up against him. There. Alarm level 3, so we could also demonstrate the resistance thing. Glitchy map. With the perks we have now, we could just use any of these things to hide away and lose the alarm. But where would be the fun in... Wow, excuse me, the fun in that. It's funny that for as much as I bitch about Just Cause just having the heat system from GTA, it's kinda similar for the Saboteur, isn't it? You do an alarm, you do get a circle around you, gotta escape the alarm. But it's a lot more fun in here than in Just Cause. You could actually realistically escape in the Saboteur compared to Just Cause. You got a system forward, outside. Just try to outpace them, forehead. Just try to get away when they infinitely spawn around you. Where's the fight back zone? Come on, where are they at? One over here. Make a left. Oops, sorry, lady. It also wouldn't be a pandemic game if there wasn't some way of having a penalty for attacking civilians. The French resistance understands this is war, but they're willing to turn around and look the other way for a little bit. But you kill too many guys, and then you lose their support for a bit and they go against you. Which is pretty easy to do if you're careless. And unlike Just Cause, this is a game that is super fun when you're just roaming around trying to take out the environmental free roam targets, and also pretty damn solid on the story missions. With a fairly simple loop of you liberate a bit, you do a story mission, you liberate a bit, you do a story mission. It leaves you, more than anything else, wanting more by the end. The only real downside I would give is that while the difficulties for the most part are fairly fair, second hard difficulty, the hardest, is fair for most times, except they find some really bizarre places to add extra artificial difficulty. If you're gonna be doing anything with races, well, races aren't too bad for the most part, but vehicular stuff definitely are bloated difficulty on the fucking hard mode. When 95% of fucking hard is perfectly doable if you're proficient at the game. But the first qualifying race is outlandishly tight on fucking hard mode, and only the first qualifying race alone. Every other single race afterwards is tough but doable. Man, you might as well turn the difficulty down for a mission on fucking hard when the qualifying race comes up, and then turn it right back up afterwards. And that one mission where you gotta keep the truck alive. Wow, is it Jules and Veronique drive away? And you sit in the back, gunning down everybody and the planes that go after you? So morbidly tight on fucking hard. I mean, fucking hard's supposed to be fucking hard, but
I don't worry about nothing.
it's a real major contrast when every other part of the game is perfectly doable except for those two little bits. But we blew up some Nazis, then we got a tank, we blew up some more Nazis, then hooked up with the resistance and forced them to turn tail and flee. I think that gives us a good enough feel for what the Saboteur is like. And so the Saboteur is pretty self-evident. Hey, chat. So loved it, and then got frustrated because, of course, if I'm a pro at the game, I'm going to play at the hardest difficulty, and then got mad at myself for playing on the hardest difficulty, but the Saboteur is still as great today as it was in 2000 and... No, Saboteur was 2009. What was Mercenaries 2? 2007? But that was good times, and of course, since we were playing pandemic games, quickly turning into Summer of Pandemic because it's time to destroy all humans. I mean, you all know Destroy All Humans by now. It's got the humor, it's got the charm. It's a complete tonal shift away from the more military games of Mercenaries and the Saboteur. But wouldn't you know it, playing as a misanthropic alien in 1950s Americana, blowing everybody up, giving them anal probes, reading their minds for politically incorrect mid-century American thinking is pretty fun times, actually. So, Destroy All Humans was a good interlude, and then Just Cause. Not Just Cause 2, Just Cause 3, Just Cause 4, Just Cause. Just Cause was so outlandishly bad. I'm not kidding. I've played some stinkers in my time, and at worst, it's, well, that was an experience, oh well, never again. At best, it's, well, that was an experience. It's kind of funny, but I'll probably never play it again. Just Cause was so offensively bad as a video game that I could probably write a straight-up doctoral dissertation on how bad it is. It is 2006, right? It's basically riding on the coattails of Mercenaries 1 and wants to be the filler game between Mercenaries 2. Like, yeah, you guys love Mercenaries, we love Mercenaries, let's make our own game. It goes well beyond shit, man. When the game was giving me motion sickness on the very first day, and I tried so hard to figure out how to play the game without getting motion sickness, what settings could I tweak? What mods or config adjustments could I do? Foolish Guinea. This was a brightly colored sea creature that was telling you, do not touch, this coloration says that I am poisonous. It was a tree frog saying, you better not put me on your hand, even just touching me will give you so much venom. This game was so offensively bad that I would honestly sacrifice Just Cause 3. If Just Cause 1 was the only game that Avalanche put out, and it was so poorly received that they had no choice but to go out of business and become accountants, and I never got to have fun with Just Cause 3, I would see that as a good ending. They are so lucky that Just Cause 1 got barely any attention, and so very, very few people got exposed to it, that they were able to slip through the radar and make Just Cause 2, and then Just Cause 2 was such a hit, and nobody went back to play Just Cause 1, that they thought, oh, this is great, this is amazing, they made a lot of money, they made Just Cause 3, they made Just Cause 4, and then Microsoft gave them a contract to make a game, and they rode that for like 8 years, and Microsoft was like, what the hell, where's our game? And then pulled the rug out from under them. Whatever. But it was so bad, man. There were some good things I liked in it. When I was playing Just Cause 3, I did enjoy the town liberation and the base takeover mechanics, but I thought to myself, I am but one man in a revolution. Sure, in Just Cause 2, we're supposed to be the CIA's man going in, being a poison pill for all these factions we work with, and sometimes we do stronghold missions where they're fighting alongside me. What if we had more stronghold type stuff? Where, sure, I'm the one-man army taking over Medici, but what if the rebellion was helping out too? And the cool thing is that Just Cause 1 does have that. Just Cause 1 does have, where when you do town takeovers and base takeovers, you have everybody else in either the resistance armies or the drug lord that's helping you out that are swarming in and gunning down the enemy swarms and getting gunned down by enemy swarms. And it's really tense and exciting, because at the best of times, you have all these other guns fighting alongside you. And even though you're still mostly the one-man army, you're doing the real work. It's thrilling having your muchachos, your brothers in arms, rushing in with you, man, you know? So they do some stuff right, and at the worst, you're kind of trying to find a helicopter or a tank ASAP, because otherwise they're going to be killed before you can make progress. You got to outpace their deaths. So there are some really cool stuff in Just Cause 1, except they didn't know how to make a game. It is 2006. After this point, I had to go back and start looking at other specifically 2006 video games of the open world action variety to show that this isn't a new thing. By 2006, we've had Grand Theft Auto 3, we've had Grand Theft Auto Vice City, we've had Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, we've had Mercenaries, we've had The Godfather coming out, I'm pretty sure, before Just Cause, right? They were both the same year. Basically, open world action games, especially something as heavily a GTA-like as Just Cause 1 and 2, were old hat. And yet, they couldn't even get the car to stick to the road. It's like it's not even just that the road's bumpy and so your vehicle flies around. It's if you have a perfectly smooth, straight road, you can still get to fly around. There were some vehicles I strictly avoided because you just couldn't drive them. You try to drive at a straight line and the vehicle's doing all this and that. So, if it was too light a vehicle, if it was too bouncy a vehicle, you just weren't doing it because you just couldn't fucking drive straight. And the craziest thing, right? The thing that really gets us started in Just Cause 1, and repeats in 2, 3, and 4, is that this is a phenomenal flight simulator. If you took away the bullshit action story and the bullshit action and the broken vehicle physics, and the destruction stuff, what the Just Cause series wants to be more than anything else, and is really, really evident in Just Cause 1, it's a flight sim series. It's a flight sim series that somebody stapled an action game to the forehead of. That's why the worlds are huge and empty, and in Just Cause 2, filled with way too much shit, is because if there's one thing Avalanche does best, it's create a giant, beautiful, and empty world, and they give you some really good airplane and helicopter flight physics. Mercenaries' helicopter physics are coming off of, basically they were making a remake of a top-down helicopter action game. And they're like, well, we're not making a top-down helicopter action game anymore, but we could transfer some of this over, and holy shit, we got a pretty good action game here that's wrapped around this pretty stable helicopter combat mechanic. Just on the ground, too. And so, helicopter flying in Mercenaries isn't flight sim accurate, but it's stable and fun and serviceable. In Just Cause, you might notice that if you're trying to do helicopter combat, you're kind of like waving around and flying all over the place. And I thought it was really stupid in 2, but it's because that Just Cause 2 is basically a competent reskin of Just Cause 1. But basically this is why helicopters fire from their bellies and lock on. Because they're not designing their game with combat in mind, and so they kind of got to take shortcuts. They're designing their game with flight sims in mind. So, already in Just Cause 1, I was fucking avoiding vehicular, not even combat, vehicular transportation on the ground as much as I could. It didn't matter if you were a sedan, a buggy, a tank. I fucking had to chase tanks across an airport field. Because I was supposed to kill 2 brothers, they get in tanks and go away. Every time the tank would try to turn a turret, it would go phew! And fly into the air and land a mile away. They don't do vehicles, they don't do combat, they don't do action until 3. But they do flight sim. I had a blast just finding a helicopter and traveling across the map swaying like this because I have enough ebb and flow to be able to do some light stunts with the helicopters. I enjoyed just going over the island to get from point A from point B. That's the most fun there is in the game. Somebody at Avalanche Studios really, really, really wants to make a flight sim, and everybody else keeps on wanting to make Hollywood action games. I think they're just playing against her strength. Just Cause 1 was so offensively bad that I do not care that Microsoft cut their contract and they had to downsize and might not exist to make games into the next decade. Just Cause 1 was so bad that I don't care about their hardships. It's kind of earned. Like, that's the worst possible thing I could say. That is vinegar. That is straight up hatred. And it's coming out of my mouth because Just Cause 1 is just that bad. But since they lost their Microsoft contract because they simply weren't making a game, evidently, and since they had to downsize, and since their future is rocky, I sincerely hope that Avalanche takes this time to self-reflect and realize that unanimously, across every game they made, the one thing that shined more than anything else isn't the mercenary clone aspect, isn't the military GTA clone, it's the flight sim stuff. They make a damn good flight sim. The most remarkable thing that people agree, no matter how much they love Just Cause 2 or what they love about Just Cause 2, is I can't believe they put this giant detailed world onto Xbox 360 hardware. It's empty. There's not much to do but blow up every single red object, but holy shit, how do they fit this giant, detailed world? Because they got that flight sim magic. Just Cause 1 made me absolutely hate the series. But they make a good flight sim. That's the only positive takeaway I can have with Just Cause 1. We're not playing the Saboteur anymore, so let me... Where is it? There. So long, 2025. Get that back. It was so bad I had to play other 2006 games. Destroy All Humans 2 is not of the same style as other GTA alikes. You don't exactly drive a flying saucer through a GTA alike or fight ninjas while reading their minds. Or summon giant sandworms and all that. But it was a good palate cleanser. Destroy All Humans 2 I hadn't played before, but it was a much necessary palate cleanser after Just Cause 1. And while future Destroy All Human games were made, you can really feel that Destroy All Humans was kind of a duology. Especially if you look at the extra material included with Destroy All Humans 2. The Salad Days feature, where Pox and Cryptosporidium look back at their simple days of Destroy All Humans 1 as if they're retiring at some point. And the crew wrap-up kind of video they put into. It really makes it feel like they knew this was the end. It might not have been the most polished game, but it really did have a lot of heart. Destroy All Humans 2 did get a remake, which I'm pretty sure is on stream. But it's one of those situations, kind of like with, Abe's Odyssey, where you have the original and you have the remake. But instead of just improving some things here or there are enough differences between the two that, while they might not be fully two different games, they are for sure two different experiences. I'm not sure which one I would say is better than the other, though. Because I did my homework, looked into it, and there are certainly some things, some changes, that I do like in the remake, or at least like the sound of. But there's also some things that I do miss from the original, that they changed from. Like, let's face it, the San Francisco map is very, very bare. Since they were making it for, like, PS2 hardware and such. So they kind of have to fit it where they can. The remake definitely has more flexibility to expand on the world, make it prettier, stuff like that. But all in all, Destroy All Humans 2. I mean, I guess that's what I needed after going through Just Cause 1. Just Cause 1 was so bad, I had to take over and destroy humanity. And Godfather also made a very good comparison. Know what the biggest thing is between Godfather and Just Cause 1? Vehicles fucking stay on the ground in The Godfather. Exact same year, Just Cause 1 and The Godfather. But Godfather knew how to have a road, how to put a car on the road, and have a car drive forward, bump around with other cars, get shot at, bump on props, and not fly off halfway down Manhattan. So, comparing 2006 action games, Godfather was a dream. And it was pretty fun going through it again. I hadn't played it since, 20 years maybe? 19 years since I last played it, practically since it came out. And so that was really enjoyable. Scarface was absolutely not. Scarface starts off as strong as it possibly can. Scarface, the best part of it absolutely is the very first part of the game where you're Tony Montana reliving the final scene of the movie and then surviving past it and just blowing a whole bunch of guys up. One thing I did notice is that it does do a lot of what Mercenaries 2 is trying to do. A whole lot of Mercenaries 2's development, how do we make this game, is they wanted a more meaningful loop in how do I make money. You do these jobs, you make these contracts, you get this money, you invest it back into you. And that's basically all Scarface is, especially with the drug mechanic. You do the missions, you make a contact, you call your contact, you do a mission for him, and then you pick up the drugs, and then you sell the drugs, you get more money, you invest it into yourself. And then you do a mission for a guy, you make a connection, you pick up more drugs. But much like Just Cause 3, the story missions were some of the absolute worst stuff. It made me think back on San Andreas, right? The earlier 3D Grand Theft Auto games are kind of rough when it came to checkpoints and things. It wasn't as bad as Just Cause 1. They knew how to make an open world action game because open world action games have existed for ages by this point. Since 2001, right? Is that one the earliest real GTA likes when GTA 3 came out or whatever? So open world action games, GTA clones, have been here for a bit. Godfather knew how to make one. Scarface knew how to make one. Mercenaries knew how to make a really phenomenal take on the formula. Just nobody told Avalanche. And so they were basically trying to reinvent the wheel. And their cart fell apart. But the thing about The Godfather, about Scarface, that made me really not like it is that it was simply displaced in time. If Scarface was released 2000 would be too early for what it was doing, but let's say 2003, right? If it was released, say 2003, 2004, you would think, holy shit, this is pretty cool stuff. Because the way the camera moves around, the way the missions are built, and scripted out, the way the gunplay action goes, is pretty much on par for a 2003 era Grand Theft Auto game. But by 2006, you kind of expect a little bit more refinement, so I think that's why I was pissed off the most trying to play through The Godfather. Not The Godfather, but through Scarface. Godfather, great. Scarface, scuffed. Is that while it wasn't as offensively bad as Just Cause 1, compared to its peers, it's still really, really primitive. So if you're going from, say, Vice City to Scarface, you're probably not going to have too much of a shift in expectations. If you're coming from GTA Vice City, and then you're picking up Scarface as your next game, you're pretty much climbing into the exact same car, but with a different song on the radio. But if you've been playing Mercenaries, you've been playing The Godfather, going from Mercenaries to Scarface, you're going 1 year in the future. Going from The Godfather to Scarface, you've got your peer, you got released at the same time. That's going from, let's say, my electric car outside, my 2016 Volkswagen e-Golf, to my brother's rusty Saturn that he was driving around in the early 2000s that really could have used not just maintenance, but being scrapped for parts to a better car. That's what it feels like. Exact same year, but you feel like you're playing last generation's game. Which would be alright a generation prior, but man, was it frustrating. The good news is that that was basically it for the comparisons between the 2005 and 2006 open world action games, the best and the worst of them, and a little peek into the future for Mercenaries 2 and Saboteur. We had a little bit of a fixation with open world action games after starting the year off so strong with RPGs and Ashura's Wrath. Now, when summer turned around, we took a bit of a break and kind of got into barely veiled, somewhat fetishistic furry games, which were actually so much more fun than they had any credit being. It's been 4 hours. I don't know if I could finish. We're getting into the end of the year, because once we get further in, we got some big, grand strategy games coming up. So let me load up Cosmo Breeder Yifai for the next game in the set. Yeah, Cosmo Breeder Yifai. That's exactly the name. And it is so much more fun than you expect it to be. And it's not... You know what? I'll get into the whole, is it a porn game, is it not a porn game aspect when I get back from BRB. But first, let me window capture Cosmo Breeder. Move you on over to the middle. That's not the right one. Come on, let me click the thing. There we go. Just get you more or less to the middle. We're not going to spend too much time on this because it has been 4 hours of stream already. 4 hours of stream and 48 games to go through. Cosmo Breeder puts it at 17. We're not even halfway through. So. Coffee Transform, BRB. Paste Transform, and I'll be back in a second. Oh, look who's come back after BRB. Little Onyx. You just wake up from your nap, Onyx? You gonna come over here? Hey? What you doing, Onyx? Come here, little guy. We're having an Onyx interruption interlude for now, baby. Oh, careful, your paw is hooked on my headphone cable, Onyx. Ah! Let me help you out there. Let me help you out, Onyx. You gotta... There you go, there you go. You're just hooked on me is all, Onyx. Which I appreciate. I appreciate that you're hooked on me, little baby. Did you finish your nap? Do you want me to put you back down on the bed? There you go. Anywho, Cosmo Breeder Yifai. Let's get the art for it up. From Saboteur down to C. That's an easy one to find. And there Onyx back is again. Onyx? Onyx, what is it, baby? I've given you so much attention today and last night. This is just your want pets hours? Oh, Onyx. Let me quickly change the category here, Onyx. Only 8 followers of the Cosmo Breeder Yifai category. That is remarkably surprising. That is more surprising than the hidden truth that, well... The game closed. That while Cosmo Breeder Yifai looks like it really should be a porn game, and it is, except it's not. But it is, but it's not. It's actually a really, really solid Metroid-style game. Not even Metroidvania. It is just really remarkably solid. As a Metroid, I could try to face the final boss again, but I want to give my hands a little bit of a break after Ashura's Wrath. Now the funny thing is that it does have a porn component, but only if you find and install an external patch. Without the external patch, you're looking at a completely pure game. It's completely chaste. Yes, they're furries, but there's no funny business in the Cosmo Breeder universe. Unless you want there to be. And of course, naturally, for Twitch purposes, there was no way I was playing the porn match on Twitch. We had to play the normal game. Wasn't trying to get banned here over a video game, but of course, once the stream was done, and we finished the game, 100% true ending. Yeah. You bet your buns I installed that patch. Yifai is cute. And the funny thing is... Whoops. Alright, young guy. The funny thing is, careful up there, Onyx, is that quite honestly, now that I've played the game in its entirety... Whoops. Right, they don't take 2 physical damage. Pink stuff has to be psychic attacks. It's actually a much stronger game without the porn. Like, not even just, whatever, right? Just that... I'm not gonna claim to be some kind of connoisseur to this matter. But, Onyx, you're making it very difficult, baby. You want your pets? Basically, long story short, it's alright. It's okay. It's basically everything you would expect from the porn patch. But I feel like the writing leaves a lot to be desired. There's a whole lot more and what? You know? Which I feel makes for a very basic porn experience. And so, honestly, even without that patch, if we're just playing it completely vanilla, this thing's pretty hard as shit. Like, it's an actual intense, classic Metroid kind of game. Which I'm not really expressing very well, just hopping in place, attacking the same two guys. With some late game weapons that give me some actual arcs and angles. Because most of the weapons just go like forward in a straight line with a bit of a cooldown. And the platforming. I'm making it look easy now, even though... Well, I was making it look easy. Even though it's been a fair... Onyx says, Daddy, quit trying to play your silly game, just pet me more. But it takes some actual skill to beat EFI. Like, I remember being stuck in... Where's my map? In this dungeon in particular. And the boss of this area was such... It demanded so much out of you, man. Like, sure, you think, okay, I've got... Not what I meant to do. Look, it's been a while, I forgot how to play. Right, can't have magics on at all to use my hook. Like, okay, we got the hook now, and so the boss is going to require us to use a hook a lot. Fair expectation. And alright, for the first few phases, easy enough to figure out how to get around with this boss. And then it just gets so much more difficult as it goes on. It's like doesn't let up at all. Some of the hardest 2D platforming experience I've had has been Cosmo Breeder Yiffai. This is like... You know, if the conceit of being a somewhat horny furry game played clean bothers somebody, then they might not enjoy it too much if they can't get over that. But this is seriously the gamer's game. This is a game that offers few shortcuts to you. Now it does have a pretty in-depth cheat system. You could find and unlock cheats, but you could also just find them online. Giving you things from double jump or whatever else. There's no actual double jump in the game unless you cheat it in. So you do have that system to make the game remarkably easier. And when I was playing this the first time, somebody was kind of impressed that I was trying so hard to play the game without cheats. It's doable, but let's just say that Dark Souls wishes that they were Cosmo Breeder. I could probably find a more impressive area to try to show off all that. But it has been so long. I kind of feel like I should be replaying this again to get my head back into it. But Cosmo Breeder was definitely one of the absolute surprises of 2025. I found the trailer for it on the Steam Discovery queue and thought, okay, here's a pretty legit looking game that also just has a funny concept of being, here's this very obviously wants to be a furry porn game. No surprise, here's the patch you could install to make it such. But even then, this was some pretty good action, some pretty good retro action. It turns out, oh my goodness, that is absolutely its strength. This is not a porn game with an asterisk that stands so strongly on its own, by its own merits as a game. Like, this is all game before anything else. And so, rather than wandering around in circles, I'll simply move on to the next one because I got a little cat over here that wants attention. And if I'm going to be playing some Cosmo Breeder Yifai, then I am going to have to start all over from the beginning to... What is it? Help me out here, Onyx. The refreshment is going to have to take a full game replay. That's correct, Onyx. And then after Cosmo Breeder came Tribal Hunter. Thank you, Onyx. And Tribal Hunter, one really expects to be just like Cosmo Breeder Yifai, where here is a porn game with the porn stripped out. Unless you install the external patch. Excuse me, Onyx? But surprisingly, nothing could be further from the truth. Like, sure, there is a lot of, like, feeder and inflation fetishism, we'll say, in Tribal Hunter. But Tribal Hunter was so good that it was basically just sincerely a game that happens to star a fat person who can get fatter and basically celebrates that fatness, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's a game that so many people look at and go, is this one of those games? But surprisingly, it isn't. Like, very clearly, the game has a type. Not just a style, but a type. It likes bigger people. It likes not just buff, but really, really chunky, and it has fun with it. And even though, sure, for lots that could be a fetish thing, there's also just fat people in the world, so why not have a game where it celebrates a hero who can be fat or get fatter? And so this is one that I had so much fun with. The fighting is pretty fun too, because when you're small, you could like do your rapid fire punches. And as you're bigger, you're this giant behemoth that smashes everything. Let me change the categories. Because this isn't Yifai anymore. TTT, there's Tribal Hunter. There's my momentary frame drops. And so now the dashboard doesn't want to properly load. Come on, dashboard. Don't tell me the net's gonna disconnect on me soon. It's taken a bit to actually reload my dashboard, so maybe it might. And so this is a game that very clearly is carried by the art. The characters are all distinct. The animations are very deliberate. You could definitely feel the weight of certain actions. And it all is very clearly made with so much love. Cosmo Breeder Yifai and then Tribal Hunter right afterwards were basically a 1-2 punch of some surprisingly quality platformers in the summer. Now, unfortunately, are we at end of game on this save? No, it isn't. Because it was, and then I beat the boss again while practicing around, and now it's gone to the before the boss state. So I won't be able to, what is it? I mean, I could redo the entire boss, the entire end boss sequence, but first I would have to go through the first final boss, and then a whole, what is it, getting below the castle, awakening the thing, having a sad moment, climbing up a mountain, going through some psychological stuff, and then facing the final boss. So that we won't do. Was it down here where the bees are? Because I think the bees give a pretty good demonstration of how Tribal Hunter plays. So if I'm going to be doing the bees, I want to lose some weight first. Yeah, this is the bee zone. Because they make it tricky, especially with these slimes over here. The game isn't just that the bigger you get, the more powerful you get. It comes with its dangers too. Where's my... Okay, there's my magics. And so much of the game becomes not just enemies trying to kill you, but enemies trying to fill you up to get you so fat that you explode. It's a pretty intense game. It doesn't just have its get bigger, be stronger, be smaller, be lighter and faster mechanic, but also turns that into one of the primary challenges of the game. It is so cool. And yes, you get to eat people. If these slimes would get out of the way. I think some of the supplementary comics have it where he does release them afterwards. Whoop. Getting too big here. Getting too inflated. Gotta spew out my magic faster than they can fill me. I could try doing a rematch fight. Okay, filling up with air slowly. I thought the view was gonna come back. If I mash, it simply makes me bigger. Look at how big you could get him! Oh, that's it! That's the most I could mash. Okay, that's a screenshot. That is most definitely a screenshot, because I don't think I've seen him so big without exploding before. You see, we're getting new exciting things today, too. Okay, that's a screenshot for... Sumi Discord, Macaw Discord... Again, when Yoshi eats enemies to make eggs to throw, nobody complains about Yoshi. But then everybody always gives me a funny look when I play or show off Tribal Hunter. What is this double standard? If these were shy guys, would anybody complain? I think not. And it's so satisfying becoming a giant lizard and just smashing everybody. Whoomp. Now I will say that even though the art is one of the strengths of the game, I feel, the background art or the level art isn't always. Like right now it's fine, but especially in like, let's say the ocean areas, and some of the earlier grassy zones, you could definitely tell that the environmental art isn't exactly the strong suit to the game. They got some beautiful stuffs, but they can be pretty basic sometimes too. Which isn't to say that it's awful, but it is to say that there definitely is a strength and a weakness to it. And the characters and the animations are definitely where more of the focus is put on. If the absolute most I could say in the negative is that the is that the background arts aren't as refined as the character arts some of the time. That's pretty good. If that's the only ding I could give it. Let's try to find our way to the next next warp zone. Got the homing fires too. I was going to see if that honey dragon can't tail vorm me at this size. I don't think it can. But I killed it. Well, not killed it, but you know. There is no way I can fit in that. No, I could! I was too big for it though! It instantly killed it by having it try to devour me. So, off the bat, this is a much more clean game than Cosmo Breeder Yifi. There is no... there's no optional porn patch to make it dirty. This is exactly the game you get, right? And so there isn't anything naughty or overt in it. But I've noticed that when dragons do absorb you into their tail, and while you're struggling to get out of their tail and out of their bellies, they certainly make a face while you're in there. Maybe I should get myself smaller to demonstrate. Because at this size, there's no way they can keep me in there. I could also sit down and rest, and then the excess fatness turns into health. There's a way of healing faster, wasn't there? I just forgotten how to do it. There we go, I hold down the magic button. And that goes through it much faster. And then I could show off the not-so-big gameplay. Punches going much faster. More combo, but they don't land as hard. There we go. Go on, do it! Okay, this one only has a face. There it goes. Now they're starting to get a little bit more, they're enjoying it. They're enjoying that sensation of munch expanding inside of them, I think. Let me out! Let me out! Some of the other tail-devouring dragon-type creatures are a whole lot more, they clearly take a whole lot more enjoyment more than others, depending on the type. This sure is a game that exists. MP, I think that this is an amazing game that exists. This isn't just a funny meme game where you play as a fat guy. It is a game that does celebrate bigger characters and heroes, it's perfectly fine. But it is also just legitimately a fun game. Can I break this? I don't think I can at this angle. Gotta shrink down small first. Oh yeah, the different faces he makes when he gets bigger, when he tries to slide down walls. At a smaller size, he's just casual about it. Around this size, he's a little bit apprehensive sliding down. But if he's too big, he cannot wall jump or wall slide, so... Oh, Wimpy, if Macaw could play this, he would be the happiest guy in the world. Macaw is also a guy who celebrates fatness. I don't think all the, oh, look at how fat he is simply a joke to him. I think he really does just truly takes joy. And so, if he were to play this, I think that he would be the happiest Australian streamer in all the world. But much like with other quality games like what is it? Like with the girl from Gun Mackay and others, Ashura's Wrath. He knows all these Ultimate games are out there. He's been made aware of them, and sometimes, like with the girl from Gun Mackay, he even says, oh yeah, I gotta play this sometime. But there's so many other Ultimate games in the world that sometime never comes, does it? I've basically been holding out for the return of extra power for the past 5 years. He said it once, he said, when it comes to extra power, it's only a matter of when, not if. But the when, not if, hasn't happened yet. There's too many game in the way. Too big to get through. Sometimes they force you to get skinnier like this. And they put all these sources of food in the way in tight tunnels so you get stuck. And you get a good vertical area like this where you can just bounce on folks all the way down. So satisfying. Oh, that's a death pit. Where's my map? Want to go down but to the right, not just all the way down. Now I know. Watch out. Oh. Was just about to say watch out for that. Those ones are obnoxious because all they do is fill you up with slimes. I don't need slimes in my belly. I nearly fell right between that. Out of here, punks. Mountain Trek 1. Where's the next? I'm gonna find the way on home before I find the next warp area. Want to see something cool with this cow? He's gonna punch for a bit. Go on, punch for a bit. Gotta egg him out. Then he gets tired and I could feed him an egg. But he can get more milk out of him. Which is actually an alternative way that you could beat most bosses. Maybe not most bosses, but some bosses. You could actually get them into a position where if you feed them an egg, you could make them too fat to proceed with a fight. I want to go that way. Boring skinny munch time. What's this way? Kitora's flight course, which is also super fun. Some of the flight courses get really tough. Like, I haven't done the ladder flight courses to completion yet. But for gameplay purposes, the economy is not so rough. So, the mid-tier flight courses are enough to get you enough money that you need. And then even at the end of the game, folks just like for the real, like for the end game, for the true end game, people are nice that you take stuff for free. Rematch. Rematch after I get more food into me. Halves the fullness cost of all spells. Increases power of spells. Give me... Well, first let's get some fat in me. Fatten him up! Okay, and then some french fries to finish it off and get the halved fullness cost for spells bonus. No, which one's my back button? You can tell it's been a while since I played. There we go. About halfway fatness. Rematch. Now, I forget her exact pattern, so I don't remember when she opens up to be fed eggs. If you got a lot of fatness on you, you could pretty much trivialize any and all bosses by just doing this number on them. See, I bounce around for a minute, that's taking off so much health on her. I think that's it, when she inhales like that for the whistle. So when she inhales for the whistle, I think. I gotta get my eggs ready. Luckily, I've got so many perks into me by now that I could just tank all these. Nope, that's it. Oh, it's too slow. Lady, you are lucky I got so much HP. Come on, get the angle right. I'm not getting the angle right, just kill her then. We'll just finish her off for now, then rematch her. See that? Just bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay, one more go to demonstrate. Max health, similar fullness, rematch! And the music's pretty charming too. Okay, so let's see. This one, she goes to the left, that she starts inhaling. So I want to be, let's say around here, and aim like that. That's one. Takes more than one egg for her, though. Egg 2. I gotta be careful though, because sometimes I do deploy double the eggs. But that doubled egg only did like 30 magical damage to her, so it's not gonna be too much of a disadvantage if it does hit. Like, this is what I mean by sometimes the background art can be super simple. In the beach level especially. Oh, don't just do that! You can tell it's basically like one straight line for the sand, one straight line for the water. But it's still pretty. So it's more that sometimes the environments aren't as detailed as the characters can be. Or like this in particular, I think what I would do is just put a bit more texture onto the sand, you know? Put some lumps into it so it's not just a complete straight line. Oh, you can punch the bullets. Just been hesitant to do it because I didn't want to sap too much of her own health away. What's that? 3 eggs? 4? Oh man, health getting low. Under half health now. You could actually force some bosses to surrender that way. I think the boar one you could. The wolf one may or may not, I can't remember. Okay, let's put Tribal Hunter away for now though. Tribal Hunter is loads of fun, and it's a fairly short and simple game too, as far as like the Metroidvania aspect of it goes. The world isn't all that big. And so it's a pretty brisk one to get into. But MP, I'm pretty sure that you'll enjoy what comes next. Because after we did some funny but actually very quality games in Cosmo Breeder Yi-Fi and Tribal Hunter, the game after that was the discovery of the girl from Gunma Kai. I forget when exactly I found out the Steam Discovery queue, but you know the story, MP. As soon as I saw the girl from Gunma Kai, we had to play the girl from Gunma Kai. And so the next one we're going to play tonight is going to be GGG, Ganagia, Golden Idol. There's Gunma Kai. Could probably use some better box art than that for what I'm using there. I could use some other different ones, but that's what I'm gonna go with, damn it. Category will switch over. 2 followers! There's only 2 followers in all of Twitch for the girl from Gunma Kai. That is criminal. That is tragic. That is so many people missing out on what is actually a really rock solid game. Like, that's not even like a haha funny kind of thing. Okay, window capture too big. Full screen main capture. There we go. A little bit loud on my ears, but it deserves to be. A lot of people don't know about it, or just missing it for the MS1 visuals. The MSX1 visuals are actually part of the charm of this, because like lots of games try to be a retro-inspired video game, right? Like Cosmo Breeder Yifai was one, and Cosmo Breeder Yifai actually does really well leaning into like the technical, mechanical parts of a retro-style game. Like it even has the color palettes that swap when you get to the edge of a room to swap to the next room over. But MP, you're the MSX guy, you're the pro. This isn't just retro-inspired game. This is a game that, in every single pixel of its core, is trying so hard to be something that could realistically be mistaken for an actual MSX game. Let's turn... Where's my bitrate? Turn that off for now. So part of the appeal is that this really is going so far beyond the simple retro inspiration to basically be an MSX game from top to bottom. When I normally see people be like, oh, I don't know about this, is this another one of those games, Guinea? It's because of her dancing on the side. They see the anime girl dancing and they think, is this some kind of a porn thing? You got the kid there dancing in the corner. It's like, that's not a porn thing. She's like the cheerleader. She's being a cheerleader for herself. When they go to a kid's baseball game or whatever, and they have students playing as cheerleader on the sidelines, is that a porn thing? I don't think so. This is the enthusiasm of the game. It's trying to be like how to put it? It's just dancing. If just dancing is weird, then that's a lot of cynicism in somebody's life. If the character dancing is a step too far. Well, apparently some of the changes that have come out since I last played it, or at least last seriously played, is that she doesn't just dance anymore. She actually spins when you take damage or die and such. Yeah, CMP just like you, as pervy as you can be, never perved on the girl from Gun Makai. Depending on the art, it's possible, like the light novel art and such is definitely a lot less chibi than this art over here. But I wouldn't call the chibi art in the corner anything sexual. I think some folks, especially on the Steam discussion forum, where you are getting a lot of 4chan likes, a lot of children, are likely to still have the association that, ooh, if it's anime, it's gotta be some kind of pervy thing. Kick your... Exactly. That's like with when Hordian was saying that he looks at Samus with respect. Because let's face it, she would kick your ass too. I still haven't 1cc the stage 0 boss, and I still haven't 1cc the secret Jizo, and I haven't even made it to the Mother Koyotl. I gotta give Gun Makai the treatment that I gave Extra Power and put a whole lot of effort into trying to get those secret ends. I especially owe a rematch to the secret Jizo, because the only way I was able to beat the secret Jizo was accidentally cheating. I didn't mean to, but the game bugged out on the secret Jizo. I suspect that it's because I basically respawned and died at the exact same time. And so, even though from that point on I would make noise every time I took damage, I wouldn't actually die. I somehow had my death disabled. And so I'm not gonna count that as beating the secret Jizo. Though I do like how I still instinctively remember all the secrets are. Down early on, after the mid-boss. Oh yeah, MP, the way the dances change. It's actually a pretty hype thing when the dance changes. You could really feel the excitement in the game when that happens. Maybe I'll aim for the stage 0 boss after this. We'll do one playthrough. We're just getting all the secrets and all the Neptunes. And then we'll do an attempt where I try to get the stage 0. I'm extremely rusty though, and I haven't been able to 1cc the stage 0 yet, so don't expect any MP83 level expertise from me. It was honestly remarkable, MP, that you were basically able to pick this game up and then achieve such mastery in such a little amount of time. But then you've been MSX gaming for so much longer than I have, practically your entire life. So this must be like the exact thing that you've been training for. Though even if one doesn't have like the full deep MSX appreciation, this is a pretty cool game on its own terms. It's colorful, it's short, it's simple. And if you wanted a deeper challenge, it certainly provides deeper challenges if you want to get for those secret bosses. So I think this is a game that definitely deserves a lot more attention and focus than it has. Replayability from the different endings, and even if one doesn't have the MP level skills to get all the endings, it's a pretty fun game just to pick up and try to play through. Bored one afternoon, just load it up, fling some potatoes around. Oh, didn't get hit. Somehow didn't. I didn't even try to dodge those bullets, they went right around me. Never gonna replicate that feat again. The hitbox is just the tiny thing she wears on her neck. And so, if you're an Extra Power Pro or a Toho Pro, you could probably get some really precise dodges in. I do not have those precise dodges. I can always appreciate the difficulty of this boss. If you just don't stay in place, then he won't slash at you. Oh my god! Both all the pillars coming up and down, you have to move, or you might get pinched into place for too long. And I just walked into that one. Oh, River of Death. This is really the stage that separates the boys from the men in the world of Gunmakai. With all the power-ups, it's no problem. You just hover around, everything blows up in front and behind you. All the kingfishers coming in above, no difficulty at all. The crabs at the bottom, you just smash them. And then doing this with no secrets, no power-ups, with only a forward shot, becomes so much more about survival. This boss here is especially easier when you have the ability to shoot up, shoot down, shoot behind you. But I'm probably gonna die anyway. I'm a rusty, alright. I'm allowed to be rusty, it's been a while. Next one's gonna come from up top. But only after a few waves of fish. And kingfishers. Why would my favorite bird do this to me? What have I done to them, but admire them all my life? Okay, there it is. I see it. Seize it. Give me that tea. Probably gonna get a death here, though. Somewhere on the boss, maybe, or right after the Neptune expires. I've noticed that sometimes, when you transition from one stage to the next, you don't get your health back. It's not all the time, but it happens sometimes when I play. And I could never tell if it's a difficulty thing or if it's just me sporadically bugging out, which also happens. Just charge right at me! Yeah, see it like that, no health. This stage is one that takes a lot of lives out of me, even when I'm not so rusty. Something about the dragonfly swarm, and the stuff coming up from the bottom. Oh, come on, it was hidden by the plant for the longest time there. A few instances where layering visuals were messed up. Get the dancing girl stuck in the spinning animation. Oh, that's kind of funny. That's probably a newly introduced bug then, because the spinning animation's a newer one, isn't it? Before she wouldn't do any, like, damage indication thing. It was gonna die, but they separately, be attached first. If you kill them, if you kill the bottom one first, but the second one gets destroyed soon after, but you gotta be quick about it. See, now I kinda wanna see that. I kinda wanna see the constant spinning bug. Because that sounds funny, if nothing else. Neptune, you're supposed to be quicker than that. Oh, bot gone too. Don't tell me, MP, that it wasn't saved to YouTube. Is it 5 hours? Just take all of my health, why don't ya? Been 5 hours of stream already, and this gets us between the summer and the autumn here. So maybe I'll just give it one playthrough. We'll do the one casual playthrough to get ending stage 9. And I'll simply redouble my efforts to get the bonus endings on my off time again. It's really trying to get me! I do like this boss. It's pretty fun how it varies its speed and generally gets faster as it goes on. During with the secret boss fights, that makes sense. Kind of like the undead girl from Gunmakai that I got during the secret Jizo fight. There's enough going on in those that it makes sense for something to trip up. The stage is pretty fun because when you hit these guys, they start spewing out bubbles. But if you don't hit them, then they don't. So it's one thing that does kinda make the low power run kind of easier. In which at the very least you don't have to deal with too many, what are these? Worms? Silkworms? Too many silkworm bubbles at once? The guys from behind could be kind of rough. And the golden fish. I detest the golden fish. Full power, no power. These fish have some kind of too much enthusiasm. This boss I like because sometimes you can get the ball stuck under the platforms before breaking them. But I don't think she takes damage until those are broken. So if the ball gets stuck underneath, it doesn't really do anything to advance the fight faster. Oh, turn my eyes for a second. Okay, I'll get one other death after this then. But that's alright, got the bonus stage coming next. Give me that end salvation! Smash those pistons, smash those enemies! I'm too rusty to take this on my own right now. No, Neptune, come back! I wasn't ready yet! You could just stay in one spot, but I wasn't in sync there. I should probably take a death here while I can, because I'm pretty sure that I won't get the recovery by the next stage. But then again, the next stage does have the easy special to get early on, and that'll be health restoration too. And this definitely isn't a run where I'm going for any kind of secrets. What in the cursed MSX game is this? Hordian, welcome! This is only the best of MSX games. This is the girl from Gunma Kai. On Steam and not too pricey. And I dare say, one of my better finds of 2025. No! I forgot about him! The secret was right here, too! I remember that the crescent's the side scroll around, but I forgot the head pops up. This is La Mulana. Nah, this is a more actiony MSX game. Okay, but at least it's only those two that pop up when you got the Neptune and the special. And so now the rest is basically just collecting all the power-up, all the score and the score and the 1-ups. Can't believe I got a death on this stage. I got 2 hits on this stage, how amateurish is that? If Nasu were here, she would just be hanging her head low and going no, 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 over and over again. Then she would giggle to mock my amateurness. That is true, Hordian. I've been playing Crayon games for the past few months. And, we're getting into that part of the 2025 recap pretty soon. Because once the summer advances and I start getting into Imperator Rome, and then Europa Universalis comes out. 48 games played on stream this year. Except there are 2 chunks that basically account for 3 or 4 months each alone. So we're going to get some density, and then it's going to be a clear rush to the finish. And I'm just counting games played on stream. If I count the Steam games, I feel kind of bad about the amount of games on my Steam recaps. There's always so much more than I expect. Like, I could expect, alright, sure, all the time I've been streaming. That's a lot of game time. But that means even my off time, going by my Steam recap, has been so much time just playing games in 2025. And the sad thing is, for my Steam recap, is that because I did play Imperator Rome for a bit, I did play Europa Universalis 5 at the end of the year, and Carver did get me to play some Crusader Kings 3 for a little bit, for the multiplayer, and also the Elder Kings 2 mod had a big update. My Steam recap for 2025 is basically dominated by strategy games that I didn't play for a lot of the year, but they're dense enough that I played them for a big chunk of time in the year, and so they bury everything else that I played. This is a year where I played Cosmo Breeder Yifai, Tribal Hunter, The Girl from Gunma Kai. Had a lot of favor with me, but if you go by my Steam recap, it was all strategy games, strategy, simply because of the time investment of them. I missed the P! I missed the P on stage 3? I revealed the P but didn't get the P. I'm always too slow getting through those when I got the maximum power. one of the advantages of the weaker power having faster shoot speed. Ideally, you wouldn't hit the monkeys, because she doesn't go crazy until the monkeys are gone. Which is true for the Stage 0 fight too. You don't touch the monkeys and she's fine. You touch the monkeys, you gotta dodge a whole lot more. Oh, come back, monkey! When I was practicing this again over the weekend, I lost so many lives here. I was going into the final stage, basically with barely any power remaining. "61 games, 31 streak, 14% of the time old school RuneScape." I didn't get the P though, so we're not gonna do stage 9! Have I seen this ending? I don't think... This isn't the normal one you get for just not getting Neptune, right? Is this one that you get for mismatched Neptune? It's been so long since I haven't got... It's been so long since I got to the normal end that I forget what the non-bonus ends look like. If they always have the other girl and her monkeys haunting you forever ahead. I missed the P! And that's an easy one to get, it's low then high, right? I must have just not been thinking about it. Or was it high-low? It's high-low. That's right. It's high-low. The special afterwards basically a freebie. And then you go down, dodge a bit, and they're set at the bottom, or towards the bottom. Hyuga, the maker of excellent games. And here I've gone. Who is a mysterious girl? Toshigina, find out the secrets of the hidden stages. I was trying, Hyuga! I'm sloppy, alright? It's been a while since I played, that's all. For being rusty by several months, I think that wasn't half bad. And especially given how sloppy I tend to play the final stage. I don't think I lost any lives there, did I? Show me the million! Show me the million! 1 million points! Gotta love that cash registration emote, MP. 1.5 million! In certain European countries, where their early typesetting technology made the period and the bullet difficult to tell apart, so they started using the decimal comma. But as technology improved, they never rejoined the digital age, and so they still use the decimal comma. Instead of like 2.7, did they say 2,7? 3 million! Look at how excited she is to see all this score. Almost 3.5 million! I only got the train card. It's been so long since I've seen the normal end card. A happy ending to today's game. But yeah, Girl from Gunma Kai was definitely one of the highlights. Now I did get a high score practicing today and got first place. And then I get a high score today and also get first place. There's no such thing as second, third, fourth. I feel like the high score table wasn't exactly needed. Secretly the best said because of Pantsu. MP, didn't you just say that you don't horn on the girl from Gunma Kai and she could kick your ass? What was I saying? I was gonna say something, but the Pantsu talk distracted me. Game? Are you frozen on me, game? It's suddenly not doing anything. But the girl from Gunma Kai was an excellent find. The game is frozen. So I guess that means no more Gunma Kai music, no more Gunma Kai game. Because after Gunma Kai came Occlude. And Occlude was a fun little game, which really excited me. Because first it's like, oh my goodness, amazing, Girl from Gunma Kai, this is great, to play this. Then when I make time to play the Girl from Gunma Kai, I see, oh my goodness, there's a new game for the maker of A House of Many Doors, and A House of Many Doors is incredible. And so even if this is a cosmic solitaire game that isn't at all like A House of Many Doors, if we have the clout of the guy who made A House of Many Doors behind it, you know it's going to be good. And it was. It's basically a solitaire game where the rules change as you play it across the different stories of the game. And so you're not just solving the game of solitaire, but you're figuring out what on earth are the rules to the game this time around. And it's a pretty good puzzle, because as you play the game, it starts off easy. And so it kind of teaches you the kind of things you could expect for how the cards behave, how the coins behave, what kind of reaction you want to find. There was one towards the very end that I got a little bit bitter at because I was streaming it. If I'm streaming the game, I'm on something of a time limit, right? It wasn't a bad puzzle. It was a little bit esoteric even for this. But I feel like I would have been less grumpy if I wasn't on a time limit. But otherwise, Occlude was great big fun. And then we had to play Gunma Kai again to get more secrets, so that was even more fun. Now that I beat this game, we start La Mulana? Nah, Horde, I'm afraid not, because it meant more Occlude and then more Gunma Kai, and then after Gunma Kai was Sene's Sylphid Breeze. Which is also a find from the Steam Discovery queue that looked like a lot of fun. Basically, Kirby with Toho characters. And that is exactly what you got. Kirby with Toho characters. Sometimes it was fantastic. It definitely wears its inspiration on its sleeve. But at some other parts, it could have used a bit of a touch-up. Because for the Toho parts, for the boss fights, it likes to use the bullet hell stuff, right? But bullet hell works with Toho because even though you got your cute little girl like this, her actual hitbox is like that. But because it's a Kirby game, your character's like this, and your hitbox is like that. So it was rough. There were certainly some parts that were a lot more unfair than others. And eventually, if you really pushed your head against it for like an hour for a boss, you might start opening up your third eye and seeing where you could weave between. But it could have used some rebalancing, I think, to stay on the fun side of things. Since ultimately, when you're side-scrolling like this and your character is this big, you don't have the ability to weave between things as easy as the Toho. Now, somewhere around on the Steam page for it, I think I have seen various updates here or there about rebalancing this or that, making some fights a bit more fair here or there. So it's certainly something that they have worked on in the subsequent months. A fun little fan game, Sine Sylphid Breeze, and I'm happy to see that they have been trying to tweak the balance a bit more. So that was a good one. And then with the RPGs and the months of open world action games of the late 00s and early 2010s, and the funny furry games of remarkable gameplay quality and the girl from Gunma Kai, then begins the giant grand strategy games taking weeks and months of stream time. 48 lines total. Imperator Rome is line 22. Oh, we're almost halfway there. Imperator, I could best summarize by summarizing my relationship to Paradox games, beginning with Crusader Kings 2 and getting deeply engrossed by it, going into Crusader Kings 3 and thinking this is way too simplified, where did all my granularity go? They made everything simpler to make room for big sims picking their noses in the corner while you read 5 paragraphs of somebody's bad prose. So CK3 didn't impress me, but CK2 I've been playing for years of my life, and even with its more robust system than CK3, I wanted more. And so I tried Imperator Rome, after giving it a whole lot of homework on the wiki. Starting off as little Syracuse, kicking Rome out of Rome into the mountains. For so long, Rome was still a major presence. Rome was there in the central of Italy. Rome was there spreading out throughout Italy. Rome was there spreading out throughout Italy into the Alps. Well, I pretty much consolidated over in Greece. Then Rome attacks me. Rome gets devoured. We become Magna Graecia. Rome gets pushed over the Alps. That was good times. That was a lot of stream. But that was actually really fun Imperator. Command and Conquer 3. I haven't played too much Command and Conquer. The most Command and Conquer I played was dipping in and out sometimes, back when I would spend way too much money at the internet cafe back in Saipan. Between Diablo 2, and some StarCraft were what I played the most. Not that I was any good at either. But Imperator Rome was fantastic. Imperator gave me a bit of a sating. It was a granularity that I longed for, and it was a good introduction to Europa-style games like Europa Universalis 5. So even though there's not a 1-1 comparison, Imperator Rome really is the bones of Europa Universalis 5, but Europa Universalis 5 really is its own massive beast. But still, I'd play it again. Imperator's great, and I wasn't even playing with the Invictus mod. The state of the game now, even base, is so much better than it was when it first released. So that was another winner. Even if that took, let's see, 99 to 117, and only 3 repeats, 3 multi-VOD days. So, it's a little stream for one game, but it was worth it. Just Cause 4 was alright. The best I can say for Just Cause 4 was that it was alright. It was definitely... It wasn't the fantastic experience that 3 was. They were very clearly trying to do things a little bit differently. Wanted to make Just Cause 4 stand out, be a bit more exciting in some ways. But the changes to the grappling hook I didn't really care about. It peaked in 3. When I could be Spider-Man bouncing all over the map, I didn't need the extra gadgets attached to the grappling hook. That's just me. If I think about the base parts of the game, taking over the island was basically nothing. Taking over the island doesn't really matter because it's still using the shitty early GTA heat system. So if the entire island is under your control, you still have the heat system, so it's still everybody zeroing in and teleporting behind you. Eh. Get some internet friends who love Red Alert, Hordian. Played it once, but it wasn't that fun because you didn't know how to play. The friends were too competitive. That's basically my entire experience with RTS games. StarCraft, Command and Conquer. I had interest, but I was never any good at them. So the most I got out of Just Cause 4 was the ability to say, I've done it, I've played the entirety of the Just Cause series, and I could have an informed opinion now about how much I dislike most of it. Just Cause is now not but a chapter or a footnote in the book of gaming history. Maybe whoever they have left at Avalanche will realize that deep down inside, they're meant to make flight sims, because even up until Just Cause 4, big map, not a whole lot in it. Got your scattered cities and missions, sure, but otherwise, big empty map. But it's got helicopters, it's got planes, and boy, could you fly them. I don't know if it's because they don't want to compete with Microsoft Flight Simulator, but they definitely have the chops to try. But then came Golden Idol release. Well, no, not release. The Golden Idol, Rise of the Golden Idol came out 2024, right? But I was doing other things in 2024. And while I didn't play it in 2024, I did buy the full thing in 2024, because they gave us that roadmap saying, in 2024 and 2025, we're going to be releasing 4 DLCs. And that was my time. That was my time to play it. Golden Idol is more Golden Idol. And more Golden Idol is always excellent. Loved it. I long for more of it. I wish I could show it off like we've been doing for the other games. But it's a puzzle game, so I can't really be like, look at this puzzle over here, how difficult this is, when the answers are all already there. My understanding is that they are taking a break from Golden Idol to do other things, and that makes sense. They did Golden Idol, they did the DLC for Golden Idol, they did Golden Idol 2, and a whole year of DLC for Golden Idol 2. And whether you love them or hate them, DLC-wise, a bit of the strain is starting to show. There were like some moments in the DLCs where I loved them, but like, was it the second DLC? Is that the one that takes place following the spiritual guys? Had a few holes here or there that a fresher base Golden Idol wouldn't have let through. So, if they want to take a break from making a big, expansive puzzle game, you know, more power to them, take the mental break, expand your game development horizons. They put out a couple of good products with good support to it. And then came the bootleg plug-and-play triple feature, Kaneko Man, Popeye, and Macross. Popeye, it's super basic. But you know, I touched it once in childhood, we had to give it a beat, and so we did. Kaneko Man actually had a bit more depth to it than I expect, but it's simple. What could you expect? But, the Macross game. The Macross game does deserve getting a bit of extra look in. Because the Macross game is basically pure game solidified. It doesn't need anything more than 2 stages, 1 song, increasing difficulty, repeat. I know Hordian's gonna love this one. Okay. We got some de-rusting with the girl from Gamakai for our shmupping. So let's see if I can get to, what was it, Zone 5? 5 was the, inputs. Did I have it set for gamepad? I did. Because we gotta do this proper. Right, jet mode is fast, but not very maneuverable. How do I swap? There we go. There we go. That's a battle platform you want to be for most of the game, or it lost so much power. Just try to maneuver the jet. P! Give me that P. Did we crash into them both? Which button? There's my transform. Because we got a time limit now. 20 seconds! And then I die. I died trying to get around this. Ah. It's been a few months, alright? I'm still sloppy. That was stage 1 too. That tells you how sloppy I am if I get a death on the end of stage 1 at that. I've also got my own missiles I could use. I forget the button for that too. There's only 2 buttons on the NES, so I don't know why I'm losing my buttons or forgetting what goes where. Needle Sandman and Akimoto Wagman need to watch out for the competition. Attack! Slow. There we go. Get there quickly. And then warp back over. And then just tank it! Tank it! And then, you do it all over again. And what more do you need than that? A story? Diversity of gameplay? Diversity of locations? Nah. You make it perfect once and you iterate on it. More enemies, more difficult patterns. More missiles. Oh, I got a hit. Then missile contact. And the drops are random. It's not always going to be P over here, Rem over there. And worse, you might get B. Imagine getting bonus points when you're desperate for an extra life or more health. And I'm getting butchered here. Y'all got any more of those power-ups? Any Ps? I'll take an E. P! P, 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 P. Only brought me up to half P, but that's okay. I would switch forms if this isn't too far away. I'll keep on the high fire rate just to survive getting there and then just blast away. As so. Again! You guys aren't going to believe what the next stage is. Whatever you think the next stage is going to be, Whoa, 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 whoa. If I even get to see the next stage. B! Oh, it's like I said, B's the worst. M gives you more missiles, whatever. E gives you an extra life, pretty helpful. P is more power, that's your health. All B is bonus. Bonus score. Bonus score isn't going to help me here, man. B is more bad. What if I use this? He's pretty maneuverable. It's like gonna be dodge stuff. But he also provides a much larger profile. Oh, death! Only one Valkyrie remained. Fine. Stick with this form. Not that form. This form. The golden mean for maneuverability and fire rate. Doesn't have as big a profile as a full mech. E! E's good. E's an extra life. I got my own missiles I could use too. I think it's select. Yeah, select to use my missiles. But okay, that time they hit something. They normally don't. They normally just do it like this. Is there a set pattern to them? I don't know if they're trying to home and just are awful at it, or if they just go... No, they go down sometimes too, so I think they are trying to home. That was pretty cool. B. I wonder at what point do the power-ups generate what they are? Like, how far back could you save scum with the save state to ensure you get something more useful than a B? I think they might actually be more useful on slower enemies. Though they do still miss sometimes, even with those ones. Yeah, see, plenty of time. You don't gotta jet up. Just gotta stay in the one form you need. Round 4. Am I gonna make it to round 5 today? I got no hope for it. We put so much time into this last year. By which I mean, what was it, Horton? An hour or two? And it still wasn't enough practice to get us through stage 5. That's okay. We did end up getting the score to not quite reset, but there's not enough space there for a whole million. There's space for the whole million when you game over, but it won't show it here in-game. And that was win enough. More P, but I'm pretty good on power right now. Look at that. That's like 1/3 through the first phase of round 4. And we're at maximum power. Almost crashed into that. I've only got a sliver of lost power from regular attrition. Okay, bitrate's still stable. It's like almost 6 o'clock now, so I gotta be wary. Because the way that this Wi-Fi has been behaving is that the later into the night it goes, the worse the performance is. And I still got like, what, 20 more games we streamed this year to talk about? We haven't even got to the Galaxy Princess Orana yet. We're getting pretty close in the year, though. We've already done Imperator. We got this trio going. We got Halloween coming up soon. And there are a lot of small games we played around Halloween time that padded things out. Oh, so much P. If they can just keep dropping all this P on me, I'll be happy. Should use my missiles there. That's what they're there for. One of these days, those are gonna fire so quickly they might actually kill me if I just sit in place like that. Round 5. Round 5, we get to beat round 5. We got missiles to use, that's gonna be the big... If we could beat round 5, then we would have overcome our progress from last year. I'll take a missile to the face. Oh, so many. Just gotta miss it up. That P's not gonna be good enough. I need more. I need more P to get back up to at least half health. When I see their mechs, you just gotta spam it out. Oh, it's okay though, we got one Valkyrie left. At least they do appear to be the same pattern each time. So if we kinda know what to expect, we could pre-react. Ugh. Eat! Just extra life! I mean, it's more game time, I could keep playing with extra life. Missiles were well beyond maximum though, we keep using missiles, and we don't drop below the 6 it shows. Press the wrong button. P. Almost maximum P. If I get close enough like that, I could just spam them face on. So the homing might not be the best, but if I can get right in front of it, they do just launch forward for a bit before moving. Y'all getting more of that P? Health's getting kinda low again. Man, that guy was just shotgunning my face with the lasers after dodges missiles. I gotta move my hand from the D-pad to the select button to spam missiles. P! Oh, sweet salvation. At least show me the green, I'll feel so much happier. If you knew we got to the ship before dying again. Green, alright. That's it. That's 1/3 through the stage. Is it just me or is it longer this time? It feels like it took longer to get here. We're making history here. We're inside the ship on stage 5. But I do need more P though, otherwise the guns around the core are going to kill me. I don't think the missiles can help me out with them. M. Oh man. That's M for I might die here again. Yeah, see, it doesn't help me out with this. No! So little left to go! No, all the way back. They're not gonna do it. I shouldn't have grabbed that just yet. I should have waited for a little bit. That P was too early. I'm using so many missiles, and the maximum count is still not dropping any. I don't think it's possible to run out after you get a couple of power-ups for them. Sweet salvation. But I took some heavy shots there just then, so sweet salvation didn't mean much of anything after all. I'm dead. I am so dead. B! No! They got the requisition order wrong. That was supposed to be a P, not a B. Somebody messed up. There was a smudge on the typewriter. Hey, Chillin' Chum. And so close to 1,000,000. Well, that was Macross. And as one could see, pure distillation of game. One stage, 2 phases, 1 song, incremental difficulty. You don't need anything more than that. That's basically it, man. That's like... that is games personified. Oh, but then after that... after that gave us another big game for the season. Between... what was it? Big strategy game over here and big strategy game further on. We had Fields of Mystria. And Fields of Mystria, I had Curiosity 4, because it would pop up on Steam all the time. But I hadn't given it a chance until then, and it did just recently have a fresh update. Or have I got it under? Not under F's for Fields of. M's for Mystria. There we go. Fields of Mystria. Now, naturally, we're not going to play an entire season of Fields of Mystria. But we'll pop into town for a little bit to peek at some of the less action-y games we've been doing over the year. Let's put you under full screen capture. There we go. Just slide it just perfect fit. Mystria was a real surprise for me. I expected Farm Sim, I expected a little bit of Stardew Light. It's got a whole lot of influences beyond Stardew. So let's go through a regular day. A regular day, 6 a.m., let the cows out. Your cows, right? Got the chickens out. And at this point of the game, we've basically done most of all of what there is to do before the new updates eventually come out. It is still in early access, and it does have big updates that happen every so often. Got capybaras, llamas now, or the alpacas, I can't remember. Got our fruit orchard down here. Gotta put some other seasonal fruits in. Oh yeah, we haven't done... Today's farming day. It's the first day of summer. So maybe we won't do a... Should we do a full day? Put some plants down, put some crops. What's the notice board have for us? Request for tomato soup for Landon. We'll accept. Summer crops are which? Peach and pears. Can grow some peach and pears in the orchard. Sugar cane, harvest once of the summer. Tea. That's right. Tea is the biggest moneymaker. We got watermelons too. I have forgotten how much space I have for my crops. The characters are pretty nice. Holt with his puns. Reyna's pretty sweet. Reyna's 14. Oh, she's giving me a free scone! They're so nice in this town. The one thing I will complain about with Mystria is, well, I don't expect it to be like every other farm sim out there. The fishing is kinda weak. I forgotten exactly how big my plots are, and I'm not gonna count them out right now. So what if I were to just buy? I got money. I got 184,000. What if I just do... I was trying to see if different combinations of buttons I could hold while holding would let me buy like 10 at a time. We'll do 180. See if that's too much or too little. If it's too much, that'll be enough for next summer. It's already 9:20 AM though, I don't think we'll be getting much time into the mines. Clear up some space. You can never fully get rid of all the schmutz around the farm. This might not be as exciting as Cosmo Breeder Yifai, or Imperator Rome, or Girl from Gun Makai, but you know what? Sometimes it's good to return to the soil once in a while. Oh, tree's in the way. Tree demands space around it to grow. And that's it. That was about 36 for one, so 36, 72. And then 108. I was overly cautious in how many seeds I need. Okay, 108. Unless my quick math is wrong. Which wouldn't be the first time. Of course, this is sheer extravagance. You don't gotta spend so much money on so many seeds. I simply can. After putting so much investment into it. I thought we could afford more seeds per season. And at this phase of the game, I'm pretty sure that Dragonfly was kind of rare, but oh well. At this phase of the game, with the skills I've got now, they pretty much throw so much free food at you. I've got a farmer skill that whenever you harvest, there is a chance to drop a cooked food that uses the ingredient being harvested. With a field this size, that is a lot. And so you're gonna get so much food every single time you harvest your fields. Never gonna run out. It's just impossible. Right. Have the fields as such so I can do it like this. It's been a while, but it's coming back to me. We got a system here, you see? How's my magic? There's still one more day of magic to top off, but the rough thing with magic is that you would think that if you use an orb of magic, you would have to wait, or that they would each take a day to replenish or whatever, or to start ticking. And it's kind of true if I use one magic spell one day, and then nothing else, then it will immediately begin to... There's what I wanted. What was I gonna say? It'd begin to refill start the next day. But if you used 2 magics or 3 magic to use up multiple orbs, only one would start to refill at a time. So it's actually a little bit longer to get them all back. Junk. "3:20 p.m. already. Where's the bathhouse? Guinea is stinky after a full day's farming. First day of the season is always tending the fields before anything else. $100 tesserae for full energy restoration. That is such a steal, and they let me get away with it. If Juniper really wanted to make money, she could easily make money by charging more for her bath. And where's boyfriend? Where's boyfriend? Where's my map? Bottom of... Is he go to my house? Where's March? Coming on up from the inn? The townsfolk are starting to notice something between March and I. A pair of blacksmiths bound to make sparks fly. Auntie Fisher lady. Speaking of stuff in the deep woods, it's early enough in the day, not getting anything else done on the schedule on this calendar day. And there's nothing else to do for the town restoration stuff until more updates come out. You get to bang the Dragon God statue in this game. Except... he turns into a meek human. So you don't get to bang the Dragon God, you get to bang his shy humanoid form, or now that he's no longer an aloof god beyond human emotions, he's getting used to all these things you call love, these urges. And Caldaris, I got no time for a virgin learning things for the first time at this age. Yet I touch your tail, but your horns are all, man. We got a tough choice now. Could I touch your tail, or what are your horns like? Caldaris, I know I've just been disparaging you for being a meek virgin, where once you were a grand god of power and might. But can we touch your tail? As your mate. Now, the game is at an early access. As of the big update they had last year, they finally have 8 hard events, which means you could either choose to become a romantic partner with the people in town, or best friends. 7 stream streak, well done, Chillin' Chum. And me, I'm keeping it conservative. I'm limiting myself to dating 1 cute blacksmith boy, 1 hot witch queen, and the dragon god. But it remains to be seen what the state of the marriage game is going to be. Everything seems to suggest that while you can date casually as much as you want, marriage is going to be a one-on-one situation here. Elsie says, well, how could you get married if you don't date around and see what you like? And that seems to imply it's going to be play around now, because when the time comes to settle down, you only get to pick the one, and I'm pretty sure I've seen like something on the roadmap about it. So Calderis, he sees me as his mate already. But if it turns out that marriage is only a one-on-one scenario, ultimately, Calderis, we do come from different worlds. I'm a cute farmer adventurer. You're a dragon god who is merely rebuilding your strength after expending so much of your power to save me. If the game permits, then perhaps I will be the mate of the dragon god, with a witch concubine and a blacksmith concubine on the side, but I doubt it. And right now, March is winning for my affections. Bratty, cute little March might end up beating out the dragon god for my love. An appropriate substitute for touching his tail. Okay, forget what I said about Calderis being a meek virgin, just now getting in touch with his human side. The man knows how to flirt. But for now, it is still March winning. Maybe, as the game gets fuller, and we learn more about these characters, maybe Juniper will reach ahead, maybe Calderis will end up being the one who we marry after all. Maybe we could do what we did in Stardew Valley, where first we date Emily and marry Emily, and then after marrying her, she becomes too much of a space case, more than when she was merely girlfriend, and then we just start seeing Sebastian on the side. That's always an option, I suppose. We could do the dissatisfied marriage to infidelity with the cute boy route. Juniper's at the inn. Very demanding. But at least she wants to hold hands, real-life boyfriend. Let's not get all clingy about it. I've got so many screenshots in Steam from this game, because everything is so cute or funny or both. Oh yeah, it is summertime now, which means my friends go to the beach, and they got unique swimsuits and beach outfits for the beach. It also means, for my purposes, so we got coconuts back at the beach now. It's still early in the night. Let me go harvest some coconuts. We'll just give a brief one-day visit to Mystria. Oh yeah, that's right. That was I was gonna move things around. I was gonna try to move all the cows and all the animals over to this side where they have plenty of grass, and they could stay all the way here and away from my crops, because the animals will eat the crops if you're not careful. Was gonna move all the animal stuff to the other side of the river, get some greenhouses in. I've basically got to do a whole lot of upgrading to stuff. Are you new? Different hermit crab? A relic crab, uncommon crustacean. Oh, that's a new one for the museum. Now, I am so smitten with March as a character that I'm actually putting very heavy consideration to formulating waiting for the fish. Lovely seashell. To unlock the beach date. Oh, we haven't gotten a date inspiration idea item yet. That I'm actually thinking about making a scenario for a fan game that may not ever see the light of day, but I still want to put it together as like a fun side project. At least all the in-writing on paper deets. Inspired by a Reddit thread, right? Where they showed this buff, red-headed character from Trials of whatever. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is March. And I was like, oh my goodness, this does look like March. And so I had the idea of what if, after the player stops playing the game, like, you know that comic that went out when Animal Crossing New Horizons was new? And then wasn't new anymore, so someone made a comic about the island after the player had abandoned it. Isabelle writing to the mayor about how things are with you gone, mayor. Might have been New Leaf, actually. My mind went to that, about what would happen were the citizens of Mystria to suddenly find the player's house and farm suddenly and inexplicably abandoned when the player stops playing the game, because it's going to happen eventually. We'll say 10, 15 years into the game's time, into the in-game time, where you've had developed relationships across town. March is a bit older, buffer, since he's a blacksmith, and decides to become an adventurer just like you to find out where did the player get to. And so it turns into some kind of like Link's Awakening style game, as his adventurers find him in some far-off land. I think that'd be pretty funny and fun. And so that's kind of become the thought experiment, inspired by Mystria, that I've been putting my mind to. Look, he's a cute character to obsess over, alright? I mean, look at that smile. Find yourself someone who beams so big when he's sharing time with the man he loves, as March does for the player. But there, that's a day of Mystria. First day of summer, so I have to spend so much of it filling in my plants. I can't even remember what I'm growing there. Spring, summer, fall, and winter trees in my orchard. So I'm missing one of 2 summer plants. But I can't. I gotta go back to my vault. I gotta go back to my vault from earlier this year and see which plant I was planting there, so I could plant the other one. Elsie's birthday! Oh, we can't forget then. We can't forget the next time we play that it's Elsie's birthday today. She helps us out so much, she tells us what people like. But there's the autosave, so that is going to be it for Mystria for now. Just a cute little detour to a game that captured me pretty surprisingly. I expected to have fun. I didn't... Ow, my leg still. Didn't expect to become so completely engrossed with that world and with that character. We're getting close to the end, but not really. Macross, Mystria. I put an asterisk next to Chaos Theory, but probably won't play through. We'll probably breeze through these ones. We played most of the fun ones already. Because after Mystria we went from pastel and colorful and bright to shadows and darkness. Oh yeah, because it was after September 11, so it was fitting thematically to do post 9/11 gaming. Because whether it's Mercenaries, or Splinter Cell, the Call of Duties, or whatever else have you, global war on terror was a big influence on video games and media in general, whether they were deliberately going to be propaganda, or simply became such as the nature of drawing from the world they lived in. Let's face it, you're playing as NSA super spy Sam Fisher, doing extrajudicial justice in the name of America throughout the world. Only ever going against the bad guys? I'm sure Ubisoft Montreal and Ubisoft Shanghai had no intention of making an America fuck yeah propaganda game. But it kind of is, isn't it? Unintentionally. First Splinter Cell we played on GameCube. Loved it the first time around, but with my adult eyes we could really see how kind of scuffed it is. Especially being the first game of the series. And of course had to play on GameCube, because that's how I played it as a kid, so of course we would. Pandora Tomorrow, played for the very first time in my life. And it was definitely an improvement over the first game, or the first game, the first Splinter Cell. It certainly had spots where it's still kind of scuffed here or there, but it's basically the same model as the first Splinter Cell game, but improved in almost every way. It still has a lot of the hang-ups of the first Splinter Cell, but that's just a technology. That's just a technology, and it's pretty much, what was it, Ubisoft Shanghai that was making it? Off of the engine of the first game. While the main team was making Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, which I had to struggle to get working on modern technology. And what a technological leap that was! Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. Really pushing the technology and the stealth genre at the time. I mean, it's not perfect. There were lots of parts where playing it 20 years later. Pretty sure literally 20 years... It was 2005, was it? Was it? So it literally was 20 years later? In hindsight, you could definitely see all the rough parts. But 20 years ago, either I didn't notice or I didn't care, that was the hottest thing there was. And even for the classic Splinter Cells, it still holds up, and it's still definitely the peak of the series. And so, that was good fun, even if some of the later maps were... I knew they'd be a struggle, but I didn't realize how completely, I don't want to say cheaty, but they definitely didn't make the games for trying to ghost it in mind. Especially around the North Korea levels. They're doable, but whether it's things that they baked in to make it really difficult to stealth through, that's fine. Or some really unfortunate bugs. Consequence of this pioneer era of game development. But it was a positive experience overall. And then final DLC for Golden Idol. It might not have been the most grand send-off to the series, but it was a thematically appropriate one. Devs of Golden Idol, best of luck to you folks. They made some good games and good DLCs. Hopefully someday they return for more Golden Idol goodness. If not, left their mark on gaming history. And enough so that I've seen at least one game that takes inspiration from Golden Idol. Doesn't do it quite as good as the OG. But at least we are seeing game developers. Oh, I didn't have this on. I was going through the list here so that you guys could follow along with me. The Splinter Cells, the Splinter Cells, the Splinter Cells. And then the Golden Idols. Talking to a blank screen instead of talking with the visual aids here. Phenomenal series at Golden Idol, the final DLC. Pretty damn good. And then came the Halloween era, Spirit Hunter Death Mark 2. I was thinking that for Death Mark 2 we could jump in and try to get the final ending we haven't seen. We've seen the normal ending, we've seen some game overs, we've seen the true golden ending. But there's also a little slight variant to the golden ending. Where if you pretty much do everything you need to do to get the golden ending, and then when the chime tolls for the final time, instead of going back into the tower and seeing the girls alive, that's how it goes, right? You leave, and instead it's 3 other surviving characters who are like, hey, we came to help you. But it's a minor variant. Either way, what a story. Naturally, it wasn't the most difficult mystery to solve. We kind of figured out early on that these 2 suspicious girls, with their specific curses that don't actually do anything bad to them, but they're the only ones who have survived a ghost attack, that's kind of sus. But the adventure they put you through to get to the end, and the spooks, the ghost designs, even if they're kind of goofy, you can never go wrong with Spirit Hunter. You can go wrong with Murdered Soul Suspect. Murdered Soul Suspect was a game. It's definitely not a game I'm going to go back to 100%. You know all those games like Shibuya Scramble 428, or what's that one, End of the World RPG where they go across Japan, or games like that, right? Where it's basically the tourism board game. Yakuza's can be a lot like that, especially the later games of the series, where here's Hiroshima, here's Fukuoka, and whatever else. Here's Sapporo. We're gonna let you go around and see all the sights so you could appreciate what it looks like all across Japan. I thought, man, this feels like one of those Japanese tourism board games, but for, what was it, Salem, Massachusetts? And then came credits, and it was exactly that kind of game. Japanese devs making a tourism board game, but for Salem, Massachusetts. It's no Ace Attorney, I'll say that much. I won't say it's as badly padded out as Just Cause 4, but it's basic. It's basic, it's alright. It's not gonna win any prom queen awards, but you wouldn't say no to a dance. Murdered Soul Suspect was the epitome of an alright game. You won't feel offended playing it, but you very likely won't feel moved. Moving on, Hungry Hearts Ramen came out. We got spoiled this year. Hungry Hearts Restaurant, towards the start of the year for a Western-style restaurant, and then back down to the end of the year, and then Hungry Hearts Ramen for a ramen restaurant. It's Gagex. You know that I was on top of that day one. But it's funny how, between Hungry Hearts Restaurant and Hungry Hearts Ramen, the tech improved so much that I couldn't use my regular Android emulators to play it. Of course I played it on my phone. You know, on my own Android. Had to. Installed it. Aced it. Got my group photo for everybody in their proper seats. But I had to try, like, what was it? How many emulators? BlueStacks didn't work. BlueStacks 5 didn't work. And then there were a couple of other emulators I tried that were kinda probably secret crypto miners. It took until, what did I install? Mumu Player? Was it Mumu Player that finally won out and was a pretty good emulator for Android? Wasn't trying to hide anything scuzzy in me, but played it flawlessly? And then a resuming of Halloween, the medley of spooky adventure games. That was... What was it? The Flayed Man, Keep the Lights On, and Children of Clay, hidden behind this one thumbnail. Short, easy games, so it'll be spooky, but flawed in their own ways, I guess. The Flayed Man was primarily very visually distinctive, and I kind of understood what they were going for with their forgiveness mechanic. But it was kind of, I don't want to say basic baby's first adventure game mechanically, but it kind of was. But it had, well, you could see with the thumbnail there. Now you can see with the thumbnail there. I keep turning off the display capture, not turning it back on. That thumbnail there. That they definitely were all in with the art and the atmosphere. And then what was it? Keep the Lights On. It turned out it was a student project. A student project among friends or classmates, I have to say, maybe. Was also pretty basic, but given that it was a student project, it was a pretty good one. If I was their professor, I'd be pretty pleased. And Children of Clay, the only real flaw to that is that it was short and that there isn't more to it. It was definitely a highlight for that day. And then Last Door Season 1 and 2. Phenomenal. Phenomenal games. Last Door Season 1 I played way back when there were still browser games being put out once in a while. Last Door Season 2, my first time playing it, what a way to win the series. And it's kind of funny to learn that they went on to make Blasphemous, and what was it, that other game? Something of Madness? Which I do want to play, especially after learning that they are the same devs. It caught my eye before, but sometimes I get a bit too cool for school and think, oh, well, everyone else is playing this, I'm not going to play this. Everybody else is getting sponsorships for this, I'm not going to play this. I don't want people to think I'm just doing a sponsorship, I'm not being paid for, but given how excellent, truly excellent the Last Door 1 and 2 were, going from their Catholic horror Metroidvania to something more adventure-y, maybe not the Last Door-esque, but closer to that theme and mood, is definitely a pretty good sell for me. Which transitioned over to the Chisel mythos. 5 days a stranger, 7 days a skeptic. Trilby's notes and 6 days a sacrifice. I don't gotta explain the Chisel mythos to anybody. Whether they're early and basic, or later games and in-depth and across their styles, phenomenal. I don't know if it sell like hotcakes if it was given a modernized re-release in the modern day to be more, you know, bigger resolution than the ones they have. And a bit of quality of life updating. But it wouldn't be a bad thing, since these are adventure game maker games from way on back in the day, so especially the earlier ones are kind of rough to play. But still excellent. Yahtzee had the sauce. And then Trilby Art of Theft. Phenomenal also, for a little indie stealthy game platformy thing. We're getting close to the end. I see Europa Universalis there. We're getting close to the end. Consuming Shadow. Let's give a playthrough of Consuming Shadow, since it's been a bit since the last game we tried. I did an update for Fields of Mystria. There. We'll put that in first so we get it on the recently playeds. Hey, handsome. Just gotta get the actual recording there, you know? Put it into the record. Consuming Shadow. We'll give it one playthrough. Every game's gotta be a new resize, and that's why I have multiple capture options. $150 health, 98 mental. I didn't realize that these letters here could repeat. I thought that these would all be one single thing, right? We got BT, EU, Keys, Shim, Agen. And so if we have Agen, EU, Shim, then the God's Rune is going to be one of the unused ones. So in this case, BT or Keys. It worked the first time, but the rule isn't necessarily that. Rats? Huh. We're so close to Stonehenge. Is this one that I was playing a little bit on my own and then quit partway through, or? I wouldn't think so with our lack of notes, lack of clues. I think I must have opened this up to take some screenshots to show stuff. "23 hours. Oh, I must be playing as Trilby, aren't I? 24 hours to get it done? And then OBS disconnected? The forces of darkness do not want us to save the world. Just a quick one. Okay, we have $100. Let's find supplies. Exhaust muffler reduces random events. Kind of a waste here. Return to car. I should be going to Red Towns first, maybe. Or maybe going to Green Towns first since I have the money, trying to buy as much good stuff as I can, then go to collect things. Lost sanity. Lucky Charm increases loot. Okay, I'll take some loot. Let's go to Tinro. Movement fly me down. She becomes aware that I'm approaching. She gives a shriek and lunges for me. The good thing is to say hold her. The safe thing is to slap. She could be a monster and try to stab me. I'm not gonna make any friends. We're gonna play defensively. She gestures anxiously behind her, explains that she had until very recently been a prisoner of the Ancients' minions at a nearby compound. Mentions that her friend captured at the same time as Celine there. Okay, we'll do a rescue. Locate a missing person or what remains of them. Another game in Guinea has kinda forgotten how to play. But it's a fun game. Okay. I think for those guys, what I have to do is I could repeat their incantation back at them. There's a whole mechanic for that. But I haven't practiced it well. BT is purple paint. A set of keys for easier exploration. Cool. There, that's the button I meant to do. That's not the button, that's swapping my ammo. How do I... Okay, quit shooting. What's my... That's melee. How do I open the door? There we go, down. The down button to unlock it. I spent so much ammo. Link the names of Gnix and Chizou. The two have a close bond. Okay. Gnix and Chizou is going to be... Not these. Now, there's nothing to say that purple cannot be one of them. One's the invader, and one's the invader's ally. Purple plus. Purple is the god of disease. So purple is BT and disease. Right, I lose sanity if I leave the room with a monster there. Chizou is a stick man with their head and one arm missing. Keys rune. Okay, so... Neeks could be the purple BT. Neeks could be his own thing. You have a yellow rune here. Yellow Agon. Yellow Agon is maybe the invader or his ally. So if Keys is Chizou, then could be yellow, could be yellow. Okay, so purple is likely nothing. It's just Chizou or Gnix we need. The BT is in yellow. Marking of territory or a gesture of thanks or recognition. So that's another confirmation that they're together. Don't be crazy. Free them and return to the exit. What do we get? 3 9mm bullets to replace the ones I've been losing for nothing. Objective, run for my life! 17, 17, 17. Not a bad first dungeon for having not played it forever. Significant looking strong box at a cage. Chizou does not seem to be able to survive in our universe. Okay, so Chizou is the ally. That tells us then that Gnix is the ally, is the invader, I mean. So, what do I need? Agon il Shim. Agon il Shim Nix. And I think that when the pros play this, they basically just rush Stonehenge, and everything they need is in there. We have 145 health and 87 sanity, which is loads. I think we actually have what we need then, because we got pretty lucky early in. Nix is the invader. And we just need the god's rune, and the rune is Agni. So Agon, Ew, Shim, Agon. See what I mean? So we'll get some green towns. To see if we can't buy some loot. Gain sanity. We'll go to Castle Church, make our way west, and then go to Stonehenge. Am I gonna get a win today? Are we gonna get the A win? I'll need lots of ammo to beat the god though if we do it like that. Prevents anxiety. Okay. Made pleasing music with their body, lost sanity. Slapper. See? Slapper once, it brings her back to her senses. Slapper again, it's a monstrous creature. Gravely wounded and bleeding won't stop. That's okay, we got money, we got the hospital coming up. I've only got bullets I've already bought. Those are worthless to me. Okay, should treat myself first. I probably don't need to buy more medkit right now. Body armor for physical damage. Alright. That looks pretty alright to me. Let's just go to Stonehenge. We got 100 miles to go and not a lot of time to get there. Peaceable human contact, forget it. We're just going straight to. I just gotta keep ignoring them. Just gotta find the keys and get down. And hopefully won't get killed along the way. I should have taken drugs. If I took drugs, it won't matter how much sanity I lose. Because a smart play is to basically run from everything. And drugs will keep my sanity up when I do that. Nothing here that's a waste. Locked and locked. Hollow point bullets. Key? No. Ew, bitty agon. Yeah, but... That's clairvoyance, okay. What I would give for some keys already. Who's hiding the keys from me? Set of keys. Okay. I'm just gonna make a beeline down. That's an annoying one. Diary page! And there's a way down. 50 to go. Silent scream of agony. I think the body tells you what the aspect is. And the color here gives you... well, the color. And so you get plenty of clues when you get down here. Agon o shim agon. And now I got a objective die. In which I have to try to not to. Why? What was that? I didn't see what it was. Was it YY keys? I gotta basically do it when it comes up. Why? Shame. Okay. There we go. Get some distance on him. I gotta push him back into the void. Oh, we might actually do this? Might actually do it? Just gotta push him further and further back. Okay. Keys, Shim, you. Oh, come on, it's almost there. It's actually almost there. No, wrong way. Agon, Eoshim, Agon. It's far enough away to banish it. Oh, we've done it! We've actually banished it! We've actually gotten our victory! We've accomplished what we could not do in the Halloween season. But I didn't have enough sanity. I don't remember what happened after I encountered the ritual. All I know is that I failed. I know because I am surrounded by now by minions of the shadow. At the ministry I learned to recognize the look that they have. Something in the eyes, I could just tell. They know that I could see them for what they are. And that is why they keep me locked up here. They know they won't be safe from me if I get out. But every day they try. Every day they strap me down and try to convince me that the shadow is gone, that they are human. And all I have to do is drop my guard and everything go back to normal. I can't believe they keep trying. Oh, it's done. It goes on its own. But still, that's a win. We saved the world and managed to banish the god. Without being stuck in this universe. There's a threshold for sanity, which demarcates whether you get the insanity ending, or the hooray, you saved the world, lived, and didn't lose your mind ending. And the secret to that is drugs. You just shoot up the heroin before you go into Stonehenge. And it doesn't matter how much sanity you lose, you'll always be at the top. And it just goes down over time, but since... that's bad for traveling, because it depletes quickly, but if you're doing the dungeoneering, then you can maintain your sanity for a long time. by just shooting up before the fight. Which is what I should have done. We got Ending B! Ending B saved the world at the cost of my mind. I mean, that's the best ending I've got so far, because that means I actually survived the banishment ritual. Successfully banished the ancients, just 2 hours remaining, losing their mind in the process. That's good. That's very good. Subject was a mentally shattered, crippled, heavily armed hero. Tainted victory. File updated. But that'll be it for Consuming Shadow. That'll be the representative for the horror fun we had last year. And then after Consuming Shadow came Europa Universalis. And Europa Universalis was basically the entire rest of the year. Because Europa Universalis is a majorly big game. But before we get into that, there were a couple of other things that we did in between. One of which was Galaxy Angels Orana. And so this is basically bringing us to the very end of the recap. Because all that leaves is Europa Universalis 5, Vampire Survivors, and Galaxy Princess Orana. Vampire Survivors was just doing Thanksgiving Pepino. That doesn't count. But let me get a BRB real quickly here. Since it's been 7 hours and I gotta pee. And when I come back, where did I put it? Not Sword and Succubus. There we go. Galaxy Princess Orana. We'll give it one playthrough. And then we shall conclude the 2025 recap days. The whole year party. Had to double click to get it up. Okay, back in a bit. A Toasty is awake, I see, but that's alright, because we're coming to the end of this. So let's go back. Ah! Okay, hold on. Back for a second. Get the transform, copy transform. Can't copy transform on the Windows Game Capture? Fine then. I'll just resize it the old-fashioned way. Using my own hands like it's a baby toy. There. Then let's change the art from Consuming Shadow to Galaxy Angel. Galaxy Princess. I keep on saying Galaxy Angel Zorana. Galaxy Princess Zorana. Where'd I put it? I didn't put it under G for Galaxy. See? There we go. Zorana. Now, we're gonna rush this. Since I still have... Where'd I put it? Textractor... SDF, DFDF, I'll transfer notes along with the Queen notes. There we go, there we go. Where's my... Where'd you go, window capture? There, quit running away from me. There we go, notes. Also wasn't in its right place. Move you up a little, there we go, there we go. Because there we have the Long Live the Queen notes early on. The very thorough, in-depth plotting we did for Long Live the Queen. Below which we have a sinking chair. Come on. This chair has been sinking a whole lot more since the fire. We have a couple of routes we can do. I only got half the notes for the Space Admiral Empress route, which is alright because we ended up being friends with everybody anyway, and they all voted for me. I want to try the puzzle box route. I don't think we can do it though. What if for this run, instead of trying to rely on my notes, we just rush through, trying to basically make the best princess we can, and hope we don't fuck up too badly. We'll get the all-consuming black blob, because I like how it resets my mood. Dad's died, we'll delay. We'll deny Korondi's protection, because we want Chud and Chum's favorite character to survive. Which means no getting reflexes. We can get... If we want to open the box, repair, sleight of hand, intrusion maybe? Let's get repair into us first. Determine levels of repair. We'll name our blob Amoebus. No, name it Gnugagap. I like Gnugagap. Apparently somebody's noticed in the forum that the more you visit Gnugagap, the bigger he gets. And you could actually get Gnugagap to fill the entire screen. After which, absolutely nothing happens. It's just a funny thing you can do. Current mood. Hey Toasty, careful there, baby. Move. Determined for now. So you can become bold or secretive. We'll just end the social turn. Hey Toasty. So... Let's do more sleight of hand. We'll do sleight of hand and intrusion. We'll get them both. We're not gonna be doing very good at this whole... Toasty, Toasty, get your paws! I don't need to take 20 screenshots, Toasty. Come here, baby. What is it, Toasty? You know, this is why I tell your brother, who's sleeping right behind me, not to step on the keyboard, baby. I know that you can't hear the click, 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 but I could. Status reports. This time we're going to make Dad's shadow perform the ceremony. He must die. He's supposed to perform the suicide ceremony when Dad dies, but because Dad is merely missing, there's a bit of wiggle room. Mail from school friends. Will be sweet on both of them. We're currently secretive. I want to be secretive again. So let's spend a visit time with Ganugagap to become negative and become secretive once more. It's turn 2, and my friends show up on week 3, right? No, week 4 is a friend visit. So it's okay to go to Mirka 1 now. No, let's go to Tharkus 2. We're gonna get the roundabout way here. Manzarin disappeared. Overrode the security lock. So even if we try to kill him, he flees. Okay. 30 and 30 for intrusion and sleight of hand. From Novan family. We miss our brother. Now we got no skills for these folks. So we're not going to impress them anything at all. We got no deception, no history. Leave military to the experts. Unimpressed. We don't know anything about music. Oh yeah, because if we visit a place for the first time, we have to do the little social thing that counts as a social gathering. Okay, we'll be negative for now. Negative, and then we get secretive next time. We'll stay put here, because our friends are going to visit soon. Have a big party. Alright, that changes my mood to indulgent. I forgot about the different mood shifts that this causes, just like how Toasty's forgotten that stepping on my keyboard is not a good thing to do. If we get some art, that could also help a little bit, I think. Basically, I'm just trying to get skills to put into opening the damn box. Friends hanging out. Let's see. Ozara is decent for economy. So Logothete of commerce. 75 skill. Now, I don't think I could put people into spiritual and military advisor. Because I tried before. There's the two that are kind of set. And without their support, I haven't been able to put anybody else there. But let's get time with our friends while we're here. Chair. If you can quit breaking on me. We could put these guys at our cabinet, and my understanding is that's the only way to actually romance them. But for now, I want my free lessons. The allure, rhetoric, etiquette, deception. We got intrigue 75, economic 75. Media would get pretty high up here. We're probably gonna get so many people wanting to kill me too pretty soon. Let's get allure up if I have to put something here. What do we have here? I don't remember her, I just remember... No, I'm at the wrong place! The media gal's at the bottom planet. Rhetoric. I haven't put points to rhetoric or barely knew him. Indicated how poor I am for my position. Oh, with Menace we can get this guy to back up. We don't have the rhetoric to press the advantage. Ugh. I'm not gonna be surprised if this ends up being a death run. Tharkus 3. I'm wasting so much time going it this way too. Menace plus media. Legal aid to the merchant. Okay, could do domination or conditioning. Reflexes will put some into. Now, because we have nothing on etiquette, this girl here just wants to have fun, right? She doesn't want to settle down or anything. So, she likes to dance, she likes to party. She agrees to be a media cabinet member, but only for the duration of the election, after which she doesn't want to leave her planet. She has fun here. We'll accept the dance partners, that'll make her like us more. But we don't know how to dance. We got no skills to help out with dancing. Not that it matters. If it makes somebody a member of our cabinet, then they'll be happy to support us anyway. Turn of 28 is when the major jubilee is. Father's Jubilee. Was it 25 or 20 points we needed to push things beyond 50? We'll do 2 for stealth, so I can get more intrusion and sleight of hand in. Stealth outfit, this is our first time seeing this one. Got her in kind of a fantasy roguish look. Okay, first Sola will offer a cabinet position. Logothete of Culture. $70 media skill, more than you'll ever need for the game. Ganaga Gap, let's get back to negative mood. Then end the social turn. I'm pretty much breezing through this, but the story's pretty cool in this. It's a bit different from, what is it, Long Live the Queen, where Long Live the Queen is basically a linear story of which you have some pathing deviations. This one's a whole lot more open in trying to go across the galaxy in a more optimal way for the route you want to take, to get the votes you want, find the hidden stories you want. This is a little baby, huh? Donate to an orphanage. Brush up on scientific knowledge to investigate. So, intrusion and sleight of hand. We're gonna get the box pretty soon. We did manage to get a pretty decent ending, I think, the last time we played this, but there were so many plot threads we didn't find. So many other ways we could have played it. Ganaka Gap. We'll keep that negative mood. Raged. I hear that some people say you're pretty decent for, what is it? Was it Law Logothete that you're decent at, Lord Chancellor? Law? 75. Alright, let me make a note on that then. Cabinet. Raged. We tried him at Bureaucracy. Give 60 Bureaucracy, it's not too bad. But History, 75. Analysis, analyze voting history, automatic voting history, and analysis. More secrecy. Get to Mirka 1 before the votes get taken up. Oh yeah, Starfeed producer, we got no skills for it. We got everything at intrusion, sleight of hand. Let's get... what else could we get? Piloting, operations? Let's get a few points into operations. I'm basically spending this entire run here trying to see if we can do box opening skills. Big interviews with 0 stats. We got some allure and art. Well, that's basically it. Some allure and some art. Fail, fail. Student of allure success. Let your wardrobe attendants dress you in your finest and concentrate on making a good impression to the cameras. That's a pretty brisk one to get through. We're pretty much just being pretty, and that's it. There's no electors to pull in deep space. Okay, Mirko 1. We'll get here before anyone else starts stealing boats. We're not gonna get any boats from here anyway. Except we got here just in time for Boris Johnson to start his campaign. Lukomir, we haven't met him after he started his campaign. Normally get to him before. Zolot. Pledge it to Lukomir. That's only one vote. That's perfectly fine. So when is the box? The box shows up around week 16 is a Novan puzzle box. And it's currently week 10. Alright. You know, with Sleight of Hand, we could also secure... We could do babysitting. Okay, Zolot and Lukomir go together. Vater should be easy. He's an easy yes. I can't remember who's good at what, though. Vater is pretty much good at everything at a medium level. He's only 45 for everything. But... basically, you say hello to him and he agrees to vote for you. Oh no! We actually haven't impressed him. This is a rare thing. Actually seeing what his personal quest is. All he wants is a personal journey, alright. Eat the Shay, of course, is gonna hate us. It takes a lot to impress her. What is she sussed? Imperial history, graduate success. Rules have loopholes. Priests should not be allowed to abandon his faith, but if they were caught and brought back to their duties, they wouldn't have abandoned anything. They might be assigned new duties as penance or watched more closely afterwards. Vows not broken. Reassign then. Still have to do her quest. We haven't impressed her enough yet. Ikshil, what are you good at? We haven't tested her yet. We set up positions for galactic relations and science that we haven't filled in yet, or Lord Chancellor even. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I have charter for it. And that she sucks, I just haven't put in my notes. Ixil for galactic relations? She's pathetic! Okay. Ixchil. Galactic. 10. 10. She's as bad as Mirel. Fail, 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 fail. We could fix it. Visual plus repair. This is going to be new. We haven't done this one with actual repair skills before. We could put some extra repair here. 45. Then put some to invention, we'll say. But we have to be at 50 no, we got... We didn't get the level up in repair though. It's gotta be at 40. It's gotta be at 50 for it to count. Visual art, repair, practice success. Wing is mended. Damage is invisible to casual inspection. Cool. Job done. Just a high. She's confused. We gave a basic high. We got no etiquette, we got no deception. Tell the truth, we visited before on a school trip. We haven't been killed yet. That's a good start. Gifts. Uzga, spindly walkers. Sphere of glass. Cool. It's a snow globe. Put in the vaults. A joint colonization project. It is a trap. It is a lure. If I have the Admiralty fleet with me, and we're close enough, we could maybe do something at the right time to start rescuing people and maybe steal some land of our own from their territory. But I'm not building that militaristic direction right now. Delay until after the election. Only turned 13. We got some gifts, but we didn't get the gift that matters yet. Doesn't matter what else I put over here. Let's get more sport in. Okay, Murel. We'll negotiate. You don't like us too much right now, we'll do your personal quest. Babysitting. We have a lot of sleight of hand, so let's finish our quest. Ray guns is fun and easy. Lockpicking. Magic tricks, sleight of hand plus invention. Where's my skills? I've only got 15 invention, but lots of sleight of hand. Let's do lockpicking. He likes lockpicking. Break into the kitchens, he grins. He likes being a little Splinter Cell himself. Highly detailed dessert sculpted in advance. Aw, this is a good babysitting outcome for him. He doesn't get to shoot guns this time, but he gets a special sneaky treat. And we've turned him into a little lockpick. He's going to bother his mother for life now. Okay, now. I think that'll be that. End social turn. 5 votes to 3. No assassination yet. No assassination yet. And now that the concubine has used the baby as a candidate for the election, that's going to sap some votes away from Lukomir. Okay, we'll put... What to do? Engineering? We'll put 1 to engineering, and then 1 to demolition. Two, 2, and 5. No assassination yet. Mao. What I should be doing is building up my sport. That's what I should be doing. We go to Mao now, then we go back down to our main planet. And with more sport skill and some reflex, we could impress the what's-her-face for spirituality, and then we go on to science. So sport, we can get to 45. And then what else? Reflexes, we can boost a little bit more. Then what else do we need to help us out? We could do like wrestling and hunting just to get sport higher. Endurance? Endurance would be good, I think. Alright, this is shoes. Shoes isn't important. We care about shoes. And then Tulitust. Tulitust is also super easy. But are we actually going to mess things up with Tulitust enough? Allure failed. Waggle your eyebrow suggestively. Too forward. Are we also going to unlock his, what is it, his personal quest? Because Toritos is so wheezy that almost nobody ever sees his personal quest. I'm going to stay put just to see. We got new experimentation coming on here. Another gift from Crystal Nova, my other family. The puzzle box. Take it away to solve. We got all these stats, we could see if it actually opens now. We got intrusion, sleight of hand, some repair. Let's see, survival, scouting. Let's put some to survival while we're here. No. We'll put some to endurance. Intrusion, success, disassemble the puzzle. Surrounded by oddly shaped bits of wood all separate. Nothing inside, just wood. No, there's gotta be another secret to the puzzle. The unfinished pieces, the sides were hidden when the box were assembled. They're not blank, covered in letters, but so faint they're little more than discolorations of wood grain. A message hidden where security scans would never detect it. Secretive mood. Rendezvous, neutral spy, top secret, face-to-face, Voshkot. Former prince, my traitorous ex-brother. So, that was intrusion that gave us the ability to cut. Well, my intrusion's pretty high right now, isn't it? Intrusion 85. But I think it said practiced level. Rendezvous under the cover of a spy exchange. Meet him alone. So that's basically the information we've been given before, but we weren't able to trust the Novan Empire? Or Crystal Nova? So I figured that that prisoner exchange was more than just that, and that getting into this box would open something else here, but now we know. Now we know. Tulitust. Does he like me enough to say yes? Or was he going to give me his personal... Oh, even then. Even fumbling the flirting. Easy. Super easy. So I don't know how bad you have to do to mess up with Tulitust. And let's go ahead get Erilati into our... Nah, let's not. We don't have to promise her the Lord Chancellor, even though she expects to have it. She doesn't necessarily need to have it. I'm all out of my waters, but that's okay. Self-governing community, the largest moon of Sabargus. We asked Solda's opinion. She's like, yeah, sure, why not? And so, if we reply favorably, we didn't actually have a good relationship with their peoples. It ended up being more power to them with tension on the horizon. We'll give disapproval. I'm pretty much just tossing points wherever now. Yakal's here. One bite of Heru Prime is given his vote. Damn it, one bite! Aha! Diplomatic envoy from Crystal Nova. Ah, that aha. Truly private meeting. Pilot myself! I didn't put points into piloting spacecraft this time. Let's put some basic points in. I feel like we are going to die if we don't put basic points into piloting. America 1. Okay. That'll bring it up to 50 piloting. That should be alright. Now let's see if we have enough skill to impress the attaché. You know what? Not yet. We'll end the social turn after talking to Ginupigep. We'll get the science guy to get faster space travel. That way we can come on down to neutral space when the time's right. And with the science guy, we could also dope up to win the contest easier. No assassinations yet. I'm being very, very lackadaisical about this run. But we haven't died. We don't have science on us yet. Lock down the sector, military plus bureaucracy. Travel warning, media plus intrigue, suppress the news for panic, issue health advice, encourage safe spending, travel warning. We don't have the science to start... Man, if we don't get the science early, then we can't just cure the disease super quick like. That's kind of a shame. So, I feel like I want to get science early on to get a good conclusion to that. But that might not be the... Star Admiral. Ugh, if we don't have a good relationship with the Star Admiral, we can't lock it down. So this character is, she's a supporter character, that's why she's all unique. So earlier, when I was musing the last time we played, I was like, is this related to Yakao? Was that why Yakao keeps hating me because I upset his daughter or something? Nah. Just a cute supporter character. Hiding loser in the crowd. Director to the Logothete of Culture. Oh, disappointed! Stoyan to be my science guy. Outer heal doesn't matter. What turn is it? 21? I forget what turn they want me in neutral space by, but we can do Barum, Barum, Barum. So hopefully this doesn't make me too late. And pandemic, disease is spreading. Gotta get my science early! Turn 24. Okay, let's get Stoyan. Cabinet position. He'll have the Logothete of Science position. And let's just go. We'll try to squeeze out as fast as we can. We could jump straight back to Mirka 1. And hopefully do the Ethashi's personal quest, since we're getting so close to the Agonaglia. We didn't run. Oh, I had to turn 21 or turn 22. I was too slow. So we got to open the box, but we didn't make it in time. My route was too bad. You see this? But because we did delay the science, if we get the science early in, then we could be like, well, we looked at everything we could, and there's no way Father survived. What if Father go down here? Murder, suicide, or an accident? But if we delay getting high science till after we have reason to believe that Dad didn't actually die, we could say, no, it never actually happened. Suspect your father is still alive. Body was never found. The spirit would not answer my call. Perhaps he never died. That's why Marzin chose to live. He was still carrying out the Emperor's orders, and then disappeared. Think Dad might still be alive? No proof, but an interesting idea. If Dragosen's alive is still the Emperor, the election might never happen. And so now we have people looking for Dad. So, we might not have met up with my brother, like opening the box would have led to happen. But we got some other thread we got then. Which is also pretty exciting. At the Shea personal quest. Okay, let's play. I got plenty of sport. We got plenty of science. And so we could dope up, take the speed booster. Which simply boosts my reflexes artificially. Temporary bonus reflexes boost to 75. Which was which again? Mirzana is poison, ice, and wild plants. Kishore is song, construction, the hunt. We'll play for Kishore. Gonna play for victory, of course. We're not just gonna show up. Receiver keeps distance, pick up the star if it's thrown, quick judgment to take advantage, and good throwing arm. Disruptor. Jumping, long arms, and luck. Rusher. Energetic position for a strong, fast athlete would do receiver. Sports failed. Domination, let it hit me. Domination would only be sports. Wait for it to hit the ground. Sports reflexes success. Strength reflexes success. But sports spirituality failed and sports failed. Oh! I threw the spear laterally. But I tried, but my team loses. So, at the Shay, what do you think? We didn't win this one, but we put a good effort in. Uncertain times. No, that means no. That means that she is going to hold off on giving her vote. Veiled warnings. They don't know the gods wish to redeem me or defeat me. Damn it! Well, she hasn't murdered us, that's something. Well, now there's no point trying to do the Agonaglia. So what would I do? Hiding intrusion, sleight of hand? Should I go for more combat stuff we haven't gotten before? We missed out on the Agonaglia. Etha Shay pledged towards Lukamir, the bitch! But it's still 7-4-3, so... And there's my assassination. Balance a pile of clothing in front of me as we maneuver through the halls. You know the route. Walk into a closet, bend down to deposit my burden, but something shoves me from behind. Someone. Hand on the back of my head, pushing my face into the fabric and a knee pressing into my back. Someone's trying to smother me. Try to scream, but the clothing and lack of air muffle it. A slow, humiliating death from one of my own closet. I'm carrying a knife. Strength plus wrestling. Blade plus contortion. Dramatic plus body control. I don't have dramatic. I've only got 20 endurance for body control. Blade, contortion, I got nothing. Strength, rest, I got nothing, so I'm dead. I'm dead either way. Fight to get free. I'm in a bad position, but it's not over yet. Just gotta escape. Failed! My struggles only annoy my unseen assailant. The world goes black, and I've died. A suffocation death. A strangulation death. So, we didn't survive to claim the Imperial throne, and we didn't survive to see the end of this route, but we did get to see what's within the box. That does confirm that if we open the box, then we will get to meet our brother, and then do the whole Crystal Nova branching path of the story, which we completely bypassed because it's box for nothing. I think the girlfriend from the school days might be able to get into the box. Somebody's able to get into the box, I forget exactly. Because I gave a glance at the Steam discussion forum and it was mentioned. Or was it the crab-wearing lady from down on the tropical planet? It might have been her. I see my tablet is being slow to load again, which means I could have been missing out on stuff. My tablet could behave real quick and I'll proceed to the last game of the 2025 recap. Because now the only game that remains is all the Europa Universalis 5ing we've been doing. And I'm going to make a lot of people happy by saying that I won't be opening Europa Universalis right now. You know what? Let's do it. Let's open it up right now, Let me switch the art. Exorcism, extra power, expelled. EU5 we'll switch over to. And so, Zolrana, let's say goodbye to you for now. And then Europa Universalis. We're very obviously not going to play a whole thing of EU5 tonight. It's already... Time just tipped over. It's been 8 hours of stream. I thought this was going to be a 4-5 hour at most thing. I thought early on, if we have time, I can go back and do some Ashura's Wrath, do Nirvana, get the true ending. I don't have time to do the full Nirvana of Ashura's Wrath. That's going to give us... That's going to be at least 2 hours. Up to 4 if I'm sloppy. So tragically, that is not going to happen. 8-hour mega stream, I know, MPS, so very rarely do the 8-hour stream anymore. Still loading resources in progress. Then I'll even change the category. Jackbox time now for the next 16 hours! No, I can't. It's already 8 p.m. That's the most amazing thing. It's 8 p.m. And my bitrate hasn't actually died. This is very late for the stability here. So, all I'll do for now is I'll load the game so we can see the pretty map that I've developed. But then we have something else to look at, because actually, this might please a lot of people, but I don't intend to start 2026 with an entire month to finish the final Age of Revolutions that remains for Europa Universalis 5. There is only the one age remaining. Where'd the little dudes go? These guys are missing. Oh, when I close Zorana, for whatever reason, it closes stream avatars too. Huh. That's weird. Well, gotta wait for that to reopen then. I like having the little dudes around. See, I thought that 2 windows closed, and I was afraid that it closed OBS, but OBS is, it's still here. Still boxed in. Careful, I don't think it wants to load. Stream avatars and Europa Universalis at the same time is kind of struggling there. Got crunchy for a bit. Some good crunch. So much crunch you'd think it was extra power. There you guys are. "96% loading game, but it's still not up. Come on, come on. Man's out of water, man's out of hot cocoa. Man's out of time, it's already 8 hours of stream. Thank you, game. So, across so many months, we had little tiny Napoli that combined with Sicily, and this definitely hasn't been the most efficient playthrough of Europa Universalis 5. I'm sure if any of the pros came over and looked, they would weep tears of shame to see that the year was 1729. Literally 108 years left in the game, I think. Only, that's it, 108 years. And I'm only making 4,600 monies. Most people by this point, they're making millions. I'm playing this like an absolute noob, and that's because I am. But 100 years left to go in the game. We got a pretty good Mediterranean power here. We have a whole lot of rebels that dislike me, now that I've expanded this far. Got a whole lot of colonies, Roanoke. Akistak, my crown jewels of Havana, Tsushima, the other Tsushima. This colony here was just meant to mostly block in advancements from the other guys around Brazil, and they've grown on their own. Very ambitious. Oh, Wombo here to be my... It's supposed to be my ivory dudes, but they've spread it to South Africa too. Lower Zambezi and my Madagascar folks was mostly to get me more spread to reach Australia. We got a couple of guys, Banten, actually took some land of their own from Brunei, and Ogan to be my cloves and pepper people. And I have a couple of trading companies in South and East China. But trading companies don't exactly work, so they're a waste. And we got some land in Italy now too, in Egypt now. The Nile Delta and halfway down the Nile. Spain we've defeated. France we could easily beat. Bohemia we can challenge, but right now I would need to have all of my military might ready just to get tiny bits of Navarra, since when the powerhouse is a powerhouse, it becomes a whole lot more expensive to take stuff. So with 108 years left in the game, where we finished off 2025. Yeah, actually that, Ashishak is spreading more into Northwest Territories there too. My colonies I haven't touched in ages, and they're spreading on their own. This is the state of the game, as we left it at the end of 2025. We even have a personal union with Hungary, and we're trying to annex Hungary now. But the trouble is that turning all this blob into me, that is going to take until... Look at all these rebels. Annexing to be completed upon the 1st of June 1966. 1966. That is well over 100 years after the game ends. I'm doing it anyway because... Hey, Onyx. I'm just gonna consider that... I'm finishing up Onyx. To be continued history beyond the scope of the game. But it's not going to be a scope of game we're going to see for a while, because there's actually some exciting stuff that they have planned for their February update. February update is basically what they are charging power for, to advance beyond the 1.0.1 that we're currently on. Okay, 1.0.10. Same, it's a decimal, all right? 1.0.1 and 1.0.10 are the same thing, with a whole slew of changes. We could transfer subjects to others. Annexation speed depends on diplomatic spending, as well as being able to reject hegemony demands. So, if I wait until February, when their roast beef update comes out, I can make more money to suffer the brunt of this, and then completely max out diplomatic spending, which does have the benefit of giving 30 extra loyalty to subjects. But that's an extra 1,798 per month spent. At my current expenditures, which is maximum minting, that still gives me 3,000 per month. If I cut back on my minting, let's say to the 0.05 that I normally like, 1,666 is still pretty good. So I could do maximum diplomatic spending and still make a whole lot of money. And so that's going to be cool. If I max out my diplomatic spending, Maybe it's 30 years cut off. Maybe I can chop off a whole century. If I could chop off a whole century, then 1866 will still be about 29 years after the game. Cats want out? Okay, Onyx, I'm gonna let you out then. You guys have been napping all afternoon. Toasty, do you want out too? What am I studying? Looks like somebody had a hairball again, Toasty, but at least you threw up on a towel. Come on, Toasty. Whoa. Go stretch your legs. That's 2 hairballs since we've been here. He hasn't had hairballs before. Provoke to start a rebel uprising now. How many times have we had rebels that were so close to firing, but the percentage was nil, and so it would have taken them forever to fire. And I just want them to fire already. We can do that in February. We could actually provoke them. Tiny revolts will no longer form a new country and start a whole war, but impact the location they spawned in. Very cool. So, I won't really have to stress all the rebels. I'm sure there will be negative impact from having them reach 100%. Coin laws for inflation. Bonuses or penalties when impacted by proximity in certain topographies. Reworking rivals. And of course, the standard army balancing they're always doing. A complacency mechanic. Reworking expeditions from being purely script system to being a code system. Brandenburg, who cares? Reworked the area in Brazil. HRE getting improved. A lot of these things are things that I will not see in my campaign, since my campaign has been from launch and has basically survived so many changes. If I ever do a second campaign, then even things as simple as where all the RGOs are will completely change. Not completely, but there have been some changes. And there's locations that exist in the game that didn't exist when I started my campaign, so a few of these things will be future stuff. But across this several months campaign, we're still going to be getting lots of practice and knowledge into the game. I would say that I've gone from newbie to novice now, which is an upgrade. Template builder, I know people on the Reddit have been asking for that. An end of war dialogue showing losses. Rally points for armies. Recruiting mercenaries. I don't think he mentioned it in here. Let's see, what else do we have? Settings when it comes to music and a music player to control which songs you want to listen to. That should have been day one. It is so ridiculous that the dynamic music player that they included in the game at launch dynamically wants to keep the game silent all the time. Enough of us have been bitching, I've been bitching. We finally get to just hear the music. As soon as a February patch comes out, we're breaking up with the dynamic music player. We're never going to see it again. Could permanently discard alerts, but the UI still need lots of work to go. As far as I'm concerned, CK2 is a gold standard. Everything else is catch-up. Manage the formation of a unit. And toggle for auto-balance always. Even if the smarter plan is to manage your units when it's going to be a critical fight, and so the important thing is it's going to be easier to manage the formation of a unit, at least auto-balance always. That way, across the course of a campaign, I don't end up with like 21-0 in my flanks. And so even if I have thousands of dudes, we lose anyway because 2 broken flanks means you're going to lose. no longer obscure half the screen for multiple units. We'll see about that. Everything covers everything in CK3. Everything covers everything now. We'll see what the condensed version and everything else does. Added lots and lots of other smaller quality of life things to the UI. Can't wait to see that. And a river map mode, which I think they should just merge into proximity, but oh well. So he doesn't mention it here, but I think he does mention it in either... Not the railroad debate where the devs stand. Was it? Where's Holiday Tinto Talk number 2? I think it was that one. Either it was elsewhere in some other thread where he talks about some of the things that philosophically the devs wanted to do for Europa Universalis 5. And so whether for the February patch or elsewhere are the things that they want to try to express in the game. And like, what are those things? Was that they're a bit upset that nobody uses mercenaries because mercenaries are too expensive and can't be used 90% of the time anyway. And so they're loosening up restrictions on that. And so long story short, there are a lot of big changes that are coming to this game some point next month. Could be early, could be mid, could be the end. I don't expect it to be right away. I expect that this is a kind of thing that they're going to be seeing. There goes a dynamic music player, being very dynamically quiet. I expect it's a kind of thing that they'll be working all throughout January once they come off of their Christmas break, and into February. And after loads of working and testing are done, then they push out the big update. So this segues this into, now that we've seen all the best and worsts of 2025, all the highlights, and a bit of summation of all 48 games played last year. 48 games! What are we going to do for 2026? Well, every year, I say that my goal for stream is to stream less. And, as we see from just comparing the number of videos on the 2020, 2021, 2, 3, 4, and 5, that wasn't exactly true last year. That was like almost a stream every single day, and it was when it came to the Grand Strategy games. Just because those things are so time dense, I needed the extra weekend times just to get rid of them. But because I'm waiting for the February update, it's definitely not going to begin with more EU5. EU5 are going to be putting off for a month at least, so that Johan and Co. could put out a really sexy looking update. Honestly, what I want to do is more extra power. It has been many a year since extra power. Poor Chum doesn't even know what it does, and I probably can't count on Macaw getting to extra power anytime soon, so somebody has to. Somebody has to rekindle that torch. So I think maybe what I'll do, especially since, I still gotta work on stuff for the apartment, getting that cleared out, and then I gotta wait for them to fix the building once all of our stuff is moved out, and once all of our stuff is moved out and they fix the building, we're allowed to move back in. I gotta move all of our stuff back into the building and rearrange everything all over again. So it's gonna be busy times for the start of this year. And so something small and bite-sized like extra power attempts and de-rusts. I think that is an alright way to start the year, something ultimate like extra power. I couldn't have time to go back to Ashura's Wrath and do Nirvana tonight because it's already 8:21 p.m. I thought that this recap for 2025 was going to take half the time that it did, but here we are at 8 hours and 20 minutes just about. And so yeah, that was a really, really full year for streaming. Have a whole lot of highlights, a lot of stuff that I really enjoyed. A few absolute stinkers, but some few complete gems as well. And it was pretty fun how we had a few themes working. That summer of open world action games. And then doing a few funny, furry games that were actually really, really quality, then getting acquainted with the girl from Gunma Kai, and then kind of sinking into grand strategy games a couple of times. Of which, of course, we have to count Fields of Mystria, and then post 9/11 gaming, and some Halloween gaming. As far as keeping a theme before stream after stream goes, it was pretty fun. Tons of highs, thankfully only a few lows, just cause. Scarface. Apart from them, everything else has been excellent. Excellent! So really, the only goal I could have for streaming is to somehow stream less. When I've streamed such an obscene amount, the only place to go is down. And that is going to have to be where we call it for tonight. 2025, you were a fun full year of streaming, but now we say goodnight to you. We've only got 2026 to look forward to now. And hopefully, I mean, if it starts with fire recovery, then there's no place to go but up, right? Huh. 8:24, but I see Grom isn't on right now. I was gonna think of maybe rating Grom Falloon, because he also streams around 8 p.m. Ah. Checking on his Discord, he's got some life stuff going on, it looks like. Saying might stream tonight, might not, but leaning towards a no. So I guess Grom is getting some rest tonight. In that case, let's go see what Macaw's playing. I'm gonna watch him anyway. Something completely out of control, his title says. So thank you folks for hanging out for this recap of last year's streams. It was fun going down memory lane, seeing what I loved, what I loathed, and what patterns we went through, and even replaying a few of them. Because man, there were some good ones. What a strong way to start the year. Ashura's Wrath, finishing up Lunar 2, Eternal Blue, and getting so many things along the way too. Mercenaries, Destroy All Humans, Girl from Gunma Kai, Cosmo Breeder, the release of Galaxy Princess Orana, the long-awaited Long Live the Queen sequel. That was a good year. Very dense, but a very good year for games. For now, folks, thank you very, very much for hanging out again. It's always a lot more fun when there's friends to share it with. But for now, do stick around for the raid, say hi to Macaw, and I'll catch you guys throughout the rest of the year. See you later.
Tsuki no showerを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消え
Or maybe, since this is going to be the last we see 2025, what if we, let's do the full ending. The full ending to send off the year.
おめえすごかったぞ。わかったよ。ギー、たまには遊びに来いよ。ほら、いつでもうちのんとさあげられるようにしとくから。ギー、忘れねえでくれよ。俺たち本当に友達だってことをな。 ジョン、そしてみんな銀をよろしくな。じゃあな。
息子よ、悲しむ時ではないぞ。今は男の勝利の時だ。勝ち時を。死者には
男たちは勝った。数百の力を合わせた男たちの勇敢な戦いによってついに強大な敵赤兜を倒したのである。それは友情と努力と勇気による勝利と言えよう。
そして心熱くするもの。Oh my friend、 聞けよ、高い友情は永遠の歌。君がいるだけで明日も生きる勇気が出るから。生きる勇気が出るから。 Oh my friends、 友よ、この勝利こそ永遠の歌。共にかけてきた命はこの日のため。
そして今、父リキに代わって新たな総大将が誕生した。小さな巨像、流れ星銀。その姿は厳しい試練の冬を乗り越え、若々しい未来を告げる青春の喜びと何者も恐れぬ勇気と自信とに輝いていた。
月のシャワーを優しく浴びると、さよなら痛みも消えてゆくよ。ああ、思い切り今日生きたやつにはもっと大きな明日がきっと来るのさ。雲の走ろう新しく、雲を輝こう強く。